He's not here today, but I know that we've got a lot more entertainment, knowledge, and trading education for you. Hello, traders, friends, family, and everyone else. So glad you could make it. And yes, you're at the right place at the right time. It is Friday. Oh, yeah. And we've saved you a front row seat.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Now you're sounding like Randy, my man, the savage. Welcome to Topstep TV. Only Topstep TV has the biggest and best names in the trading world, and we've got those coming to you today. So this is opening call. He's Samson. I'm Delilah. We have an informative and educational show for you today. Each and every day will be your trading buddy, your trading mentor, newscaster, fellow trader, good friend, neighbor, the lady at the Walgreens pharmacy, and even that voice in your head that keeps reminding you, believe in yourself, push your limits, experience life, conquer your goals, and you know what? You're going to be happy. So take that with a grain of sugar. Let's get ourselves ready for some top-notch, up-to-date market know-how. Let's say hello to everybody's friendly trading mentor, our very own man with the plan, John, a.k.a. the Hoagland. Good morning, handsome.
Good morning, Eddie. Good morning, everybody. Happy Friday, June the 21st. Summer is officially here. Looking forward to an interesting and challenging trading day. It is, as they say, quadruple witching, which is really triple witching day today. So we've got equity, futures expiration, options expiration, a whole bunch of things going on today. So anything can happen. We're going to be prepared. We're going to trade what we see, and we're going to have a good trading day today. As always, our focus is on accurate context, good risk management, and remaining patient in our trading. It's great to see everybody.
Yes. So we got witches today, huh? Witches.
Yes.
All right. Remember, if you're in trouble at all today, just click your heels 3 times.
There's no place like home. There's no place like home.
Yeah, don't let them witches get you. All right, let's get busy with the news here today. It is Friday, and I'm happy. Oh, yeah. Okay, Friday.
Yeah.
What's stock futures traded largely unchanged today. We did see a number come out earlier. Gold dipping down just a wee bit. And the Dow futures here. Dow futures contracted about 60 points, or about 2.2% lower. S&P dropped slightly 4, and NASDAQ about 10 earlier. Now, losses in the market superstar, NVIDIA. Yes, they took a little hit to the range. Weighed both the S&Ps and the NASDAQ yesterday, with the former dropping 0.3% and the latter 0.8. Dow Industrial was the outperformer, gaining 0.8, its best day of the month. Well, congratulations. With that said, all 3 major averages are on a pace for a weekly gain. The S&P 500 on track for a gain of about 0.8%, the NASDAQ up 0.2, and the Dow set to rise 1.4. Well, back at the number 1 spot in the leaderboard, Microsoft taking back the lead. Yes, Microsoft has regained its title to the world's most valuable company. That's after NVIDIA slipped on a banana and declined 3% yesterday. Now, NVIDIA, whose market capitalization did surpass Microsoft on Tuesday, lost over $100 billion to register a closing market value of $3.21 trillion. Now, Microsoft value slipped to $3.31 trillion as its shares fell during yesterday's session. So there you have it. Microsoft now, the iPhone maker, sitting at $3.22 trillion. So it's very close, I think, by about 37 cents. Microsoft has taken that top spot. Boeing, on the verge of agreeing to a repurchase of Spirit Aerosystems. Boeing could sort of rock a market. Former subsidiary, this is a report according to Reuters. Now, the airplane manufacturer began negotiations to try to buy back This was spun off earlier in 2005, but ran into difficulties due to Spirit's work for Boeing's main rival, Airbus. So we'll keep an eye on Boeing and see what kicks there. But Johnny, what else do we have here for today, Friday?
Well, economic numbers due out today at 8:45. The U.S. S&P Services and Manufacturing PMI flash is due out. That's preliminary number. At 9 o'clock, we have existing home sales. 9:30, because of the holiday on Wednesday, the EI natural gas is due out, and that's really it. We do have the Baker Hughes rig count later on also, but as far as major economic numbers, nothing really big coming out yet today. I don't see any talking Feds on the schedule. They have a tendency to pop up at random sometimes. But as far as the VIX is concerned, VIX is up about 2%, 13.57 last I checked. The dollar index pretty much just flat at 105.77 last I checked. The yield on the 10-year continuing to sink down to 4.22% this morning again, last I checked. So nothing huge coming out today as far as economic numbers, but we do have our hands full with expiration. We can talk more about rollover and expiration during during group coaching today. That'll be with me at 12:30 Central Time, and we'll take a kind of a look-see about the expiration, why it happens, how it happens, and how it affects the markets. Looking forward to that.
Good. All right. Thanks, Johnny. Dude, where's my crude? You're wondering where that is. Right now, crude on a nice little rally, 81.51, topping out at 53. We'll see how far that can go. Crude prices traded marginally lower Friday today, but as you can see it, we are sort of running north with bull in hand. U.S. crude futures traded 0.3% lower, 81.09, and the Brent contract dropped 0.3, 85.50. Both benchmarks are on a course to register gains over 3% this week, trading close to the highest levels in over 7 weeks. Now, yesterday we had our EIA. It showed a drawdown, U.S. crude stockpiles by 2.5 million barrels. In the week ending June 14th, that's more than 2.2 barrels that were expected. Additionally, the U.S. government data showed the total product supply rose by 1.9 million barrels per day to the week of 21.1 million barrels. So there is your crude dude and dudettes. And let's get busy with our charts today. We got a great day going on here. So, Johnny, what do you got for us here? And what do you got for our contestants?
Well, as always, we start with the daily in the S&Ps. Let's see if we get the charts up here. There we go. So, all right, it is expiration. If you are still trading the June contract, you better move to the September contract. The September contract, actually, the volume usurped the June contract as of Monday. We should have been trading September. The June expiration is today. You do not want to be trading that June. It's going to be very thin, very whippy, and it will expire very shortly. So don't be trading June. Be trading the September contract. And the S&Ps, the NASDAQ, the Dow, any of the equity indices, you make sure you are trading the September contract. Should be trading the September contract all week. So in the S&Ps, yes, September is EU. That is correct. Eddie, thank you very much. So yesterday we had a little bit of a pullback there, didn't we? We had the S&Ps come off the all-time high that did occur in the overnight session. Volume and open interest due to rollover is still very blurry. We added 34,000 contracts overall yesterday. There's about 643,000 contracts left in June that are going to expire or be liquidated or settle in cash. The equities settle in cash. So they'll just take the position that you're in, mark it to the settlement price in the June contract, and everybody will just either take their money or make their money, and those contracts will expire. There is no delivery of an S&P contract or a NASDAQ or a Dow contract. They just settle in cash. But what do we look at on these charts here? Well, we've got a little bit of excess on the daily high here on the daily chart here. That's the excess is when price gets too expensive, is quickly rejected and price moves back to the downside. When we look at this market on any time frame, in the longer time frame, from the monthly to the weekly to the daily, obviously this market is in a very long-term up move, right? The trend is to the upside. We need these pullbacks to even out inventory so that money can come back into the long side and we can continue these moves to the upside. And remember, if there is no bad news, the natural tint or tilt to these markets is to the upside, because most of the stock eating world trades buy side only. So there is that natural tint to the upside, or tilt to the upside. Well, that overnight high yesterday, it did occur in the extended trading hours session, and markets have a tendency not to leave those up there for very long. It's a much stronger high if it happens in the regular trading hour session, but this is a needed pullback. We're going to take a look now at the 30-minute chart and see what we're looking at, because as of Monday, we'll be able to depend a little bit more on volume and open interest in our studies as to how good the auction process is doing. I think it was a difficult roll for the longer time frame traders. It was directional. It was not range bound. That makes things a little bit more complicated for them. I'm sure that's part of the reason there's still a vast amount of open interest left in that June contract. Again, 643,000 seems a little high for expiration day. So, all right, on the 30-minute chart, we don't really have any overnight inventory. Really just kind of remaining inside the range from yesterday, the regular trading hour range. And it looks like we're going to be opening inside of value, very little overnight inventory. The market seems to be settling here, just kind of finding an equilibrium where buyers and sellers seem to be comfortable doing business. We don't know what's going to happen. Again, it is expiration. Option expiration is also going to be affecting prices in these equities markets. Just be patient. Make sure you protect yourself. Always use stops. Always put those stops in. And because we're opening basically where we settled yesterday and in value, I'm going to try and stay very patient today. And keep in mind, in the back of your head, just keep telling yourself, ACH, anything can happen. Trade what you see. Right. The profile yesterday was a double distribution trend day to the downside. There's a fair value gap, some would call it. There are single TPOs. From 55.56 even up to 55.57.75. That could be targeted today at some point for maybe some sort of an execution. It looks like it's relatively close to the high of value. We're going to be keeping an eye on this with you throughout the day. So with that double distribution, the market seems to be just kind of settling in this lower distribution. And those single TPOs or that fair value gap could be something that price could target. Watch the overnight low. It's very close to the low from yesterday. It's also very close to last week's high. We tried to target it yesterday in the S&Ps. We were unable to get to it, unable to take out yesterday's low in the overnight, returning back to value. Try and stay patient. Rollover is going to be over next week. I think the market is much more reasonable when it's not rollover. Rollover tends to be tough. I tend to trade very little during rollover because I've had some substantial losses in the past during rollover. So now I'll take a look at the NASDAQ. So again, expiration. Keep that in mind. Anything can happen. We had our direct hit in the overnight night before last of weekly kickoff high. It actually traded 4 ticks above it at 20,371, 4 ticks through it, and that put in that all-time overnight high that the market tends not to leave, at least not for very long. We have an excess high on the daily chart. Again, that happened in the extended trading hour session. Just keep that in mind. We actually lost 7,400 approximately in open interest on this pullback yesterday. So not only did rollover establish some pretty decent rolls, I think we probably took out some longs, some long liquidation, some profit taking off of that weekly kickoff high. Man, I just love it when those weekly kickoff highs end up at highs and lows like that. But unfortunately, it did happen in the overnight session, and I was unable to participate in that. Take a look at the 30-minute chart. Oh, and one other thing. Look at the rotation that we had yesterday. From weekly kickoff high to last week's high. Last week's high supportive overnight. That is going to be a relatively pivotal area or number or level for us, in my opinion, here in the NASDAQ. Here's the 30-minute chart. So overnight inventory, no. Settlement, that's right where we're trading approximately right now. Settlement was 2031 half. We're trading right around that area. No major overnight inventory opening in range and in value. It was a double distribution trend day, and the single TPOs or fair value gap go from 20,099 to 20,118. This little area here where there was very little time, very little volume, a little bit of a fair value gap there. So that could be targeted today. If it is targeted, I could see the market moving back to Tuesday's settlement price approximately, because there's a distribution of time and volume here, a distribution of time and volume here. When we start to accept between them, the market tends to trade to one or both of those distributions of time and volume. A lot of words there. A lot of words there. And so again, just looking at this, there's that last week's high. There's that weekly kickoff high kiss that happened night before last. Well, we are kind of maybe falling into a little bit of range, which wouldn't be a bad thing for continuation of the longer time frame upside move. We start to see on the 30-minute chart here, we've got the 30-minute, the 50 session moving average moving through both the 100 and the 200 session moving average, indicating, sellers have been in control since we've put in that high. Who knows what's going to happen today? It is it is expiration. We cannot predict these things. We just have to look for what the market is trying to tell us and make good trading choices and be good risk managers. That's really the main job that we have today and every day, is to be a good risk manager. So again, the double distribution trend day, the single TPOs, again, that area is 20,099 up to 20,118. Last week's high looks interesting. We're going to see how this this expiration date plays out. Take a look at crude now. Here is the daily. All right, so how do we do yesterday? Well, we had a continuation of the up move that started on Tuesday. Tuesday we added some pretty decent open interest. Wednesday and Thursday we added about 12,000 in open interest. So we're still seeing money coming into the long side here. That $80 weekly kickoff high kind of put in the high on Monday. When we broke out above it, we started adding volume. Volume was pretty good. Volume came off a little bit here yesterday, but we're still adding open interest. So there's still money coming into the long side. Yesterday, we talked about how the neckline from the head and shoulders pattern that we finally saw complete down at $73 was going to be resistant yesterday, and it certainly was resistant yesterday. It's coming in at about 81.50 today. We'll see if it remains resistant. If price gives us that opportunity, looks like it's giving us that opportunity right now. Yesterday, we opened, we traded to it, we failed above it, we pushed all the way back down. Yesterday's session low was 83. So if we look for an opportunity at 81.50, 81.45, pretty decent pullback down to that level. And then the market really did recover nicely. Doesn't surprise me that the market is now attempting to accept above that neckline, above yesterday's session high, which was 81.52, 81.52. So we talked about 81.45 yesterday, 7 ticks through it. And then we had a nice move to the downside. Now I'm monitoring for continuation to the upside. That breakout above that $80 move, I'm giving it a B, because the volume fell off a little bit yesterday, but we're still adding open interest. The upside auction is healthy. We tested to a level. We failed yesterday. If we accept above it today, no reason this market can't continue this move to the upside. And my visual target for continuation would be this naked TPO point of control from April 26th, which is 82.23, and that is in the August contract. That is the August contract. So we're going to monitor and we're going to see if we see continuation of the upside. We just got a nice push back down below that level. This trend line to me and yesterday's high is going to be somewhat pivotal. Gold.
By the way, August is Q. Q is August. Yes, gold. We can run this. We still got a James announcement. But what do we got in gold here, Johnny?
All right. So yesterday we were kind of pointing out that we had this kind of pennant formation. It was actually the overnight high that put in this trend line. We had rising higher lows, even highs. If we were going to break out above that, I was looking for some pretty good momentum, possibly to come in above that, and we did see that. Volume was pretty good. It wasn't great, but we added about 14,500 in open interest. So when we broke out above that yesterday, there was some pretty good buying that came in. New longs and higher volume, more likely to continue in that direction. And I'm still looking to see if we can accomplish a check of the weekly kickoff high, which is 23.91. And then if we can't look above there, then I can see us having some sort of a pullback off of that level. So the breakout grade yesterday, I'm giving a B again for open interest and for big open interest. But as far as volume is concerned, it was a little bit wishy-washy. 30-minute chart. All right. So there's that breakout, right? We opened, we kind of hung around. The overnight high was right there. We broke out above it. Volume started to increase at, on the 9 o'clock bar, the 8:30 bar, the 9 o'clock bar, the 9:30 bar. We had a decent pullback, settled. Overnight inventory is maybe a little bit to the long side, which seems to be already reconciling. Yesterday, it was a double distribution trend day. The fact that we opened away from the single TPOs here, which we would call those 2358 up to 2362. There's that fair value gap, which kind of takes us back to last week's high. And we're opening in range and value. Not really in a big hurry today. Monitor for continuation, perhaps for the move to weekly kickoff high. If we do fall back into this fair value gap, I could see us bringing price back down to the lower distribution, which could bring us down to 23.50, or thereabouts. Right. So take your deep breath, stay humble, grateful, creative, and centered in your trading today. What else we got, Eddie?
Well, you know what? Tip of the week, and James has got something for us. James, what do you got for the tip of the week? This is our last Friday, and this is a very important one. Have a trading plan. Have a well thought out trading plan. It's going to boost your confidence when you've got a decent trading plan. Knowing that there is a structured approach, a plan to help you traders to follow. Remain calm, focused, and keep that in mind. Johnny, want to add to that real quick? And we're going to get to James.
Yeah. I'll just reiterate what I said earlier this week is, if you're trying to bring consistency to the market, if you're trying to pull consistency out of the market, you've got to bring consistency to the market. And one way that will certainly help you do that is to have a trading plan. And, it is a living, breathing document. It's going to change over time, but just make sure that you're doing things, with some relative consistency. Absolutely.
Well, thank you, Johnny. And James, what do you got for us here today?
Yeah, I'll be real quick. I know we're short on time, but it's Friday. Oh, yeah. And because it's Friday, we're going to do another fire drill. That's right,
When?
chat. That's right, Eddie.
When?
A second fire drill, 2 in 1 week. Can you believe
Today?
Today, sometime.
Whoa. All
during
right.
the broadcast, we're going to be putting up a form. You enter the form, and we're going to be giving away 2,500 invites to lock in up to 5 150K Topstep X trading combines for $129 each month until you either earn funding or you cancel the account. So winners will receive their code by end of day Monday, 6/24 via your email. So stay tuned. There's going to be some alarms going off. Once again, we're giving out 2,500 150K Topstep X trading combines. You can lock in up to 5 for $129 each. Not $129 for 5, $129 for each combine you buy up to 5.
Okay.
And back to you.
All right. All right, James. Thank you very much, my friend. Remember, too, my fellow traders, be kind to your support agents. They're working day and night. They're working very hard, and we see that here all day long. So they will answer all issues, questions, and requests. Patience is a virtue. All right, Johnny, we're going to take a little break here. We got fast markets, and we've got some all-stars coming up here with us here. So I'll meet you at the coffee tang machine, and we'll because I've been drinking Tang, I tell you, the coffee. But coming back for fast markets, Blackjack Friday, expiration, witching. Well, we got lots going on. We got Coach Jay, Coach Dakota, MP Andre, and Hoag. We'll be right back. Don't go away. Right, let's get those witches in the gates. Man, I'm going to pass this over to Andre. Andre, we got the witching today. How are
witching.
you,
It's good, Eddie. Thank you so much. Welcome, everybody, to Fast Markets here on TopstepTV. The man in the middle, Coach Jay. The man to his left, Hoag. We got his levels up here. I'm looking at them right now. We got them separated, I see. Coach Hoag's levels, Coach Jay's levels, Topstep Daily levels. Make sure you have space on your screen for that. All right, we are selling off here right out of the gate. John, talk us through the opening range trade as the bell just opened. Go ahead, John.
All right. Well, here's the S&Ps. Let's see here. We got Wednesday and Thursday profiles together. I should look at this on a different platform, but we're getting a pretty big opening range here. We're already at 5 points in the S&Ps, 5.5 points in the S&Ps. Looking at yesterday's lows, below that, there's lots of fair value gaps from Monday's, Tuesday's up session here. We got an anomaly here from Tuesday.
All right.
Big opening ranges here, guys. Big opening ranges.
Huge. Yeah. That was a
lots of activity right there on that first minute.
30-point range in the NASDAQ so far.
Ooh, that's big. Big.
And this, I mean, the June is now expired. It just, you can't trade it anymore after 8:30. So we are freewheeling for the September contract now.
We made it. We're in the Sep now. Thank you.
Yes. Just kind of watching here the overnight. Where is overnight? Overnight is really close to yesterday's session low here.
NASDAQ value area low from yesterday, 19,958. Currently trading 19,995. Ooh, dipped beneath the 20,000s here, gentlemen.
Yep. Yeah, I think the NASDAQ's going to be interesting today. It's trading around this 20,000 level with, the options expiration and everything today. Going into the day, I'm expecting range, if not some movement to the downside. But this number we have coming out in 10 minutes could change all of that.
You have a number coming out.
You want to wait till after that number comes out, right, Jay?
I think so, yeah. I would think so. But I do see some room to the downside. I think one of the daily levels I put on there was 19,800.
19,800. Yep. 18,115.
So we do see some selling.
Yep. Okay.
Yep.
See, the NASDAQ took out all of that space from Tuesday's move to the upside. Or was that Monday? Is that Monday's move to the upside? It's already taken all that out. It's already traded back to last week's high. We haven't done that yet in the S&Ps. I think last week's high is going to be somewhat pivotal. We're starting to see buyers coming in here. We have both the opening ranges have broken to the upside. That's the 1 minute. I know, Jay, you look at the 3 minute.
Yeah, it looks like it's doing the same though. 3 minutes not finished yet, but it looks like some sellers tried to come in early and they did not get too much for it yet, popping back above that 20,000. So
pretty unsuccessful so far, those sellers.
Yep.
Yes. Interesting. Sellers did get rejected. We are above 20,000 now in the NASDAQ. Seems like that's going to be the line. Tug of war right now. All right, Jay did say, and Jay, John, we're just saying we got some numbers coming out early, so let's get right to it. Eddie, what do we got on the calendar today? We got early numbers coming in here in about 12 minutes.
Yeah. Yes, in about a dozen minutes here, we're going to be having our S&P Global U.S. Manufacturing PMI for June. Also, the PMI June here, Global Services. And after that, we've got existing home sales inside of about 30 minutes. We will be having that Fed policy at 10 o'clock, Baker Hughes rig count at 12. And I believe that is it. We'll keep an eye if they're going to add anything else. Back to you, Andre.
Thank you, Eddie. Always love the Baker Hughes rig count. We hit that. The weekend is right around the corner. Baker Hughes rig count.
1 minute open range in the Dow is 83 points, and it's still inside of it.
Wow. Okay.
Who's here?
Who we got? Ding dong.
Man.
Hey, welcome. Uh-oh.
Oh, $5.
I need that. I just had a little bit of an
Good morning. Welcome, everybody. That's Coach Dakota right there. Number one trader here at Topstep. Coach Dakota, good morning. How you doing? How you feeling?
I'm doing pretty good. I'm tired. I went to bed with a 30 lot on from last night.
I don't know how you do that.
And
I'm up 35K.
Okay. Good morning, Dakota.
It worked out pretty well.
Wow.
Yeah. Give you guys a reason to join my slow markets. I got myself into a good position, had a stop loss, put a take profit, and then went to bed.
Up 30.
Amazing.
That is a good night's sleep right there. That is how you sleep well, folks. That is my
Tooth Fairy did you quite well overnight.
Tooth Fairy. He looked under his pillow and there's 35 G's under there.
Dakota, where was the entry on that trade?
Yeah.
68. I could kind of go over it, to be honest.
Yeah, I mean,
yeah, that works.
we got
We got 10 minutes till number. I think it's going to be
let's talk about the markets, and we will have plenty of time to go over it later.
All right, John.
I see we've got the big cheese here, so I'm going to step out and bring Michael in. Have a great day, everybody. I'll be in the background if you need anything, and Let's make some money in the house account today.
Damn straight, John. Love it. Jump in whenever you see something. Good morning. Good night. Ding dong. You're live on TV. You are live on
Mute
Top
off.
Step.
Mute off. Before I even spoke, I made sure I was about ready to say, "What's up, guys? 35 G's, blah blah blah." What's up, 35 G's? Dakota.
Tooth
Yeah,
fairy.
we were just messaging back and forth.
Happy Friday. I know. Dakota's got another person challenging him. We have like 2, and then some other guys trying to pay him off right now. You got a lot of people. You're getting attention right now, Dakota.
You sure are, Dakota.
That's good though. That was the goal, not to get attention, but to bring up that conversation.
Yes. I don't know how many girls or people are slipping into your DMs right now and how popular you are, but you never know.
Yeah, I don't answer DMs. It's flooded already. That's why I don't have social media.
That's smart.
Good
That's
for
smart.
you. Good for you, Dakota.
Coach Jay,
All
what's up, buddy?
What's going on, MP? How we doing?
I'm doing
kind
well.
of just watching these markets chop around
Yeah,
for now until that.
We're
number
gonna hang
comes out.
around we're gonna hang around the 20,000s all day.
That's what it looks like.
We got some
Well, it is
levels
that
here.
big round number. We know how the market's like those.
Yep. Yeah. And realistically, we don't stay here all day. Right now, we have a 38-point range for the regular trading hour session. So we're going to see some movement eventually. Just when will that be? That number could, give us some volatility. So we'll see from there.
Hey, Dakota, why'd you leave out your options trade yesterday, which is $1 bazillion?
What do you mean leave it out?
Well, you
Left
didn't
it
tell
out.
anybody about it. Somebody's asking.
Oh,
here.
I mean, and it's not important. We're here talking about futures, not options.
Look at this. I love it. You are
this humble
dialed.
cat.
You are
Business.
Yes.
Look at this humble cat.
yes.
Yeah, I mean, money's money, right? We could all go and yeah.
Hey,
Yeah,
I learned from a trading psychologist in my very early days. You make the most money when you don't need it
It's true.
in trading.
I think
So,
that's
guys,
crazy.
remember, write that one down. That's another thing. I have a journal down here, wherever
Yep.
they are.
Here's mine.
Yeah, but mine are.
need this. I needed today's win. I don't know if you know this, MP, but I got a phone call from Brett, the risk management team, on Wednesday while you guys were on vacation, because I was hitting my daily loss limit.
You traded on Wednesday,
what do you-
Dakota. Dakota, why'd you trade? Why'd you trade, Dakota?
I told Brett, like, hey, I don't mind you calling me. Just, every time you call me, I end up hitting new equity highs. And then sure enough, here I am again. So I hope he calls me. There's something to it.
Yeah, call me when it's bad and call me when it's good. Just don't call me late for dinner. Isn't that the line?
Hey, that's
Hey, is that a country term, Andre?
that is a country
It's
term. That,
Friday, baby.
yeah.
Uh-huh.
Hey, Jack, before we get these numbers off, kicking off here, Michael, we got a number here in 6 minutes, so we're going no trade till then. We do have some levels here. We've pulled here on Topstep Daily Levels, pinned to the top of the chat. Make sure to click on that. Thank you, Dolby. Jack, tell them about the exciting news that we got coming from YouTube here.
Yeah, Michael, you wanted to share. We have a confirmation now that they are processing our silver play button, which is
How about that?
an object very much of my desire. So over the next 10 days, we'll get that sent in, and we can
Mad
take
respect.
pictures with it.
Mad respect for them on the reviewing. We do that with, every funding company should be reviewing. They're doing it to making sure everything's accurate. And that's what we do to make sure all the trades are accurate. And
Yeah.
I would complain that they're 10-day, like others complain that it takes too long. I'd say that takes too long. But hey,
Hey.
Are we
Hey,
going to
we
have
get
that
a
hanging
million.
somewhere, Jack?
Yes, we are going to have that hanging in the Topstep office. I have some other stuff to talk to you about that, Michael, some ideas. But beyond that, too, we'll be celebrating that 100K milestone that YouTube has thanked us for on Tuesday. And you'll hear more about that later, but it'll be good.
Wow.
Jack, let's put a trophy case on the screen, like right next to the crying right here. Fast Markets with Andre, MP, Dakota, and Jay. Right in the corner, right underneath there, a little square. Put the little thing. We'll always bang our chest on it. And then when we get to, what's the next one, 1 million?
A million.
A million.
Fine.
And
Nothing in
then-
between.
Jump that thing up.
Nothing in
10
between.
million and 50 million.
Yeah.
I give you a little taster, and then they go, now shoot for the million.
Yeah.
All right, we're trading 20,000 still.
All right, 19,958 yesterday's low. 19,958 quarter yesterday's low. Level we keep an eye on there. That's from Hoag. Coach Jay likes some room to the downside, right, Jay? Why do you like room to the downside?
Just kind of a continuation from what the move we had yesterday.
Okay.
There was some unresolved imbalances that I saw on the 4-hour chart that I was looking to fill from the beginning of the month. We still have some room down towards there. It's another 200 points, but 200 points in the NASDAQ can happen pretty quick if we do start to see some selling. But this 20K level is going to be a tough one, I think, to hold the market under.
Again, we got a number here.
Do we have a 400 number coming up, guys? Do we have a 400-point range yesterday in the NASDAQ?
Yeah, 371 to 950. Pretty close.
Volatility's back, baby.
Oh, for all those traders, that's what we're looking for.
Absolutely. All right, before this number comes out here in 4 minutes, if you've seen the upper left-hand corner of your screen there, hashtag Fast Markets, hit us up on Twitter, hit us up on X, call it what you want, at Topstep. Use the hashtag Fast Markets. Send us your trading command centers, trader wins, funny memes, your swag on your pets, what have you. Send it all in. Hit us up at Topstep, hashtag Fast Markets. We'll scrape that, and we'll show it to you guys here towards the end of Fast Markets. So, yeah, hashtag Fast Markets at Topstep. Hit us up.
You had a little Southside accent, that what have you.
What have
Is that a Sidious term?
Did I say what? You're an idiot. You're an idiot. Already? All right, we got
12 minutes into it. Why not?
I know. It's fun.
I did wear a Chicago bird's nest again for you.
See that? Very good
I
wings.
get props.
Very good wings.
I tell you, send me some, but they don't travel well.
Hey, before we get to that number, Coach Vince just DM'd me. He opened up 5 Topstep X combines last week, and he passed them. Passed all 5.
Oh, nice.
So he's got a following, and if you're ever interested in Coach Vince, he is in our Discord channel. Great job, Coach.
Nice one. Nice work.
Let's get some levels from all of our coaches and help aggregate and formulate a trade idea that we all can learn from and hopefully benefit from.
Indeed.
I've learned a lot from the coaches, too. Coach Finch is amazing.
Yeah, he really is. Master of market profile. His patience is
about
awesome.
a minute here.
The order books are pretty thin right now. The only thing I'm seeing is down at 19,900. It makes sense with this number coming out. If you have a position on, just be conscious of that going into this number. But I'm liking what this looks like to the downside.
Click flat.
Nice
no,
selling
click
in gold also.
Yeah. It is thin. What are you laughing at?
What are you laughing at, Dakota?
Someone messaged me saying that somebody offered me $1 million.
If I had $1 million.
Guys,
and then he also
here needs to realize I don't do this for the money. I don't do
Poor
it.
guy.
I do it to help traders.
Someone's looking for attention.
No amount of money in this world would.
No amount, Dakota. No amount. Come on. Everyone has a price, Dakota.
Everyone has a price.
I'm being serious.
You need an agent, Dakota? I'm an agent.
There's one thing that you can't. Hey, when you die, you can't take materialistic.
Bring it to the grave.
That is true.
All right, here we go, kids.
Yeah, but you could take happiness right before you die on your highs.
Make sure we're flat here. Coming in here. We got the PMI flash manufacturing coming in at 51.7. They were looking at a 51. The service PMI coming in at 55.1. They were looking at 54, and the composite 54.6. They were looking at 53.5. Coming up top of the hour, home sales. We are not done with these eco numbers yet. Back to you, Andre.
Thank you, Eddie. Both numbers came in a little better than expected. Damn it. Higher than expected. Got another number here at 9 o'clock, as you see on your Topstep X chart, the little X icon right above the 9 o'clock. Click on that. It tells you what's coming out. Pretty cool stuff.
There's that selling.
Here's that selling. 959 yesterday's lows in NASDAQ. Do we have any check marks for a long here? Or do we want to see how this plays out, Coach Jay? I know you like room to the downside.
Yeah, I like room to the downside.
Downside, okay.
I think we get a quick bounce there.
We just did. We're on it.
Yeah, right. 20 point bounce from that level.
77.
I'm seeing room down to 19,900 though.
All right. Well, we're starting to see a bit of a rip to the upside. Any levels to get a short from? Dakota, anything that's catching your eye?
I would like the short side too. I mean, I'm a bear right now.
Interesting.
This past little bit until we get a good pullback. This could be the pullback, but the market is bearish, and Nvidia is down almost 3%. That's enough back-to-back days.
That's a shock.
Yeah, that's something.
So what does that?
Well,
that mean guys are going to be taking profits that have been crushing it, or are we getting people that are going to come into it because it's price? It looks like a good deal.
Yeah, I think there's be fearful when people are greedy and greedy when people are fearful, right? And so if I had some long-term positions, now would be a great time to take some profits.
Yeah, we're getting a nice pullback off of last week's highs in both the NASDAQ and the S&Ps.
What was last week's highs, John?
Last week high in the S&P is 55.19 quarter. NASDAQ 19,959.
959, a level for both. Johnny, yep.
A lot of Nvidia call premium getting evaporated too on this options expiration with it down so much in the last 2 days.
What does that mean, Jack? Call premiums evaporating?
It means it's easy to load up on a bunch of calls when it does nothing but go up, but when it goes down, a lot of people lose a lot of money real quick.
It slides faster than it glides. That's another term. Write that down.
Man, we got the ring-a-ding-dings on point today, man.
Yeah, the ring-a-ding-dings. No one hold them, no one to pull them, no one to run away. Kenny Roger, listen to the song.
We're just busting them all out today on this Friday.
Dipsy doos and woozy woos.
Woozy woos. What have you? Welcome to Topstep TV, everybody. Okay, buyers just got the one-liners going. S&P's S&P's up on an 8.7 point bounce there. Are the lows if that number?
What's this thing? What's it setting up? The 59s are below here. It's trading up to 75s or 77s or whatever 80s it did. It was like a 20 handle bounce. Now we're back down to the 70s. We're kind of flirting around between the 60s and the 80s right now. What does it want to do?
I know what these guys, Coach Jay and Coach Dakota.
Yep.
You like room to the downside.
I'm looking for a short still. I would like it somewhere up near 85.
Beautiful. 85s.
ES did bounce off of a support at 20. Not seeing the same selling in the ES that I'm seeing in the NASDAQ.
Agree, yes. And even for that matter, Dow is being bought up pretty aggressively right now. Then again, Dow kind of just does its own thing. 50-50 on the tilt here. 50-50 NASDAQ, 50-50 ES for right now. Nothing really doing there. Perhaps looking for a short from 19,985. 19,985. Again, when we talk about these, that's yesterday's, last week's high. Also yesterday's value area low. 58s and 59s, double number here. So maybe.
Yeah, short looks very attractive right now. I agree.
I'm getting short of one guy at 60, and we're just gonna. Yeah, personal.
Yep.
Keep it pretty light and tight.
2,959. Currently trading 960s. 960s.
Dip my toe in the water. Just holding on.
There we go.
We start building some volume below that last week's high, 19,959. You're going to be looking real good in that, Michael.
Yep. Yeah, I agree.
19,959.
Mm-hmm.
It's a fall out of bed. Here we go.
Great execution there, MP.
That's how you dip a toe.
Well, thank you.
That's how you dip a toe.
What do you guys like as far as an exit?
Like I said,
910,
Just not you
920.
guys trade. I'm moving into. I'm so cold this year. I'm moving into execution mode only, and just, well, what do you think about that? And I'm just going to ask questions to people.
It's not a
There's
bad
a
place to
naked
be in.
TPO point of control down at
Not a bad place to be at.
19,888.
888. There's your room to the downside. Wow, sellers are in the house.
Like I said,
right now.
my target to the downside is 19,800. Now, do you hold a position all the way to that? It might take a couple hours to get there, but that's where I think the market is going.
I covered 29 cents.
What'd you sell and what'd you buy?
30 handles.
What'd you sell?
30 handles.
Damn, son.
50
60s. 60s and sold 60s, covered 30s on a one
Nice.
toe in the water. No risk.
Yeah, I still think we have plenty of room to the downside.
I need a W this week.
And MP, I love the execution mode, man. You just click the button.
Just
Those
click
are
it.
one guy. I mean, I think if we're looking at a number and we're all kind of talking about it, and then you guys were talking about continuation, you look at the daily, you look at yesterday's flush out, you talk about NVIDIA's options and all that. And what's a one lot? I mean, I know what's a one lot. I shouldn't say though. I mean, it would have been a $200 or $300 stop out. So I'll take that. I'll take that play
All day, every day. We do have a number here in 8 minutes. Again,
house count though has bigger bullets. Bigger
Bigger
bullets. Than house count.
bullets. Looking for them check marks right now. Oh, I gotta see. Jay, you like room down more to the downside. John, what was that single point that from the level you're targeting there? 800 something? 19,008?
19,888. It's a naked
88.
TPO point of control.
19.
88, 88.
8,
All right.
88.
Look, we're gonna go
The
there.
8 account.
It's about
Barring's
105
Bank.
contracts
Barring's
sitting
Bank
at
down.
Down there?
901 right now. Interesting that they have it at 901 and not at 900.
Yeah.
Now there's
All right,
200
lower-
lots down there, one at 901 and one at 900. So somebody's trying to front run whoever's
Yeah, they are.
sitting there at 900.
Leapfrogging each other.
Dakota, is that you down there?
Dakota. I know. Go to sleep with a 30 lot on. It's my dog, man. Hey, you do it. Who else is doing that? All right, so we're gonna wait for this 9 o'clock. Then we'll maybe pull some new levels. To the downside, yeah, 19,888. 19,888. He says there's more room to the downside. 19,800. I have the 4-hour imbalance on the 12th.
So, do we look for a short on this pullback?
That's what I was just
Is
thinking.
my
of.
question.
Yeah.
Yes,
Well,
Okay.
now, yeah,
that might
Yes.
have been it.
that was good. I think that was it. Yeah, 940s.
Yep.
940
That
was
a
the
very
sell.
fast.
Yeah, it's quick. It's quick, but we got a lot of day ahead of us still. If you look at yesterday's trend, right, 400 points or whatever it was, there was a few opportunities to get in. Just if we see it, we gotta be decisive on it. And yep.
Yep. All right, let's see what we got here. All right, we got a number here in about 6 minutes. We'll reevaluate after that.
Man, I just need to just learn to execute like UMP.
Oh, come get out of here. Yeah, well then I'll take. You know what I'll take? I'll take your patience. I'll take your intuition. I'll
I
take
see what
your
you did
line of
there.
sight on the market movement, how to scale into a position and still get paid out even if it's a DCA. All that. I'll take all that. You could have my execution.
But sometimes it's frustrating just sitting here calling out the market and not placing trades, and then just like what that other day, Tuesday or whatever, you were over there carving it up, and yeah, you just have no fear.
I got crushed
No
yesterday. I
hesitation.
got crushed yesterday. Yeah, no. For putting a week together, then I got crushed. I should have locked myself out.
Exactly.
There's your 14.
There's something to be said just to close our eyes and just take a short looking for 901, 902.
I mean, it slides faster than it glides. I've been a bear forever, and yesterday I got stuck on just getting long. Who the hell? What bear gets long on a day where the market makes new highs overnight, as John said, made new highs overnight, which is always a red flag, especially when it's been creeping up for the last 10 years. You get it.
S&Ps have still not taken out last week's high. They're still holding above it. S&Ps are showing much stronger.
Yep.
Looking for any
Levels?
ice orders. I'm not seeing any here just yet.
Interesting.
Levels, John?
Well,
Last
the
week's
last
high
week's
level?
high in the S&Ps was 55.19 and a quarter. 55.19 is the current session low.
Still
The
holding.
NASDAQ has taken out last week's high, which was 19,959.
All right, I'm short a one lot in the Nasdaq from 24 and a quarter. Target is 900. Stop is at 43. Taking a page out of MP's book and just going to shoot a little bit.
Yeah,
one
market's
lot.
still looking heavy.
Shoot or shoot.
Yep.
Shooters got to shoot.
Yep.
Iverson used to always say that, right, Andre?
Oh, yeah, you got to.
Got it.
Next shot's going in.
And I know there is news out in a couple minutes. I like where the stop is. It's about a 20-point stop.
I'll take a short with you on the 29s.
All right, number in 3 minutes.
Oh, you guys are just over there having fun.
Yeah.
We're fishing for minnows. You're more the big game hunter.
Right.
The ones that don't get canceled.
We got news out in a few minutes.
You say 43s? You did say 43s. There's 44s.
All right. Here's these 40s. You like selling these 40s?
Ouch. Okay.
Yep. There you go. I am out on that. Took a loss. Still like the
I like the
downside,
idea.
though.
I like to, yeah.
You guys got stuffed out?
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay, I'm short now.
I know. That's exactly a good move.
Yep.
We'll see. I'm
Always.
short a win. Just a little bit. I'm probably I don't mind getting stopped out here. I'm gonna add to it if we get up to 60.
Where was the last number? 59s?
Yep.
59s. Yep.
Yeah,
Last week's high.
You like that, John, for a short up there? Last week's high?
I mean, that's where it started to accelerate once it got
Yes,
down
it
through
did.
that.
Yes, it did. All right, I think we got 2 check marks for that for 95.9s.
There is news
Good.
out in,
Yeah.
30 seconds, right?
Yeah. And you jump on in when that thing hits.
Yeah,
It's
if it
looking a
blows the
little
top
thin.
off the, yeah, it's very thin.
Are you flat and
Yes, it's still
personal?
holding up.
$959's MP for house.
Delta negative 2,000 in the NASDAQ.
Are we giving more credence to Delta now that we are fully on the September contract now, John?
Finally.
Finally.
Yes.
In NASDAQ, NQ, minus 2,000. What's the ES, John?
Minus 2,000.
Oh, ES minus 2,000. Oh, same.
Both.
Gotcha. Roll is over. September contracts are in the house. Adios, June's crazy. About to be in the second. Here we go.
Ding dong. The roll is gone. The roll is gone. The roll is gone.
All right, let's see if we
Wow.
could get it. This is
Myers.
that
All right, we
7
got our
level.
numbers
I'm
coming out here.
Hit us, Eddie.
We have our home sales here at 4.11. They were expecting 4.1. Existing home sales changed. They had a negative 0.97%, coming in at 0.7%. So that's what we've got so far. 9:30, gas, natural gas, and of course at 12 o'clock, Baker Hughes. Back to you, Andre.
Thanks, Eddie. Eddie did just tell us in the check. Gold tagged new low, 23.47. What's up, John?
S&Ps has me nervous to be short anything.
Oh,
I agree with you, Hope.
all right.
Yeah, that divergence is weird. And
Oh,
S&P just looks a lot stronger right now.
So the
Numbers were-
59, or what
I'm
we're talking
flat.
about, 59, the 59s before ripped through it, and now they're above it. Is this one of those days where that level was 69? What was it? 59.
59,
Last week,
59.
ripped through. I don't know. We got like 30 handles that you could have got out of it, and then pop back up. Now we're still above it. We're still above it. Is this now? Why is it? Talk to me, John.
I mean, it's a pivotal level. It was yesterday's session low, was the overnight session low from last night. It's an obvious visual level, and it could be one of those you move back to it and take that trade because it lets you limit risk. The problem is the S&Ps never even looked below last week's low. That strength is killing me. S&Ps have traded back to session VWAP, which was 55.33 quarter. NASDAQ, the session VWAP is 19,996 right now, 997 right now. So if it's going to pop there, it's going to go check that VWAP. And VWAP is tilted to the downside. So that, the sellers are still in control.
Okay.
I got stopped out too. So on my short.
Same.
Those housing numbers were better than expected, even though one was negative. They were better than expected. Just get a headline here from CNBC. Home prices hit record high in May as sales stall. Home prices hitting record highs. All right. Well, we would have gotten smoked on the shorts.
So again,
Anne-Maire,
VWAP is holding as resistance in the S&Ps. If it pops above that, if you're long, then you can hold on to it. But it's a little bit of a test here. We're still got space to go higher to VWAP in the NASDAQ. Again, 19,996, 97, let's call it.
97s.
Remember, it's roll. What's the last day of roll? Somebody's taking delivery. Can't take delivery on equities. Yeah,
that's cash. That's
cash settled. Real quick, MP, we had a few people commenting in the chat about, your vest. Two themes emerged. One that it reminded them of a rather famous movie.
Hey, nice graphic.
And the next one's better. And two, that it kind of looks like you're prepared for the high seas.
Oh, yeah.
That's his life jacket.
I could probably zip it up and it'll either weigh me down.
Where did you get that stock photo of a boat with people in it, Jack? Where did you get that?
You just go to stock photos. You type in boat with people in it. Life jacket. It's great.
So good.
The future, man. That's why NVIDIA is worth $5 trillion.
MP, put your life jacket on. There you are.
All right,
All right, we're ready.
And I'm not going to keep you
All right. If he goes overboard, he'll be safe.
Yeah, look at this. The zipper doesn't work. I go up with it, but it goes down with it. Oh, now it works. No, it doesn't.
Great Scott.
I know.
This is such a good bit.
What happened? That's what happens when you go to the bargain bin and you start. All right, we're below 59s now.
Yeah, I got top ticked on that stop loss.
Love when that happens, right? I still do like the room to the downside.
So do I. I'm thinking that we could hit that 900, like you said. There's paper there to be filled.
Yep.
Yeah. What were those prices? 919s. What was down there? I'll find it. I'm at level 2 data. Level 2 data here with Topstep X. 100 prices above, 100 prices below. Look at that liquidity's at those block orders. What we call paper. Where's paper sitting? Paper tends to get filled. Yep.
This is funky.
Yes, it is.
No.
Funky monkey. It's a monkey.
There is some
And the
We
trend
got
is down.
gold making some more new lows.
Gold's making lows.
Right now we're hitting a 2345.9. So gold pretty heavy this morning.
2345. Oh, okay, that's awesome. That keeps me in tune with some gold stuff happening.
Hey, Jay, that gold trade at 8 p.m. has been just so amazing. Did you happen to catch
really
last
has, man.
night's?
Yeah, I did, man. It's been a great trade. I have traders kind of messaging me all the time too. It's like, hey, this gold trade is just it's corny, but it's gold.
I know. I need to make
Ew.
sure I remind people it's not a signals class. It's not a signals class. It's not a signals
Correct.
class.
I think what's
Phineas
most
being
important though
huge.
is you found a pattern, right? And you're just executing on a pattern, right? And that's all trading is pattern recognition. At the end of the day, you found a pattern that works, and patterns are patterns until they break, and it has not broken yet.
I'm still hammering gold at 8 p.m. Central.
All week, baby.
It's crazy.
For the past
Sure,
2
like
weeks,
gold better
and
than crude
every
right
single night, exactly at 8 p.m., we've been getting a beautiful move, and we've kind of like identified it, built a strategy around it, been trading it, been trying to manage the trade, and it's worked out unbelievably well.
It's great. Well done.
Trader
Okay,
movie
good.
quote. Ear to ear, baby. Who's got it? Nobody here in chat. Trader movie quote. Ear to ear, baby.
Look at the smile on my bleeping face.
There you
Ear
go.
to ear, baby.
I drive a 355 Cabriolet.
Throws the
I
keys on
remember
the
that
table.
moment. Throws the keys on the
Hey,
table.
Mark gets it. Mark knows it.
Play the room. Mark wins. Great movie. Great movie.
All right, crude, 73% long. Dow, 69% long. Nice. 50-50 in the NASDAQ. 50-50 in ES. Nothing really popping here. We do have a delta of negative 2,000 right before the 9 o'clock number. How much it changed. It is options expiration. There you go. Florence. They got it. Mr. Tuesday Trader guessed Batman. No. Fun
I
fact,
think it
Gotham
might have
Tower.
started Batman. Not a trader.
Gotham
movie.
Tower in Dark Knight is the Chicago Board of Trade building. Gotham Tower.
Yeah, I
is-
saw what's his face.
Yeah, I saw Ledger and Bale.
Ledger.
I saw them run. I saw them running around back in the day.
Yeah, they were hanging out in front of the Board of Trade for a good hot week. Felt like when they filmed that movie.
Okay, I might be liking a breakup to see if we could go back up and test 20,000 again.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
From a 59 pullback, these 59s want to hold up.
We're getting
What do we
cross
got?
signals
How
right now.
many-
We're getting cross signals right now, MP.
59s.
We're running through 59s up and down, so.
With
Session
the cross
VWAP.
signals, right? Go ahead, Hoag.
Session VWAP in the NASDAQ is 19,995. That takes you to your 20,000 there.
Yep.
Yeah.
We're 959
let's
right
see.
now.
I mean,
S&Ps have been struggling to take that VWAP. It's 55.33 right now. And it's been there 3 or 4 times and just can't take it out. Can't seem to just take it out.
Sellers do step in. There's a pretty steep slope to VWAP right now off the open. Downsides, that is. NASDAQ trade 969. 969. High of the day, 20,045. Low of the day, just put in about 20 minutes ago. Low of the day, 19,914. Buyers did step in, though. He pushed it up about 50 points off those 914s. Currently trading 964 in NASDAQ. Crude pushing higher here.
Right now.
$81.49. High of the day, 81.62. It's about 13 cents off the highs there. Now 81.50s trade.
19,959
right here.
is
We're right
trading
here.
right here, right now. I'm gonna get a 3 lot. I'm gonna catch this. If it wants to firm up, it's great. If it doesn't, I'm getting out of 50s. Play the 59 level.
Is everyone flat right now? I know. I think MP just got it.
Yep.
Dakota, are you flat?
I'm-
Jay, you flat?
I'm
Okay.
flat. Yeah,
I'm
I'm
flat.
flat.
51.
This is kind of, that indecisive
Yes, it is.
zone. It's that level where, like you said, it's cross. This could be a good area for a short, could be a good area for a long consolidation if we break one direction or the other.
And if it stays here, it just chops you up.
Yeah,
Exactly.
yeah, that's
Yeah, it could wick out both ways, and that's where it chops you up.
Mm-hmm.
That's where it gets expensive
Do that
real quick.
again.
I'm leaning on our top step levels right now.
I think that's it for no. We got nat gas coming out at the bottom of the hour. And like I said, Baker Hughes rig count, high noon Central Time. So you know the John Jones. I thought about that. I wasn't going to repeat it out loud, but I did. That quote did run through my head. I won't lie. Baker Hughes rig count. You know the what? Look what John Jones said in the chat. What did Deanna say about flat?
John Jones, you're in Twitter. Yeah. What's up, buddy?
Yes. All right, MP, you are in. You're short of 3.
Short. I'm long.
You're long. Okay. Playing up to perhaps playing to VWAP. VWAP 19,000. I got 998. John, I think you have it right around there as well.
Yeah, in the 30-minute, it's a 995.
Gotcha.
Now, if it comes down and test it again, like right now, I'm out. I'm looking for a move, but these are like Anne-Marie just said earlier, the wicks are going to get wicky.
Hey.
Expiration. So next week becomes a little bit more of a real trading week, right?
Mm-hmm.
John Jones, what's up, my brother?
The move this morning was in gold. It was a really nice short in gold.
I'm watching the ES right now.
What are you looking at, Dakota? It's strong. I think ES is stronger than NASDAQ right now.
Yep.
Go.
I'm trying to get in long. Okay, I'm in long on the ES. In long, 5 contracts ES from 32 3/4.
VWAP.
VWAP, Johnny. S&P
Valerie, that was funny. Today's triple witching. Yesterday was triple
pitching. Spot on, Val. Spot on.
Pretty
man.
good. That's pretty
That was
good.
pretty
Who
We're
got
pushing.
steamrolled yesterday? Who got
We're pushing here
steamrolled
at the
yesterday?
NASDAQ. MP's long to 3 lot. Dakota's long to 5
No,
lot.
no, Andre. When I said when it came back down and tested, I got out. So now I'm watching this one with utter management of my behaviors because my patience is, or my emotions are pretty high for getting out of that 3 lot.
NASDAQ testing VWAP now.
Yep.
I need house account plays.
Is there
what do we
anything
got?
that
What do
definitive
you
to take a house
have?
account
Who's
play on?
Who's feeding you right now? What do you have? Getting fed by this? Getting fed by this?
We had some shorts at 59. That was no trade. Luckily, it was no trade. And we're
I do like long
good on the way down.
I've been watching ES a lot more, and it has cleaner price action. We're gonna see.
Nice.
It should be a clean break here above 32.75 since we've been consolidating.
I mean, I'd agree with you, but their charts look exactly the same.
Yeah, but watch the dome when you're like trading it. I mean, the ES is much, the NASDAQ is nightmare fuel.
It's a spaz, yeah.
Yeah.
Delta negative 2,200 in the S&Ps, pushing new highs. That's a little bit divergent.
Ooh. All right, I do believe we have something coming out here shortly. Stay tuned. I'm pushing here, so you get to push these 20,000s here in NASDAQ, about 8 points away. S&Ps blew through VWAP. VWAP 55.33. We are pushing higher here. Yes, James Mullen. Hoag was saying there's a divergence with the negative delta as we continue to go higher in price. It is not congruent with price direction. Perhaps the shorts are going to feel some heat here as we continue to push higher and would fuel a rally to the upside as we do see 20,000s trade in NASDAQ. It's hard being short.
Yes, it is.
Scott Vaughn, you say emotions. I've been holding a buy since 8 a.m. LOL, not been going well. Keep it together. Remember, it's a Friday.
Not seeing any real icebergs, but we're still holding. We just took out a little bit of the delta. the negative 19,000. Excuse me, negative 1,900 now. And we're still holding on the highs here. I'm liking it. Nice trade, Dakota.
Thank you. I closed out of 3 of them, around 36.
Nice.
Just getting in at the offer, the ask. Is ES just easier to trade? I've been watching it every night during slow markets. I'm like, the price action is just so much easier. It's slower. It's a lot more calm. And so here we are again. I'm like, man, I took like 3 ticks of heat in 5 contracts. And
it's a lot easier on my heart. I'll tell you that much, Dakota.
I'm not even worried or stressing. I'm like, man, this is just nice, smooth, going up. I mean,
was that smoke?
Mike Sabbath
Sure was.
there, right? Yeah.
Friday smoke.
Smokestack Friday.
Oh,
okay.
Chat saw something.
I'm out and I'm done with that one. That was $800, $900.
Nice trade, Dakota.
You could trade 100 lots, Dakota. If you're trading 30 lots in NASDAQ, you could trade 100 lots in S&Ps. And sleep just fine.
Yeah, I mean, this price action was good.
It's nice, man. It's chill. Oh, shoot. Is this happening? What's going on right now?
Oh, yeah, it is.
Turn on the light. There it is. MP, turn on the
Oh,
light.
it's happening. Michael's light is on, which means it's a fire drill time.
Woohoo!
Today's offer, if you were listening during opening call, it is a 150K Topstep X trading combine for only $129 a month until you pass or until you cancel the subscription. You can lock in up to 5 150K Topstep X trading combines at $129 each. We are pinning that form to the chat right now. Right now, I'll do it then. We're pinning it to the form, to the chat. Get your name in there. Get your email address in there. Enter for a chance to win one of these codes. Check your email by Monday morning.
Look at all you guys upset about
Listen,
this.
I got something to say real quick. I got something to say real quick.
$90,000 trading. I spent $20,000 in education when I first did it. And you guys,
they were bitching from Tuesday. They're bitching from Tuesday. Do you know how many people
we still had like 7,000.
I was just gonna say, tell them, MP.
We still had 7,000 of you guys that signed up. So whatever.
Yes.
Well, you got there's the 10% that always want a little bit more.
They just want like a quick free 150K account.
7,000 signed up for that promo.
Chasing money. Guys, slow down.
I did get short again. I'm short at 99. My stop is at break even. I'm in 2 contracts short. And I just, if it doesn't break down, it doesn't break down. But had to take the trade. Leaning towards the short side. I'll take
the risk reward on that.
Yep.
Awesome work, Coach Jay.
I just want to see this breakdown below these 83s.
Fire drill link pinned to the top of the chat.
Mm-hmm. Guys, we'll do promos.
Now, Hoag, I know you said the ES.
Don't worry.
Sorry, Andre.
No, you're fine. You're much more important speaking than me, Dakota. Please go.
I was gonna say,
please trust me, Dakota. You speak.
Just real quick. I was just gonna say, I know Hoag says the ES doesn't give him heart palpitations, but this same move on the NASDAQ, if I would have taken the exact same size and exact same in and out, would have been about $2,000 compared to the $800. That sucks. I mean, it's hard to do it and to see that and do like that, the trader math and like the what ifs.
Yep. Seeing the appeal of the NASDAQ.
Well, there's not even trader math. There's just real math going on there where now, you know, the nominal, like the NASDAQ contract is just bigger. It represents more money. With the NASDAQ at 20,000 times 20, it's 400 grand a contract nominal value. And it's only like 200 and something for the ES. And the NASDAQ probably moves more on an average day. So all in all, the NASDAQ's just going to amplify everything and has smaller ticks. So it just whips around.
I say trader math because it's a what if scenario after
Sure
it's finished.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Sure is.
Man.
I'm out on
people who ask me why I entered that trade was it's just a flagging pattern, and then you enter on the breakup.
I'm out on that trade. Took a break even on that. It just didn't break down, right? The low of the opening range was 983. I was short from 99. We traded right down to 983 and bounced off of there. So, the market's not agreeing with that trade idea, at least in the moment. I still do like this to the downside, though. Could be wrong, but I'm not seeing a lot of buying above this 20K right now.
Yeah, we might be making a new lower high on the 1 minute chart.
Sounds good, Jack. Jack, just jump in whenever you feel.
Andre, Delta is now negative 3,000 in the S&P. Is still holding under the highs.
It's getting squeezy. Getting a little squeezy.
All
Jay
right,
Dakota, go ahead, Jack, please.
Yeah, I'll go ahead and please jump in if you see anything moving as far as the trades go.
I have a house account trade short right now.
Okay, just do it.
Sorry,
one check mark. Short right now.
Short right now, Pete. Short right now. One check mark. Do it. Jay John, do we like it?
I like the short side. I like the short side.
2 check marks, MP.
Do it.
2 check marks.
I'm not fighting Dakota.
Sell you 10. Sell you 10.
No, I'm just saying the market just changed so fast right there.
Yeah, I did.
Yep. Right after it stopped me off a break even, and then it's gonna sell. So
yeah, it touched 200, 20,000. So
yeah, this is the short.
Welp.
Well, I'm not sure.
Yes, it was. Yes, it was.
We got 1 check mark on that, or how many?
2, 1.5, 2.
I think we just got to
Too slow, Dre. Tommy Ray. Hey, you snooze, you lose, man.
You guys speaking a little early. It was trading like 87s right when it happened. It's 10 handles
90s.
away.
90s, yeah.
We got 3 handles. Okay.
95s. What? 95s for trading.
Need to go.
We're selling like a mo. We are selling like a mo right now.
That was the one, Dakota.
I know. You see me draw that out on the chart for a second. I drew it out.
I didn't even see it. I knew what you were
lower
looking
high,
at,
and I had this drawn out. And as soon as we started to test it, that's why I just interrupted you guys and just hey, market changed really, really quick in like a matter of a second, and I had to jump in and say something.
Well, the execution guy was slow on that one.
If it gives us another chance, do we want to take it?
That's what I mean. Right when it was happening, I was fumbling around, and then I'm changing the clip size, and then it's trading 70s at that moment in time. And then we had 1 checkbox. So
I think that's a good move, MP. That's not one that you could just jump in. It was a great trade at 95, 90, not so much of a good trade in the 70s, right? This might be one, especially how the market is moving right now, where you need to see profit, take profit. So I'm okay with not jumping in that trade. Again, I still do think there's room down towards 800. So we could always find another place to get in. Let's just forget about that idea right now. We might not ever get back to those prices. So
never. Oh shit!
For the day. Not never. Come on, the Nasdaq's going to be at 30,000 in a month. So
we are selling.
Oh my gosh! How about that?
Dakota? Yeah. We got to be quick with it. Quick draw McGraw. He's got his life.
That's just one of those things where it's a reactionary.
Oh, he means business now.
Yeah, weighing me down. If I'll go down with the ship now.
Oh, it's a real captain.
No life
right there.
Lifesaver.
All aboard!
Hey, Jay and Dakota, can we get a P&L update to update the board, please, when you have a chance?
Yeah, 35, 500.
Down 450.
Jay down 450. Dakota's up 35-ish.
Yeah, 35.5.
$35,500.
35,500. My best day ever was 33,000. That was just your Thursday night.
Oh man!
MP, your best day ever. Do you remember the days after that?
I was having a really good. It was 2008.
Yeah, it was 2008. That's more.
Nice.
Yeah, we were putting up big numbers back then.
Nice.
1,000 tick days. We just shrug your shoulders. That was weird.
Yep. Yep.
That was weird.
Yeah, this
So I
has
learned
been
what
the
the
best 24 hours trading since the whole COVID era.
Oh,
when
not
we
the
were seeing
flex.
those
It's
huge
just what it
swings.
was.
Once again, gold hitting a new low, 2341.5, taking a little bounce off that, and
That's
up
when,
to 44.5 right now. Watch this gold; it's heavy.
So when we learned what flight to quality was back in 08. That's why I learned what the flight to
Gold's
quality trade
heavy.
was.
I got
S&P's
that,
break.
Eddie.
Thanks, Dakota.
All right. Well, we're going to try and preempt
Jeff.
another trade here. We'll do a little news real quick. Hopefully the pug is not barking outside. Never does that.
You have a pug?
First, how the hell do you not know that by now?
I don't know. I guess I did.
Oh God, yeah, it's this cute little dog.
Oh.
He's been on air.
Frank.
Anyway, I just wanted to show this is like one of the weirdest charts I've ever seen. This is the USPC durable goods expenditures. And basically, you know, as Bloomberg chart here says, the trend is your friend. We were on this trend before the financial crisis. Consumption dipped, and then COVID sparked it right back to the trend line where it has stayed for now. Any reasons why? My favorite from the replies to this was lawn furniture, actually. That this is pretty good. People stopped investing in their homes after the crisis, and work from home made them realize they need new lawn furniture. So if anyone thinks it's better.
Come on.
24 people agree.
24. Yes, I see that.
I dig deep.
As funny
I'm
as
not
it is,
elitist.
there's probably something to that.
Yeah.
It's so expensive. I've looked at it. It's so expensive.
What is?
Lawn furniture? Are you kidding me?
All furniture.
I mean,
all furniture is expensive.
all furniture. Yeah. Yeah.
Crazy.
They still have these massive margins. That little.
Speaking of expensive, Stephen A. Smith is signing a 90, or like not signed yet, but ESPN's offering $90 million over 5 years to Stephen A. Smith. I think we all need hotter takes. Apparently, he's holding out for $25 million a year.
We got to turn up the volume around here.
We
got to turn up the volume.
Gosh.
We are too tepid around here.
You know who I like
And-
more than him? I
Who?
like Shannon Sharp.
Same
I do
thing.
too.
Isn't
He
it the same
brushes
thing?
his teeth 7 times a day.
He's got good stuff.
True story.
Yeah.
And in never quitting news, Virginia Hislop got her master's in education from Stanford at the age of 105.
There you go.
She stopped going there because of World War II and got around to doing it now. So it's never
Okay.
too late, folks, for that or
That's
otherwise.
awesome.
It is
Stanford,
awesome.
too. Wow, Stanford.
And just for the quiz later, too, there's one more story that I can't not share this in Chicago news. Tax
Yeah.
breaks to a sex dungeon on the near west side. True story. This is like at 1200 West Grand MP. I have driven by that building hundreds of times.
I live not too far from there.
Andre, you got to go report.
I'll be a field reporter.
Yeah, apparently they got $300K in tax breaks over the years for those apartments above that are not really apartments, but part of a sex dungeon. So
The more you know. Yeah, I'll check back in on Monday. I'll let you guys know. That's for our 100,000 subscriber celebration. I will do some reporting from 1200 West Grand. Got it.
let's do it.
Real quick here for those trading natural gas.
man.
Got about 20 seconds here. We'll get that number out as soon as it hits the wire. Sorry.
Hey, Jack, back to that lady that just graduated, that
Yeah.
the joke that's always going on where it's like recent college grad, 30 years experience, fresh out of college. She fits the bill.
70 years.
I understand
Yeah,
she's got a
let's-
5-year plan.
Oh wow, John.
All right, coming in at 71 billion cubic feet. They were looking at 69, 71 billion cubic feet for our natty gas.
Nice.
Super
So
heavy
what do you
tilt
guys?
here.
What do you guys?
Super heavy
what
tilt
do you guys
Dow,
think it's-
Michael. 84% long. 84% long Dow. I know we don't have that many Dow shares, but still noteworthy. 84% long as we are around the highs.
We're
Go ahead, MP.
straight up 50-50 on everything else in the equities. S&P,
Yeah.
NASDAQ.
Here we go. Head and shoulders maybe on the NASDAQ. If that's the case, if we do break, 47, we could see a new low of day, or at least a test of these lows. Nvidia staying down -4%.
Hey, Jay, just jump off if you need to. We'll adjust on the fly.
All right, cool. Yeah, I'll be back in just a few minutes. Just need to take a call real quick. I still do like the downside. I think if we pop up to 83, maybe selling from there. If we don't get 83, 65 is a pretty good sell. My target would be 900 conservatively. I'll be back in a little bit.
Yep.
Yeah. So this is another technical pattern over on the 1 minute chart where it could be a shoulder, head, and shoulder. And if we do continue to break this neckline, the target would be these lows and maybe a push lower.
Oh, I see it.
Huh. Okay. So these guys do like room to the downside. It's been tricky.
Yeah, we
So
would
it's
have to push
59.
low. Go ahead.
It's still around these 59s too. 959s.
Yeah, it's magnet there.
Mm-hmm.
I like the buys. Let's do a poll
59's
on
really-
if people like the 59s short or above, or long above, short below, or whatever.
Yeah, 59's become the chop zone.
19959. We've been
59's
talking about the whole
chopped, yeah.
time. It's sitting right here. Just did a
From
little
a
head
risk
fake.
reward standpoint, the longs look better from a risk reward standpoint.
I still have my fire drill hatred promotion light. Fire drill hatred promotion light going on right now.
Party.
All right.
Trading tornado. It's been a minute, right? I think I said all-time highs earlier this week. Nothing doing of late. Trust me. I'll be saying it next week. Don't you worry. Roll over, man. Gold, 83% long right now in gold. GC, 83% long in gold. Average price of those longs, $23.49. $23.49. So they're in the money. Oh, they're right at the money. Right at the money here. Again, 83% long from $23.49.
We're still at that 949 level.
Yeah, it's sitting right there.
Well, crude buyers are back in the 55s here, topping out today 81.62. So we're close to some new highs here.
Let's chop around right now. I think we got some stats from JD right now.
Yeah, we sure do. Are you guys ready?
I think we're ready. We're kind of chopping around the middle right now. If something pops, sure to jump in there.
Got some
19,950.
interesting stuff to
Nice.
stuff to talk about today.
Excellent.
Let's start with the hot streaks. All right. So Jacob has tied Massimiliano's record of 36 days
did it.
in the hot seat. Yep.
Wow.
Did it. Yes.
However, I did go back and look at some old notes from last year, and we had a trader, Carlos L. I don't know if you guys remember this. He was on our hot streaks list for a while. Now, our data stops tracking hot streaks after an account is closed, and Carlos L. was moved up from the XFA to the live account. He was on a 32-day heater, and he actually reached out to us to say, hey, my hot streak's still going on. So tracking his XFA to live hot streak, the number is 42. So 36 is tied for the XFA record. XFA to live hot streak record is 42 consecutive days. So we're going to keep that in mind going into next week. Minor oversight. But everyone else, Muhammad, Michael, Happy, and Mukaram, nice hot streaks all around there too. Does that make sense to you guys? How
Yeah.
closing one account? Yeah. Now let's look at our.
Put that, if you got to explain that, JD, each time, put that as a disclaimer at the bottom, like we did for the other ones.
That's a good idea.
36 winning days in a row.
Oh
Your
yeah,
highs
and then also
improved.
put
2 months.
Put the
It's 2 months.
put the record in there. Put the record in the very bottom too. We'll use that
For
space
sure, yeah.
to.
We'll keep an XFA record and an XFA to live record.
Yep.
Put a little
Good
mark
call.
at the bottom there. Cool. All right, now some big news from yesterday. Here are yesterday's best live funded P&Ls.
Ooh.
Raphael S.
Wow.
44 large.
Big
44
shout out to
large.
Raphael. Big shout out for locking in those profits yesterday. I think he was up about 43 grand when Brett and Jack were talking about him on the shoulder tap. So he held on for just a little bit longer and then shut it down. We're going to be hearing Raphael's name quite a few more times throughout the day today. He's all over the place today. Big shout out to Raphael S. Then we have Damien, Miguel, Francisco, and Raphael P. All with impressive days trading the NASDAQ.
Raphael's making that money.
One last thing before we go here. I've got Thursday's payouts.
Ooh, my favorite.
Ayush, Sadara, Kingway's on our leaderboard. Walter and Christian paying themselves to end the week. Nice job, everyone. I'll be back with that leaderboard in just a little bit.
Look at all that money. 10, 20, 30. Awesome. It's about 60 grand in payouts right there.
That's just, I think we average about 200 people a day payouts.
Damn.
These are just the top 5, right?
That's just 5 of them. Yep.
Yeah.
Hey, guys.
Yep.
Gold tilt. Gold tilt alert. 91% long in gold. 91% long.
Wow.
They are long.
Crude topping up 81.74.
Long from an average price of, what do we got here? God damn it, it jumps around. 23.49. 23.49 on those longs. 90% long. 23.49.
That's pretty big.
So let's keep those longs will get paid here. S&P's NASDAQ kind of chilling sideways right now. Dow did see a pullback. For those buyers that do want to step in, this could be your pullback you're looking for. Crude did top out $81.74. Currently trading at $81.69. Dakota, you are flat right now. You are up $35,500. Well done. It's a Friday, Dakota. What do we say? I thought you hated Fridays.
I think
Dakota.
you traded 3,500 accounts, right? Made $10 each. Is that what?
Oh man,
that would have been easier.
I mean, why not just sell you more accounts and you just have to make less money?
It's there's like an old meme somewhere. It's like if everyone sends me $1, and if I'll teach 1 million traders how to become a millionaire, if everyone sends me $1, something like that, or something on social media. It's interesting. And there's a famous saying that I don't know who it's by. I'm sure you guys might have heard of it or told me, where it's like, I'd rather earn 1% of 100 people's income rather than 100% of mine.
Oh yeah.
Uh-huh.
Oh yeah.
Hey John, what's that line? They said, hey, you know how to make $1 million in futures trading?
Start with 5.
Yeah. Start with 2 million.
There you go. Yeah. Start with 2 million. Yeah, start with 5.
It's pretty good. Pretty good.
There's another one-liner. Put that one in your one-liner book. Giving you 3 of them today.
Yeah, we are
with some Citiate terms and some country whack.
Some country jibber jabber.
They're calling it country whack, Andre.
Just jibber jabber, man. You guys just.
You know a faster way to make $1 million in the futures market.
Where are you going with this?
I do.
Where are you going with this one?
That's nothing bad. I mean, this could go anyway, right? You start a social media account and post fake gains.
But don't forget to take a picture of your sports car lease.
All right. No. Come on.
There's more than one person that does that in this space. And yes, I will always knock on those people.
That's been something that's very common for a very long time. I remember as a kid, I would always see people with fancy sports cars, and then years later, they're getting investigated or bankruptcy or.
Oh yeah, no, it always comes up. I watch American Greed too.
Why is the car the same?
That just happened though. That just happened, MP, with that lady CEO where her husband was fraud or whatever. And I always see an advertisement on YouTube of her with her Lamborghini or walking some like.
Oh, you mean
something.
Surge Trader?
Hey,
Surge
look how much
Trader?
Yeah,
money.
that's what it was.
She's up on the
Yeah.
boat. She's up on like a boat, like bikini and everything. You're like, come on, dude. Like, I'm gonna.
What did that Oh, that one. Yeah.
That was very. It was very Titanic like.
Hey, look how much
The
fake
funny
money I
thing
spent
is, it
on
went
this.
down like a Titanic. Oh, go figure.
Why is a
But
sign of
people
wealth
just
like
did their research. Her
dropping
husband was
money
like,
on so dumb.
"Go ahead."
No, why is a sign of wealth like look how much money I may or may not have spent on this depreciating asset? Like why is the car like I'm going to show you that I got money because of the car? You think like showing off?
I
like,
would
your
be
real
showing.
estate-
I would be doing crib
portfolio.
style. I'd be doing
Yeah,
crib style. I'd be like, hey, here's my Malibu house. Here's
Yeah,
my
the houses,
ranch in the
real
mountains.
estate,
Here's
not
Real
not
estate.
car. Yeah, your houses
Now,
here, here, and here. Not
you
this
look a lot
car that I
smarter.
rented. Not this car that I rented for a couple months.
But it does.
Anyway.
It instantly shows everybody else the junk. Keep it up with the Joneses. You know, your neighbors and everything like that. Well, who did you see? Tom down the street just bought a Lamborghini and sitting in his driveway.
Oh, when the car's worth more than the
No,
house,
Tom's an
they're parking it at.
asshole.
Tom's an asshole.
That's it. Hey, you know what? A car can be an asset. Old muscle cars.
There you go.
Yes, I'll be behind
So-
those. Get classics, and then actually be smart enough when you sit on them and say, this is an investment. Blah blah blah.
I'm long Nasdaq. Sorry, it's.
Go ahead.
I'm looking for a breakout above 74, 75s, and if we do, maybe we can make a run for 20,000.
Okay.
Is that 20,000 still in play if it comes up to it? Now, right now, we would have. I mean, I could not have got the 90s. That would have been hard. I could have got the 80s. How about that?
Gotta
It
be
wasn't
quick,
on
quick
77.
with it. You got to be quick draw. Quick draw.
Well, I didn't know we were going. A had to switch accounts. B had to switch clip size. and C, it was a one. It was a one check banger. Like, I don't know. I mean,
It was just a
yes.
fast play. I mean, you can't. Market moves so fast
Thanks,
sometimes.
Dakota.
There's nothing you could really do about it.
That's the guy who I want to report. I want to report to Dakota, not Andre anymore.
Oh, you guys are brutal.
I think that we just got to talk through some hypothetical. 1 second, got to clear my throat. House account trades. That Dolby was making a point in Slack that this is probably better for range trades rather than it's going to be tough to get consensus on a momentum trade if we really want, all these points of confluence. It's already going to be gone.
You guys look at
course,
things
Dolby
that
would say that.
Yeah, of course, Dolby. You guys, it can happen. Everything can happen. We put a man on the moon. People use that line all the time, right? That one, no. Yeah. We were talking about the 19,959s before, and right when it hit that number, it evaporated down to like 30 handles below. So it's that one that Dakota just did. Yeah, that one's a quick one, hard one, and then we're just gonna have to make a discretionary. Should we go with our top trader and who just quickly chimed out a level? Yeah, that would have been awesome. Got to make it work.
Range traders are easier though in terms of time. Like you have the time to analyze it and talk about it. A trade that just happened, it's just too fast. It can be, right? I mean, it doesn't mean that always, because we've caught trades, really good trades.
And
Dolby's a good we caught one, right? Andre on like Power Hour a few times. We caught like that 12K banger. And that was a breakout trade.
Yes, it was.
Yeah. And Dolby, you look at the ranges, so bring that information to the house account formulated aggregate opinion or to on air. That's somebody can chime in on, unless you're chiming in on it because you're on air. But yeah, this is what we got to do. Everybody's boom, boom, boom coming together.
So I built 3 contracts into this long, average price 64.25. I'm going to see if we could make a test back up to these 70s and possibly break out. And I'm risking the low of the range.
There, so you're playing the range.
Yeah. I'm building a position in the range, looking for a breakout to the upside.
Mm-hmm. Boy, Dakota doing breakout trades, range trades, jack of all trades.
He's on the racetrack, Andre, just shifting gears.
Yeah. Inline
fast
six. We're over here. What do you call those?
Andre, we're over here ripping through clutches.
Poll question here just popped up. Do you trade better on Mondays or Fridays? Dakota, I know how you'd answer this one.
I don't know. I mean, I hit daily loss limit this Monday, but then Fridays have been bad for me. Now Fridays are starting to be a little bit better.
I don't
But
think
based
I've
off
never
of
given
today, I say I trade better Fridays.
Fridays now. Check back in on Monday, he says. Check back in on Monday. He'll tell you that. Anne-Marie says, I've burned up a few clutches in my day. Huh? Metal to the metal, MP style. All right.
Driving stick is a lost art anymore. I very rarely know of anybody less than 20 or in their lower 20s that knows how to drive a stick shift.
So it's a good way not to get carjacked.
That's true. They won't know what to do, would they?
They don't know how to. They won't know how to drive it.
What is this?
Here's the break. Here's the break above 75. Let's see if we could hold this now. Not too bad of a trade.
Not too bad of a entry on that one. Thus far, nice trade.
Average
thus
in.
Far.
Or
Unrealized.
scaled in this zone range or whatever we want to call it.
Adding to a winner.
So those that are viewing, tuning in, you heard what one of the top, well, not one, the top trader here at Topstep said about this position, what he was doing, told you where he got in. That's valuable. Period. Andre, you had a couple of hot shot kick-ass traders at El Dorado. And would you listen to them?
I would listen if they would talk. They would kept it very close to the vest. They kept it very, very close to the vest. You didn't know if they were up 30 grand, down 30 grand. The Mikes, Mike H and Mike H actually. And
I'm out. I took profit there. A little early. See my profit, take profit. $1,100.
So how do you like these tests? Because this is where we would have got in when you said the shorts. Is this different? And this is
this is way different. Yeah, this is actually this is one where I'm thinking back and saying, dang it, I wish I would have held one where we could be making a lower high. This is a 1 minute time frame. Let me switch to a 5 minute and I'll show you a little bit.
Okay.
This could be a strong signal that we made a lower high and possibly go to make a higher high. So lower high, there's a possibility that we come up and break above 20,000 and maybe even test 20,030s. Yeah, this is where I say I'm much better at buying the market. I'm much better at looking at it from a bull standpoint. And there is the potential to see 20,030s from that pivot, from that break of consolidation. Which I'm kind of kicking myself that I didn't hold at least one runner, but that's okay. It's Friday. Yeah, I actually have a little golf tournament I'm going to.
Do you?
Oh, look at that.
You're working on your game, Dakota. I like it.
I have a handicap, so it'll be competitive.
I am. I have not turned every time I finish 18 holes. I take a scorecard with me and I fold it up before I get to the pro shop where the great guys that take your card away from you are there, and I rip it up.
John Daly would always say he gets to explore the entire golf course, and he gets to go talk to everybody on their
sandbagging on your handicap.
I'm just too embarrassed to turn it in yet. I'm in that such an early phase that.
All right, here's the 20,000s. 20,000s S&P or a NASDAQ coming right up.
What do we have, Andre? Anything around this world? I do think if we would have got that one, it was a 40 handle move, we probably would have taken off at least half and kept the other ones and then been stopped out up here. So we probably would have been up 10. And I don't think I would have had
probably up like 12 grand, 14 grand on that one.
Oh, I know where you're going with that one. Making the old intern Mike.
It's all good. Hey, all good.
We'll hold a negative delta up here.
Are you really? How much down? How negative are we? It was 2,000 about, or it was
negative 3,200 in the S&Ps now. It was negative 4,000 a few minutes ago.
You always just wish you had bigger trade size when we have a run like that. Hindsight's a beautiful thing.
Oh, hindsight capital. $1 trillion.
The market's going your way. You'll never have enough on. When it's going against you.
After I closed out of that, I
you.
looked again, and sure enough, I'm like, you know what? Why did I not hold at least 1 or 2 contracts up and see if we can make a run for these 30s?
Oh, yeah, Hoop.
It's looking more and more likely.
Hoop in the chat. Look at the gold tilt. Yep. All those longs did get
Big
squeezed.
change.
New highs crude, $81.79. New high currently trading $81.75, about 4 cents off those highs. Yeah, I'll do it again, Gabe. I got you. Again, hashtag fast markets, upper left-hand corner. Hit us up on Twitter. Call it Twitter, X, whatever. At Topstep. Use the hashtag fast markets. Show us your trader setup, your swag, trader certificates, trader wins, all that cool stuff. Hashtag fast markets.
Show us your ham sandwich. Go make a ham sandwich. Take a 15-minute break. Show us that.
Sandwich. I like that.
You're more of a BLT guy, Andre.
Worthless sandwich. Completely. I'm
I-
going to take
I
a lot of
argue
heat.
with Andre
I'm going to
about
take a
this
lot
all
of heat
the
for
time.
this in the chat. I'm going to take a lot of heat. That's a
let's
worthless
do this in
sandwich.
chat. I'll do this all
That's
day
a
long.
worthless
Let's do this in chat.
sandwich. I got you.
Best
guilty
sandwich
zone.
out there. Now, you want to zero in on the BLT because I think the BLT
Yeah,
is
worthless sandwich. What is that? What is a BLT? It's such a. Yep, I knew it was going to come. Such better sandwiches out there.
Andre,
go.
I order them all the time with Andre. He always just shakes his head. I'm like,
What is that?
it's simple. It's an incredible. I mean, add extra bacon and it's even better.
There you go.
The best sandwich
Bacon.
is a hoagie.
Oh, there you go. I like that.
Hey, I got some support. I got Reuben. There you go. JW. Now, Reuben's a real sandwich.
Come on.
Reuben's a real sandwich.
Is a hot
didn't
dog
know-
a sandwich?
Oh, now you're going in the
Not.
end zone.
They just open up a can of worms.
We did this in the Topstep office back in the day. I remember that one. We got nothing on tilt. You got a
Nothing on
little heavier long, 60%. Average price of all the longs that are 63% of people are long is 73, 973. So they are 9 handles in the money. 10 handles in the money.
Purse ravioli.
All right, let's talk a house account trade.
We got to talk this out.
Let's talk one through before it sets up because there is a chance for this to happen. A break above 20,000 and a run into 20,030s.
The upside, I like that.
To the upside.
We're going to pull back to these 59s. What if we see these 59s again?
I would say
even earlier.
It's going to fall apart.
Yeah, I don't think we see 50. Maybe you just do not know. But there was a lot of sellers around like 66 to 70s, 72. And if those sellers now become basically buyers, right? This was resistance for most of this morning, right around where we're at now. So we'll see if this resistance becomes support right around this zone where we're at, right around 70s.
It's, you look at the hour, you look at the 30-minute, everything's still in a downtrend. How much of this could be a head fake and then take the whole market apart the rest of the day? Just because it kind of, if you look at the daily, then too, it's kind of looks like it's rolling over. But then every time you pick the markets are going to roll over, they just jam it up your face and make new highs. Now it's a bigger time frame. Is what I'm. It's bigger time frame. Is what I'm.
All right, let's pull some levels here. Coach Jay in Nasdaq. He looks still far away.
Yeah. That's all I'm looking at is I'm looking for these 70s. I mean, these 70 zone plus or minus 5 points. It was resistance. And I'm looking for that resistance to now become support.
70s. One check mark for 70s. One check mark for 19,000.
Yeah, 70s zone plus or minus 5 points.
Gotcha. John, take a look. You're kind of in the middle. Looking at the 5-minute.
Do we ever get the pull up for people on the 59s or we could even say the 70s at this moment in time?
It's the point of control, 70s.
Yeah, it is.
For the session today. typically not going to be a good spot for me to look at, but that's
Okay,
just from
that's fine.
profile.
Sure. There's point of control. I see that. '70s. Ideal is 70 long. Check mark. Got one. Half.
I see what Dakota's looking at. It was resistance. Now we're coming at it from the other side. It could be support, very much so. But with the moving averages, the VWAP, everything's still pointing lower.
Yeah.
Yeah, if we do break through, then I think we do get back down to the 50, 59 area. And I seen Dobie in the chat. Yeah, 15-minute range from 19,950 to 20,000. And I see what he's seeing, and that could very well be another play if we do break down and we don't get the technical reversal here. Then
this is what
why not? Maybe,
right, Dobie?
Yeah. Yep. I think that's what he's looking at. That makes sense to me. So if we do break through this, support resistance level, then yeah, I do see 50s coming back into play. Maybe 40, 47, 48.
I just drew out what's going to happen right here. So don't worry, guys. This is exactly what's going to happen.
It's probably accurate.
Low.
Hold on. Then let me finish here. And then right here, and then straight line there.
Finish right where we started.
Finish right where we started.
Friday. I'm liking the price action right now. If we break above this 79.80, well, it's too late now. So support did become resistance. That was the trade. Now let's see if we get some momentum back up towards 20,000.
60.
So, like I said, this is not a signals class, guys. It's more about the concept.
Yep.
Gold trade near the lows here. Point control. Yeah, nice. Poll is up. How's the count poll? NQ 19,970 long or short. We're trading about 14 points above it. So I guess long is the answer. Long is the answer there. All right.
Well, we got a lot of folks saying long.
Oh yeah, it's 20 points in the money. All right, Dakota. Next time you got something, we're clickbanging it, man.
I'm trying to give it to you early.
I know, man. I know. I got you. You're good. You're good.
I gave that as early as I possibly seen it.
He did. So hopefully other people are catching this. Like how's the count?
I know. Yeah, they
are. The whole thing, we're all supposed to be winning here, whether you're fading it or going with it. Talk about it.
It's not a signals class. We all have our own trades, but if you like it, go with it.
Right back to
Just don't blame me if I'm wrong.
The next one's gonna be wrong because you've been right.
That's what's gonna happen. You guys can all go with it, and it's gonna be like
no, you've been spot on right now. Let's see if we get a push in these 20,000s.
Yeah, 2030. 20,030 is my target for this. I should have just taken it myself.
Yeah, you saw the flag on the 1 minute. Craig Taylor. I think that's what Dakota's looking at. Dakota does love to spot out.
Yeah, here we go.
Spot out the flags. Yeah.
So it's ripping through VWAP. Okay.
Yep. You loving it, Dakota.
It's 208.
Oh man.
Yep.
Hey. Some days I'm the exact opposite.
70% are saying long. Now you guys were in the money, so that was an easy yes. But same time, you all heavy long. 70% of people right now on the tilt are long, and the average price is 74.
You guys focus on your personal accounts for the time being. We'll try scraping up some house accounts in the back, house account trades in the background. You guys trade your personal account right now because methodology, we're just a little too slow right now. So you guys trade your personals. If you see anything pop in here, Dakota is up. Dakota, what's your P&L right now?
36,650.
What's your best
The
day?
market's moving, Andre. Keep focused on the house for sure.
Pull the trigger.
Okay, I will.
What's your best day ever, Dakota?
In 2020 during COVID, I had a pretty amazing day. Then yes, the past 24 hours has been my best day since. About 36K in my Topstep account and a lot more in my personal account.
Yeah, that's.
How's it going, guys?
What's up?
Still stuck in this range?
How are the floors?
No,
we're above
Coming along.
20,000 right now. Above 20,000. Maybe how about a short 20,035? 20,035.
Yeah, there you go. There we were talking. We were talking about the earlier today. Trying to remember levels that we were talking about.
So we got settled at 20,031 half. 21,031 half.
Just took out the high of the IB and the ES. And we're still negative 2,800 in Delta.
We're getting rolled. We're getting squeezed here. Dakota, what's your next level here in terms of NASDAQ?
Well, my target was 20,030, right? 30s.
Yeah. All right, so that's a set.
Oh man, this market. Sometimes when you just feel like you're reading it good, it's in easy mode today.
Oh boy.
I'm just gonna wait and see if I can see another setup. But I don't have any levels right now.
Okay.
We're just bullish. We're probably gonna turn green in the NASDAQ. Nvidia's
pumping
a little bit. It's still down 2%, but that could change really fast.
All right, so we've got settled here at 20,031 half. 20,031 half. We're still about 20 points off of that. Hoop did say settle play in NASDAQ. I know Hodgman always likes to settle play. Perhaps a short. There's no real follow through one way or another. What's up, Jay?
If you're looking for a short, maybe up near the 40s. I'm looking at 2040, 2041.
I'm trying to get a cheap trade.
We got longs building on tilt.
How long?
So
Oh, yeah, we do.
There could be some momentum to this.
This is interesting.
Yeah.
What Michael's looking at right now. MP's looking at 73% long in NQ right now, as well as 70% long ES. We are pumping higher here. So we got one check marker for 041. 041. That would be up around the range. High of the day, 045. So I do see what you see there. Cody, you liking that? 041s.
I like the freaking 70s.
I got you, Dakota.
Yeah, those were good. 70s were nice.
All right, 041.
Yeah.
031, settle. You get there.
I get you, though, Dakota. I was reading this book about mastering, trading psychology and things like that. And one of the things they say you have to do is to reset after a trade, right? So even after that trade idea, right, you had the 70s, you watch it play out. You need like that buffer to kind of reset a little bit before you jump into another trade
100%.
Because that next trade is probably not going to be as good of an idea.
Exactly. Yeah, you've seen that setup, right? Where like
yeah.
But oh well, It is what it is. I mean, to be honest, I could sit here and watch the market all day and like try and call out these trades, and too many times do I call them out and they work. And you know, Coach Jay, it happens to you all the time. It happens to us all the time on Fridays on fast markets where we're like, hey, this is a great trade, and it gets within a couple points or it just plays out so perfectly. But for some reason, we just don't pull the trigger, and that's why I was just so, I guess, giving you kudos, MP, about how great of a quick execution you had earlier on that short, where it's like zero hesitation, just boom, short. And
not in the house though. Yeah.
Hey, MP, what are you seeing on tilt here in NASDAQ?
Heavy everything. Everything is 70%. Micros, micro NASDAQ, S&P NASDAQ. This is the heaviest it's been all day long. Thousands of open positions. Average price of 19,988, 992. Micros 88. Minis 92. Average price of all the longs. They are in the money. 20 handles. Annotate it.
Yes. What's the price they are along from?
Yeah.
984. Oh, you're in the money.
T4 used to have a annotation, and this is where you can mark up your chart. So mark up your chart. I'll mark it.
Crude saw sell off here, off about 32 cents off the highs. High of the day, $81.79. Currently trading 81.47. Current trade in NASDAQ, 20,006. VWAP slow flattened out. What's up, Dakota?
I am seeing a short now back into the range.
Hell yes. Let's get it. Dolby Time telling me 24 is top of 1 hour range. Top 24 is top of 1 hour range. Currently trading nines.
Well, I got
You
short.
can see on my chart.
If we're early, then we're.
We are in.
I mean,
Oh, shit.
If we do break below 05s, I think we can rotate back down below 2,000, 20,000. Range bound. I mean, if this is going to be a range bound market and we're going to continue to be in the range, like I would wait for a breakdown below that trend line.
all right.
This might, but then you get that feeling like, oh, how many times can I be right? You just have to keep taking the trades you see.
I see what you're saying, Dakota. It is a range bound market. I personally would rather not trade range bound markets because of what you just said, right? How many times can that range actually be right? And then the breakout usually looks like something drastic. But that's why you establish your risk and you just go from there. But
yeah, I sold 10.
Yeah, and you wait for confirmation.
you sold 10s, MP?
I sold 10s. I think it's a little in the hole. Tilt was so tilty. There's something here about what you said and then tilty. So
house or personal, MP?
That's his house.
Okay, mine's 10.
We can work it if it trades up to 20s or 30s. We can work into this one. It was very, very tilty, like huge longs. So
short for
that
10?
to me could be, short 10 from 10.
Okay.
I'm annotating my screen.
NASDAQ couldn't take out the IB high. S&Ps are at risk of putting up a failed upside auction.
All right. We're getting some confluence here.
We got some time to wait for that to kind of show as true, but
Bravo, MP. Bravo.
Could not take out the IB high.
All right. Feels like 20,000 level isn't as significant as it was last few days. We kind of trained right through it.
Yeah, I'm still.
I annotated my screen so we all can kind of get a feeling for what's happening.
We're testing it. Let's see if we can get this break.
Oh shit!
We got the break, so I would have been triggered in at like 07s, 08s. But now the question is if this was just a liquidity grab before we push higher.
Let's look for some liquidity. We got 50 lot at 2,000 or 20,000, I should say. Jay's better seeking out those block orders than I am. Jay, you see anything upside or downside in NASDAQ?
Upside, it's around 21, but it's kind of just flashing right now. 23 and a quarter. There's 52 there. The books are really thin.
They are. Notice that. Friday.
Really thin.
Someone says $1 billion worth short was stopped in the queues. Interesting. I don't know. I wonder if he's talking options or something.
All right, here we go. 77% still long. What was that? MP, what were we at? 76% long NQ? You annotated. I didn't get a chance to see.
Yeah, I put it in there, but
I like it.
Yes. Great trade, MP. I like that.
Woo!
Getting in early, but I think that is the right call. You're in short from where?
We in the house account are short from 10. That's
okay. How many?
Traded up to 28, and you guys are talking about 40. So there's like the stop I put on the house account was 46.
46.
How many how many lots contracts?
We're short 10, but we need to really be at the 20. position
Build
size
into it.
for the house.
Yeah, we can build in. Let's take a look here. Some Top Step daily levels. Yeah, I've kind of run through them. John did mention perhaps a failed upside auction. I got us down for 2 check marks with Jay and Dakota. John said possible failed upside. Would tilt be a check mark, Michael? Such a heavy tilt, 76%?
We said heavy
kind of feel
tilt
like it
check mark. Yeah.
I kind of feel like it is. It's 3 check marks. You can add 5 if we keep pushing down lower here.
Dakota, this 05 is what you were looking for the breakdown, right?
I was actually, I would have been getting in at the break of that trend. So I would have been getting in probably closer to like 06. I mean, same difference, right?
Yeah. Yep.
My stop would be like, I think my stop would be either at the high of 27.5, or if my tighter stop, it's going to be around 18.5. Maybe,
Okay.
yeah.
Where would you add, Dakota? Or Dakota, if we do continue to roll over here, where would you add into this? You said 6.
I don't see myself adding. I don't see myself adding to this one.
Hey, Sacred Refuge FX says fading these clowns are the best.
Well, good.
A lot of money.
I hope you're
You'd be down a
funded,
lot of money.
I hope you become the best trader here, so you can come on the show. That's what it's about.
Yes.
Opportunity, if you don't see that
Refuge.
opportunity right in front of you, then
You were fading Dakota. You'd be down 35 G's today, my man. I don't think you want to fade that. Anywho, back to the markets. Appreciate you clicking. Appreciate you tuning in, my man. We could not be here without you. Could not be here without you.
Our subscriber numbers might have just dropped by 1, but that's okay. We're still above 100K.
Something tells me they watch day in and day out.
Right.
Anyways. All right. Got stuck here. No, we're not banning. We're not banning that. As long as they're watching.
We don't ban them.
As long as they're watching, man, it's Gucci.
Well, we do say you control sports though, just not anything else, because it's like kind of annoying. You like bring bad energy in here if you're trolling other traders.
Might be right.
Trolling sports.
As we trade 14s here in the NASDAQ. Dow starting to see some sellers.
Yeah, I don't like how we didn't break down. We had no follow through on that break. You know where this is going, Andre. They finally opted for the
No. Top of the range is 20s here. Top of the range is 20s. We have slowed down volume. Jay, how are we looking on volume? I know volume is everything. Jay, how are we seeing? What are we looking at volume? I'm looking at the 5 minute. What are you seeing?
Looking at a 5 minute, it's kind of just low volume. Not really any heavy delta in either direction. The one candle I would point out that was the 955 central candle. The high of it is 11. The low is 966. If you're looking at my screen right now, we're kind of holding the high of that candle right now, right where we traded into it. If we were looking for a breakdown, if we got it, I was looking for a target at 990 because that's 50% of that candle. Right now, that's holding, but it's not significant volume. It's not a whole lot. It's just relative to what we've seen for the day.
Okay. So nothing standing out to you, I guess is what you're saying.
Yep.
It came up and touched those 20s and pulled back pretty hard off those 20s.
Sellers didn't come in.
Like quickly, that's 15 handles in the money if you would have sold your 20s up there. But then there's a fight right here at 20,000.
There is a fight right now.
Yeah, you can feel it.
Night Woman says it's sell time.
I still like to trade.
Yeah. VWAP slope has flattened out. It was pretty sloped to the downside.
Dolby's looking at the hourly. It says 1 hour range in control. Watch out for the 2040s. The 2040s would be the high of that 1 hour range. There you go. That goes back to about London Open.
We're sellers in crude off about 50 cents off the highs. About 50 cents sell off in the last 15 minutes here in crude.
It's
chilling.
It's chilling.
It's the range. So it was 76% long, I believe.
Yeah.
And are they still long? What are we looking at right now? In Q, 65% long.
This looks better.
Is it going to be?
It all depends on what chart you're looking at, Jay, and what your intervals are. It all depends on. Yeah, I agree. On my 5 minute, it does look better. I
So true, Andre.
That's the tricky part about this. Man, take a look at some of
There's
the
always an argument to go long or short.
Yeah.
Always.
Hey, what are you guys thinking then if it comes back up to the 10s and stays firm and then goes 15s? Isn't that kind of growing legs to the upside?
Yes.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
So then what's the play? If it doesn't have to go all the way to your stop, but things are changing, would you guys say anything's changing yet?
Yeah, I mean, if you don't get the price action you want, you could just close it, move on to the next.
You could just cut it. Yeah, I mean, we would take a profit right here, right? Not the biggest one, not what we're looking for, but if the market's not giving you what you want, it's okay to take it off before you hit your stop.
If it firms up above 10, that's kind of something we want to take off. But then, I mean, here's your little above 10. Here's your 15s. Here's your pullback to 13s. So if it trades above 15s, are you guys? You don't what?
Well,
I don't like that we're not even hitting 20 now, right? We're looking at 20K. We're not even touching it at this point.
Well, hold on.
No, this is we're not really breaking out in any
one way or another, though.
I mean, I covered it. Yeah. Do we want to keep it on? You said if it firms up, still 10s, it's still 11s. We'd have a little bit.
We're indecisive. Cut it. We're indecisive.
We'll just keep
right
talking.
Now.
Please keep talking it out. So 13.
Quick new low here in gold. Gold heavy. 23.3680.
Eddie, we got the house account right now. Hey, we're super indecisive, Michael. If we're indecisive, if the reason you got in is no longer there, you got to get out of the trade. I think that's.
Well, I know, but I want to keep talking out this because
we can
literally
we can jump back in. We got out. We're trading 40s now.
There's the 40s conversation. There's Dolby's talking about the 1 hour at the 40s. 1 hour's in control. So he mentioned that earlier.
Yeah. Liquidity to the upside. We got about 100 lots sitting here. All right, so we got out good.
NVIDIA's rallying.
I'll just make a quick point about range trading. I know every trader is going to look at the market a little bit differently. Depending on the time frame that you're looking at that chart, right? I'm looking at a 3 minute. Andre, you're looking at a 5 minute. Can you say definitively where the market was going? No. And that's why, to me, I don't like range bound trading. Now, do I give up trade locations sometimes for confirmation and maybe potentially miss a trade or get in later than I should? Yes, but right now it feels like a 50-50, right? And
that's not what we get in
trades. We try to skew on the side of maybe a 60-40 or a 70-30 with probabilities. And in that range, that tight of a range in the NASDAQ, it feels like a 50-50. Is it worth putting the risk behind it?
Well put, Jay.
Yeah, I think to answer your question, I think it's not worth the risk. No.
So good cut, MP.
Yeah, I agree. So Waters told me
what did we cut it for? Or what price?
Scratch
it.
Oh, great.
Sold 9s and 10s. Short 9s. Well, average price of short 10s. Whatever. Point. Loser. $400 loser.
I don't know if we're still doing the casting call, but we got Gabriel in the chat that says he wants to get on the show. So Gabriel, if you fill out that casting call sheet, the team should get back to you.
Pissed off Jay. He pissed off Jay.
And also, I see Key Bezo passed his first combine today because of TopstepTV and slow markets.
There you go.
That is why I do not. I don't mind passing up on $1 million or any amounts of money.
He doesn't have that.
Nice cut for way to get out. I like that. Great talking there. The reason we got out, the reason we got in was no longer there. We were indecisive. We
Yeah,
covered.
that was
Boom.
true.
Now we're coming up these
That's true,
40s.
but here's your 40s though. Here's your 40s.
Here's your 40s.
So let's go back to this because we were talking about 40s early. So is Dolby. Dolby, chime in here again because you were talking about the 1 hour in control. You did it in Slack, which is fine because we can't put all these people on air at the same time through the software we use. But you guys also talked in here, Coach Jay in Dakota. Maybe I don't know if Dakota, but Coach Jay, didn't you talk about the 40s earlier?
Yeah, 40 is the low of the 30-minute Globex Open, 40 and a half, which is where we just wicked to and rejected off of so far.
Yesterday's value point of control is 38. So right here, right now, Johnny, what do you got? We can find a better entry on this one if we think this is an entry and we think it's going to go back to range, right?
Yep.
I like the 40s. It's close to settlement. What was settlement? 31 half was settled. I'm sorry.
And then we had a
31
stop on our 10 lot short at 46. That would have not have been hit right now.
How close would we have gotten? No, we would not.
We would have gotten five handles away. Yeah,
we'd be taking some serious heat right now.
So it was around 7,000 heat. We would have been taking. So we're not. There's a better entry that if you said, "Hey, I still like it," and it looks better now. Mm-hmm. I'm just talking it out. I'm not even the idea guy here.
We're still at risk of putting a failed upside auction now in the S&P and in the NASDAQ, but we've got to be patient. We got to let it confirm.
Mm-hmm. 20,038 yesterday's volume point of control.
Yeah, that 40s was nice, and it was a quick
that was the high of the range, right? That was pretty sweet.
Yep. There was yesterday's value point of control, which is 20,040. Jay was talking about 40 or 20,038. Same thing. Big pullback off that, trading 20,022s, 20,022s, 2020s, 20,020s, 20,015s. There's your 35 handle pullback.
Dakota, stop laughing, man.
And now it's like we would not have been stopped out. We're now 4 handles away from our entry. We're now roughly at our entry. If we still had our short on, I'm talking out if the short was still on, we would have not have hit our stop.
Odds are increasing that we are going to end up having a failed upside auction as long as we stay below the IB high.
Does the trade look like it's back? Go ahead.
No, I was going to ask the same question you were just asking, MP. Does it look like a better trade now that we see where the high of that range is? I don't disagree with that, right? We could get in at the exact same price and not have to sit through that, $7,000 drawdown if we still like the trade from here.
Dakota and anybody in chat, thoughts?
I don't have any thoughts on this.
Okay.
I hate range-bound markets. I really do. I'm going to be honest. I think that was the best decision was to cut it off, and you're down $400. That's a better trade than most
anything you could take in
that situation.
Well, we were talking about it. It couldn't break 20,000s. Now it's back down here at 20,015. Now we were short to 20,010s, went all the way up to 20,040s, fell apart, back down to 15s. Now we're trading 20s. But the point of the story is it's still above 20,000.
Yeah, my thoughts is we break 40s and we might have a chance to go up and test 60s and 70s.
Yep. Yeah.
So yeah, I'm more bullish right now than I am bearish because we've broke.
Why?
We broke that consolidation, and I think that because we broke this consolidation right around where we were looking to get short, there is a chance that we just rally higher. And given the past few months, right? I mean, it's been a lot easier to buy the market, even though, yeah, I am being bearish and I am a bit bearish. I do see NVIDIA catching, a bid It's only down, 1.75% rather than 3 or 4% earlier this morning. And we're really off the lows. And we went up. We just tested the 40s for the very first time, and we could very well see a rally. And we could see NASDAQ turn green today.
Steve R., you're short from 40s. Nice short. We got some other folks that are short from 40s. Okay, good, guys. This is what the whole point is. I don't care if we're making money or not making money, as long as everybody in here is either getting their think tank full or their account growing.
We got about 4 minutes to wait to see if we're going to semi-confirm if we have a failed upside auction.
Still needs to break 2,000 for me to really break down. Tashar says that.
There also is something to be said that it's Friday, and if we've already made money this morning, we could just be done. I know you guys I hear you guys talking all the time about the pits where who's ever left on the floor by noon.
Yeah, not good.
Caught in a position or not
chasing money.
Well.
Yeah, John, that was never a good spot to be in if you're waiting around for a big order to come in the pits on a Friday afternoon. Not where you want to be.
So just everybody knows that.
Hey.
Yeah, they were either down money, didn't like to drink, or hated their wives if they were still in there at afternoon on Friday.
As jokingly as that it was, it was kind of true. The more you hung out with the same people all the time, or didn't hang out. They're in the pit. All right, it's back down at our entry on the short. We would have taken 30 handles at least, on it. It's still above 20,000. Every time it comes down to the 10s, the 05s, the 06s, either the buyer step in but it's banging on that so many times.
Yeah. Hey, John, what was Delta on that? Did all those shorts get squeezed when we popped up to those 40s? Because it kind of felt like that's what happened there. I know we were at minus 3,200 at 40 minutes ago.
No, they never really squeezed out, Andre. It's still negative 1,700 in the NASDAQ.
Yeah.
Negative 4,500 now in the S&Ps.
All right.
It's the one thing that makes me nervous about shorting.
Yeah, I feel that. Crude saw some buyers come in at the 15 cent, $81.15 level, popped about 20 cents here, trading 81.38.
All right, it's 20,000 now. 20,005, 20,004, 20,000. Do we get a 20,000 even coming up? Do we get that? I'm short 3 from. I'm short 3 from 10. I got in there on my personal.
Good.
Right before all this, because it was just hanging out down here. Now, was it gonna fall through? It just touched 20,000.
I mean, if you still like the trade it, but be smaller.
Agreed.
3 lot.
And this is what we were talking about, right? We kind of got that push to the high of the range. I think Dolby would talk about zooming out and looking at a higher time frame range, that hourly 30-minute. That's where we looked up to. So this makes this a much better trade now because we already saw the high of that range. I like this. But again, I think for the house account trade, what we did by cutting it, was it the right decision, even if the market did not hit our stop, because the market is not doing what we expected it to do.
So, Jay, should we have been quicker to talk about the next trade on that one? Or were we thinking the momentum was building so much that the 40s were going to get ripped through? It did touch the 40s, and I don't know where your stop would have been, but we put the house account stop at 46, just above some of these wicked out highs that went back to 6 a.m.
Yeah, I think so, MP. I think we could have flipped to the next trade idea a little quicker, but you also want to reassess what the market is saying, right? And that's when you ask yourself that question: hey, if I still like that trade, do I put it on now? And I think that's, if you're going to reassess, that's probably the one question that you should ask yourself immediately after. If I get out, hey, do I still like that? Even if you get stopped out, right? Do I still like that trade now? Is it still valid based on what the market's saying? And then you make the decision from there. I like that you took that trade in your personal though.
Yeah,
and Dolby was dead. Dolby was dead on his range. Watched for the 20,000 40s. Came up and touched it. He's just saying 20,000 right now is midpoint of the 1 hour range. So let me flip to the
Settlement.
1 hour.
Settlement 41.
There's your 1 hour. Middle of the range. Right here is Dolby's 2040s. It's range bound day. I still have these stupid like crayon markers on here. And here's our 10s. Here's our 10s would have been, no, that's the 20s. So our 10s is still right here. Yeah, that would have been, we could have talked it out faster, but it's okay.
Yeah.
It is. All right. Well, MP's short right now. Is everyone else flat? Dakota, are you flat? Jay, are you flat?
Yep.
I'm flat.
I'm flat.
Yep.
All right, cool. We have a bunch of stuff we still need to clean up here on Fast Markets here at TopStep TV. Let's get to the top 10 leaderboard. I know JD's ready to come in with that. We'll see if these markets keep on breaking. We're still looking for more house account trades. MP is short from 10, I believe, and we are breaking, currently trading 19,990. Sellers are in control. JD, let's do it.
Here we go. Let's take a look at yesterday's best XFA P&Ls. There they are. Now, this has never happened before, guys. Raphael S. was the live funded P&L leader yesterday also. So he led in both the live and the XFA.
Holy bananas.
Wow.
It's like Bo Jackson. It's like Bo Jackson.
Wow.
Milestone. Remember, guys, you can't copy trades between the live account and the XFA. He's trading in a single XFA and a single live account. So he was trading these two accounts completely independent of each other, you know. He ended up with a total profit of $82,874 yesterday. Not a bad day.
In one day.
In one day. I think we're going to hear a little more about Raphael on the shoulder tap a little later on when Ben and Jack come on. Then we have Charles, Jonathan, Chung, and Vinicius all carving it up trading the NASDAQ yesterday. Raphael, definitely the story of the day. We're going to see him again in just a second, actually.
Hell yeah.
Ooh.
Power
He's
player?
definitely up there.
Here is our.
We're
we're going to see his name in just a second. We're going to hear his
Top
name
10?
quite a bit today. Yeah. Here's the bottom half of our leaderboard. In sixth place is Kang Wei. We saw earlier he took that nice $11,000 payout yesterday. Way to go. Soren made about $1,000 to hold on to seventh place for the fifth day in a row. Soren's been in seventh place for 5 days in a row. Justin moved back into the top 10, picked up close to 12 grand across one live account and 5 XFAs. Arjun suffered a 5K drawdown across 3 XFAs and dropped one spot on the ladder. And David A is back. David A popped into 10th with a nice $10,000 winning day and a pair of XFAs. All right.
Can you
It
dig
is.
it? Can you dig it? Can you dig it?
Yeah.
Classic
Yeah.
the Warriors. All right, we'll start at the bottom. Adrian picked up 15 grand trading in 5 XFAs to hold steady in 5th place for another day. Nick Furtick made about 16 grand in his live account in 5 XFAs. Still dropped a spot, though. He was in 3rd place yesterday. Then we have Brian P. pocketed close to $35,000 trading in a live account in 5 XFAs. Slid back into 3rd place. And Raphael, there he is again. After yesterday's $83,000 trading day
Okay.
in one live account and one
Dang.
XFA, he catapulted from 9th place up to 2nd. We've been trying to
I
reach
love
out to
that.
him for an interview, but so far he's been unresponsive. Raphael, if you're watching, check your email. We want to hear your story. So get back to us.
Keep going.
Or
Keep
answer
going.
or answer the door.
Yeah. We're looking for you.
We're looking for you.
Yep. And then Dakota, who fell asleep with a 30 lot on last night, is still
Hey,
comfortably in first
fell
place.
asleep is the- You mean he went to bed with a trade on last night? Okay.
Yeah, there is a difference
That
there.
was much
but
better.
I
Yeah.
like how JD put it.
Do you
I was like sitting there
do you-
trading and then like face planting to my keyboard.
do you have the laptop whatever open so you can see it? Like if you wake up at 3 a.m, can you like do you check
yeah.
or do you just go right back to sleep?
I have it on my
There's no
phone,
waking
but I don't. I turn off everything and just my sleep is very important.
I like it.
I will set an alarm for like a key level, so if something does hit in the middle of the night, I'll wake up and then I can make a decision and then go back to bed. But that very rarely happens.
All right, we're good there, GD. All good. Dakota
All
is
set.
up.
Jake's coming in
All right,
in
thanks,
just
man.
a second.
Okay, well, with that, we got Eddie coming up next here. Eddie, if you're ready to go, let's do these plugs. Markets are kind of.
Let's do these plugs.
Let's do it. Got the plug.
All right. We got one more Stetson available to win. If you earn a funded trader, trading them lean hoggies, let us know in the live chat. We'll verify and send you a Stetson of your choice. So far, we got 4 winners. We got 1 left. Winners need to be based in the U.S. to qualify. Giddy up.
I like that.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. And also, yes, also, the 100th celebration next week.
Oh my!
We're kicking
gosh.
off the celebration on Tuesday. That's the day that starts with a T and ends with a Y. Tuesday. We're going to have a giveaway for 1 free reset and a trading combine discount. So this is going to be our payback to you folks, you traders, for our 100,000 subscribers, and we're going to do it Tuesday.
On
So,
a Tuesday.
Going to give away a free
Nice.
reset and a trading combine discount. And back to you, Andre.
Thank you, Eddie. Dakota, what were you muttering over there? I heard you say something. You said, "Oh my!" What happened? The buyers?
I don't know. I actually did have a bit of news. So I am actually going to be watching the Bears Hard Knocks. It's good. It's going to be really interesting.
Really?
But it sounds like we had to like twist your arm to do it.
Yeah. Why are you laughing? I know what you're doing right now. and
No,
I'm
I mean,
not- I know what you're
you've
doing
seen
right
what
now.
they're doing, right? You've seen what they're doing
I've
right
got a
after.
front row seat for it. What?
Oh, well, they posted a picture,
Setup.
and
It's a setup.
this is the last time that happened.
Oh,
they-
wow. Jay saw it coming from a mile away. From a mile away. All
after
right,
the
yeah.
Hard Knocks camp, they might be able to get another one.
Oh, it's a setup. You were
Wow.
right, Jay. I fell
Yes,
for
I
it.
know.
Hook, line, and
We
sinker.
thought we had it on that. We thought we had it on that Devin Hester opening Super Bowl return, only to find out no.
Don't remind us, Michael.
That was
But it was so epic,
That was
Eddie. It was one of the most
terrible.
epic plays
God.
in
blacked out.
my history of watching NFL.
Yeah. So first play of the
All right,
game.
sounds good, Jack.
Participation trophies for everybody.
All right,
because it's
okay,
2024.
Dakota. Just, man, on a Friday, he's loving it. Jay's like, it's a setup. It's a setup. Eduardo says, meta break
got to see-
heavy to them.
We got to see Prince at least at halftime.
Yes, we did. Purple rain. It was raining. It was pouring that day. Wow, the buyer stepped right in there in the
Yeah,
Nasdaq.
bounce.
Those 90 came down these 76s. Eek.
It's a see profit, take profit type of day.
I think you're right, Jay. Of
Hey, Eddie. Is Eddie listening?
course.
I'm here.
Yeah.
I have a bet with you, Eddie. My bet is that the Bears do not make the playoffs, and I have a gift for you. I have a gift for you, and I could go get it, and I could show you what that is if you're
Oh.
willing.
I would love to
Dakota's
see what
feeling it
this is.
today. Dakota's
All right,
little
I'll do that.
chatty today.
I would 100%. Yeah.
A
No,
little
me and
bet here.
Eddie talked about this like last month. Putting something up to have a fun little bet. I got something you'll really like, though. Maybe I don't know. I'll go get it.
All right, now I got to dig through my stuff to find something he's going to really like.
Yeah. Everyone's going through their junk drawer around here, Michael. Everyone's going through their junk drawer. Look.
I love junk drawers. Find
You have one
anything.
of
The Reggie White stuff. How about the
It's got to be something with the Packers.
Favre rookie card when he was with the Falcons?
I'll take that one. I'll definitely take that one off your hands.
Oh, I got something. Okay. It's
Oh, he's
unfortunate
back.
he didn't win the MVP, but here
Yeah,
we
I
go.
knew. What is
Jason
this?
Tatum signed.
Oh.
Here we go.
I just went
You
up the
can
price.
have
check that
this if the Bears make the playoff. I'll send it to you.
All right.
Eddie likes cars.
All right.
Eddie
And I
likes
got,
cars.
like I said, I got to dig something for you that if they do beat the Packers twice, I will send you something.
Oh well, I mean,
I have a feeling they're
that's
going to beat
be
the
harder
Packers
for
this
them
year,
to
son.
do than make the playoffs.
I thought he was going to say something.
send you my
different.
firstborn.
And I got something for you.
My
He's going to flip him off.
No,
for you.
not Dakota. No, we're friends. We're friends. No, it's going to be a nice little honest bet, and I think I'll take you up on that as long as you take me up on my offer.
I like
We got to do this because it's a lot of Chicago talk. Who here is Boston Celtics fan?
Man, they're having a run.
Oh, I love to say they
I
won.
gotta, yeah.
City of
Yeah,
Boston.
we didn't even shout that out. We're all talking about Chicago when we got so many other people on here. Maybe nobody's me, Robert. Oh yeah, Robertson.
Yeah, Robert.
Yes.
Tim.
Yep, there you go.
And Tim.
Timmy,
for sure.
There we
Tim,
go.
Tim is the Celtic fan.
Where my massholes at? Where are they at? I'm a masshole. There's one. Epic Justice. Where my massholes at? Yep.
Uh-huh. I got a couple buddies here in Aspen that are Boston. We call them massholes too.
They call themselves that. They call themselves that.
They're like very, very cool guys to hang out with. Very cool guys to hang out with. Like hanging out with Australians. These guys are fun.
I love the accent. Love that East Coast accent. Boston, the Celtics.
Heck of a run. All right, 20,000s, fellas. Wow, we came right back up.
I'm in Joe Quimby.
And Pete, you cover?
I
You
think
still
we-
short?
I'm still short of one guy.
Okay, nice. Which you
One
just
line,
sell
one
three.
car.
You just sell three. You sold three, correct?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. So you could.
Yeah, congrats, guys. Go Celtics. I mean, you guys crushed it.
Yeah, the team was no
18
joke.
championships.
Team was no joke.
That's awesome. Yeah, it is. I don't really like any other team too much, but I'm kind of bummed that Jason didn't win the MVP. I'm
You didn't play that well.
invested in him, I guess.
you were long Jason Tatum.
Yeah, as long as Jason Tatum.
Long Jason Tatum. Yeah, kind of just chopped around sideways a little bit. It's all right. He's still young. All right, quick look at tilt. So MP, the tilt, NASDAQ was 76%. It did push higher, though. We definitely peaked at 20,040. Sellers did come in, hammered it down about 60 points. The buyers stepped in.
I want to talk about another house account trade. Okay, we have time.
Yes, we
We're
do.
making higher lows.
Higher lows, yes, we are.
Right, as I was talking about earlier, we made that higher highs. We just made a higher low, and so therefore, it could be reasonable to say we make a higher high. And so I really do think that we have a chance, an opportunity to break above the 40s and make a run towards the overnight highs.
So is our 2010s, or is it right here, right now type talk? That
I should have mentioned it earlier, but I was getting this card. Yeah, I don't want to say we missed it because we could get another opportunity to get in. But definitely the opportunity was we had this double bottom. We had a beautiful breakout. We had the retest and then continuation. So I wouldn't jump in now because that would feel like we're just chasing it. But there could be another setup for that.
I'm out now. Okay. We're right here, right now. Nothing until Andre. Anything else?
Nothing.
Jay,
Nothing until
what are you thinking?
We got gold. We got 73% long in gold. Go ahead, Jay.
I was actually looking at gold for a potential buy, but I do like the buy-ins in the NASDAQ as well. Maybe if we get a pullback to 2005, or maybe those 2010s that we were buying before, and then we can set our stop.
You guys want to see what this looks like on the profiles?
98.
Yeah, let's do that. But give us a quick synopsis really quick without explaining. High level, quick, because we're right here right now.
This is the IB high, 55.38. We looked above it. We rejected. We pushed price all the way back to value low in the S&Ps, which is right around 55.2875. In the NASDAQ, however, we put up the we left the failed upside auction. IB high was 20,028. We traded up to 40, which was 41 really, which was that great number of that range. Price came all the way back, but did not reach the low of value, TPO value. So that kind of says to me that the market is a little bit stronger and that we do have a potential move to the upside that could take us to overnight high, which is where Dakota was talking about, 20,086. There's your just a look at the profiles. The fact that the price didn't go all the way back to value low in the NASDAQ indicates the potential strength.
Okay, good.
We got about 12 minutes. 12 minutes left here in Fast Markets. Hey, we're a little bit light on the likes. I don't like this anymore. Click like, click subscribe. We've been stuck at 101,000 subscribers now for about 24 hours. What gives, guys? Are we running out of subscribers?
I love it.
Are we running out of
I'm thinking
subscribers?
about getting long in just a moment. If we get back to the 10s, maybe a little bit lower, I'm definitely liking a buy the pullback right here.
What price?
What's your thoughts, Jay?
Go ahead.
2010. Like
10,
2010 to 2003, like that zone. We might not get that deep of a pullback, but that is the area that I would like to get in long.
You know, kind of what I like about that is the tilt was so tilty, and if it flushed all those weak longs out, maybe the market then wants to take it higher. Because usually when everybody leans one way, if it gives a big whipsaw pull or slaps them in the face, stops them out, we've all been there. Then it goes your way, ticked out.
Nvidia's only down 1% now, 1.25.
Buyers are coming in.
Yeah. Man, it didn't really give us much of a pullback to get in.
No.
2080s. Her targets got Dolby targeting 2080s, John targeting 2080s upside.
Dang it.
Nvidia was down negative 3.5% before, Dakota?
It was.
Nvidia was down 4% earlier.
Really?
Okay.
Yeah, we've rallied 3% off.
Yeah, it's rallied about $5 in the last hour.
Yeah, Google's up 2%, Amazon's up about 1%, Apple's 0.75%. So I could definitely see us making a run and a break. Like that is a possibility. The Qs just went green. NASDAQ sitting here down just a little bit.
All right. Well, those buyers stepped in right at the 70s. 76s. 79 was our level of interest.
79s on the 19.
Yeah, well, we kept talking about it. I don't recall. All good. Not with conviction, just a point of interest. It was in the middle of the range, point of control. This was back about like an hour ago. Like Jay says.
Coach Jay, what do you think of this?
Yeah, Marcus, remember price. We're pushing here.
It's coming up to those 40s, Hoag. I like this. I like the long. Again, where can you buy? I think there's room up to 2,100 at this point, right? We have something I've been paying attention to. This anchored VWAP from CPI is at 2089. So if we can find a place to get long, that's the target. It's just would you
use the IB high as risk at this point?
Yeah.
What does that mean, John? What's that
yeah,
question?
If we accept back into the IB, then it's another failed upside auction. 28 is the high of the initial balance. So if we can get in here, it's a cheap long. You're only risking 8 points. I agree with that, Hoag. Maybe give it 10 points if you just get in now, where it is a cheap trade. I do agree with that, Hoag. And we're back above settlement at this point. Did just wick back up to those 40s. So yeah, if you want to buy here, it's a cheap trade. You could risk 10 points and.
You said buy here?
Buy here or sell here?
You could.
Buy here. Okay.
Buy here. And use like Hoag is saying, use the initial balance high as your risk, where it's
which is
25? You don't have to risk 20 points. 28. So I would give it a few points. Give it like 24, 25, yeah.
Okay.
I love longs. I love longs right now. It's just, and I think a few people in the chat mentioned this. When NQ starts to rally, it gives you almost no opportunities to get in on pullbacks.
Here we go.
Yeah, we got in. We're long 10 from 35.
Nice.
Boom.
Nice.
Conviction. 7 minutes left on fast markets. We'll let this play out. All right, what's our stop, guys? 28 is the stop?
25.
24.
25?
25.
Thank you.
I hate
No,
25. It's a whole number. 24.
I could put it right there.
Stop 25. All right, we're playing a breakout here, guys.
It's cheap.
We are.
I like it. It's cheap. I had to look at it. I had to tilt my head and look at it a different way, but I see what you guys are saying now. Learning something every day. Even me. I'm still learning here. This is awesome.
Oh, ever learning
Ever, man.
unless you're
Like,
done.
You
We're
guys
all
are talking
learning.
about longs. I'm looking at longs. I'm like longs.
So right-
long. I'm looking at
Right now
okay.
we're in the money what we are risking on it. So we're risking, as you can see on my chart.
Here come the buyers. New highs.
22.
Buyers, new buyers, NASDAQ, new buyers, S&Ps, new NASDAQ pushing higher, 20,051 last trade. I was counting long from 35.
If we start taking out those failed upside auctions, sometimes this is what happens, man. It just brings in the buyers. We had negative delta. There's a lot of shorts that are just getting squeezed right now. This is a pretty tasty looking trade.
And then we had all
trade,
those
guys.
longs that were on. Then we had all those longs that were long that probably got that. You know, when it flushed out, when we right here. Let me go. I don't know why it says text. Well, I do know why, because I screwed it up. But it says 73% long ES NASDAQ was right here. They got flushed out all the way down to the 75. So that means they're going to hold on from 24 to 70. They're going to hold on 50 handles. A lot of folks got flushed out and then took it back higher.
Flush a Cito.
We even got Rips in the chat.
Rips in the house. What up, Rips?
Longs.
Rips
Rip
all
City.
in
Jay, good job, man. That was some good collaboration on that long there.
Yeah,
you guys
and
talked it
Hope,
out
thank
really
you for
well.
that, because I would not have looked at that way. But it's, you put these areas on your chart for a reason, and you watch how the market responds to them. So thank you for that, Hope, because as soon as you said it, I saw what you were seeing. Great call.
Now
Always
it came back
looking
up
for
to
ways to
Dolby's
limit risk.
It came back up to Dolby's 40s, and you guys started talking. So that range bound trade. Now, a couple things. Anne-Marie said it was wicking quite a bit, which you guys can see just all around here. I'll get my John Madden thing going right around here, and then this range here. So Dolby's looking at these. I'll even go to the hourly.
Boom.
I don't know how. And then I'll go over here.
Oh, while we were doing that, also I did get long gold. I was talking about a gold long before that.
Come on, keep it going.
So, Gabriel, where you at?
Jay
I
keeps
did
the
get long
receipts.
gold. Yeah, I was in 3 contracts, so I covered the loss. I'm up 200 now, and I'm holding 1 lot as a runner. I'm in from 40.2, and my target on gold is 23.50.
Would you put this on the house account?
Records if he keeps this up.
80s, Michael. 80s.
I know, but would you put the stop? Would you put the stop at break even right now, or is it one of those too soon? Just let this trade breathe.
I feel like that creates a magnet.
Go to 80s,
Yeah,
please. Just go to 80s. So we don't have to think about it. Just skyrocket to 80s. just rocket ship to 80s, and we'll never have to.
Yeah, everything's turning green. Apple's up almost 1%. Amazon just broke 1%. Google's up 2%. Nvidia's now getting close to green.
Highs. Tilt.
Slight turn positive.
50-50. S&P 61% long. NASDAQ 65% long. We're running here. Nice talking.
I'm over here
on the
waiting
fly
for a
there.
pullback.
What?
I said I was waiting for a pullback. That we never did get, and you guys were taking it. Great work,
Dakota.
You were talking
honestly
about it around
looking
the 15s. That was a really good entry, and then Jay and Hoag came in and started talking about around the 40s.
Just go to 80s.
And then we're at the high of the range. Dolby's a range trader. It did break out of the range thus far.
Let's go to the 80s.
It does these snapbacks.
I think it's going to the 80s. That anchor VWAP from CPI is a target, and honestly, I think that is a conservative target. where we could think about maybe trimming some of the position there, but maybe not taking the entire thing off, because the ES is holding that anchored VWAP from CPI as a support. We talked about this a little bit yesterday or whenever that was, but we've seen the NASDAQ with this anchored VWAP to CPI. If it breaks through it, usually like the next day or two, it reclaims it and then just uses it as a support until that next CPI print, which is a month from now.
How much of a pullback, Jay, would you want to see, and then adding to a winner? I mean, I've heard it, and I've seen and evaluating tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of traders.
Yeah,
winners add to winners, and those are typically the harder ones to do than adding to losers. So that being said, is there a pullback here that you would ever add to this and then keep your 24s? Stop.
Go ahead, Dakota. You were going to say that.
I'm just saying I'm waiting for a pullback to get in long. That's what I'm doing.
I think
like right now I'm
the
wanting to get in.
The level that we saw the breakout happen, that 41, right? If we pull back and hold that 41, maybe adding there. We could always do 50, but I don't like those whole numbers. But if we pull back to around that 41 where we saw the breakout, resistance becomes a support. Adding there and then leaving your stop the same at the same spot. And Dolby just said it in the chat, right? Resistance becomes support.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Anne-Marie short 61.
Anne-Marie's fading us.
Nice trade.
Well, not really.
This is one heck of a play.
What are we at right now? I don't want to, focus on P&L on this trade, but where are we looking right? How are we looking right now?
3.
Okay.
High water mark 5.
Just go to 80. All right. We're coming up on time here in fast markets. I know we got Peter Tuchman coming up on the other side of this. Power players. MP, how do you want to do this? You want to roll with this, Travis? We're going to keep the trade on.
Keep it on. I'll share my screen. We'll let the stop play out. Do that. And we'll let the stop play out. We'll let the target play out. You guys can check it out.
That works. That works for me. All right, guys. That was a great session. Great session. Look how we closed strong there. That was awesome stuff. Jay, Hoag, Dakota, amazing stuff. Dakota, the man's up 36,000 plus, give or take. I'm just going to keep that in. Jay, great trading. No one's going to come for your chair, Jay. Jay got hot, that Gabriel guy. Jay got
It's
hot,
all good.
man.
It's all good. Sometimes you got to engage.
Cool.
Sometimes you got to engage. It's okay.
MP, nice trading day. Great week for everybody.
Jay, you could engage. Jay, you can engage all you want. I got your back. I'm part of the recess, guys behind your back.
I appreciate that.
Throw it out. The bike rack.
All right, guys. We will have this house account trade. We'll share MP's screen. We'll have the house account trade. We got the stop set in. We got the profit target set in. We got Peter Tuchman coming up on the other side of this power players. That was really sweet. Stay tuned. We got more to come. Thanks.
Guys, I hope I helped.
Yeah. Oh, you did.
You definitely did, Hoag. You definitely did.
Topstep X has landed with a feature you've been dreaming of, the manual lockout button. Did you ever have a day where you made money but then wiped it all out with the famous last words, "I'll just try one more trade," and before you know it, you've given it all back and then some? No more. With Topstep X, one click locks you out for the day, safeguarding your profits and forcing you to follow your game plan. Discipline equals freedom. Whether you're a seasoned trader or just someone looking to improve that discipline, you need Topstep X in your life.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to Power Players. Got the one and only Peter Tuchman here from the floor of the New York Stock Exchange with Wall Street Global Trading Academy. Peter, we are officially halfway through the year, according to the moons and the stars. Had the summer solstice yesterday, so I would like you to kind of recap the first 6 months of the year, kind of what your opinion was, and obviously we're going to need your take for the second half of the year and what we should be looking for as traders.
You know what? I really appreciate the opportunity. What's up, Top Step Nation? It was, to be perfectly honest, I'm still in June of last year. I can't believe that we're actually at the end of June this year. It kind of makes no sense to me, but I will happily explain to you how we got here. And it's been a pretty extraordinary year from the market's perspective. We came in after a daunting 2023 because it was that year that everybody said would be a depression and a recession, and that November would be terrible, December would be a huge sell-off, and we did not have any of those expectations realized. We closed out the year up double digits. It was a good year. We started the year then, and as we always know, they love to judge how the end of the year is going to happen, how it's going to be perceived from the beginning of the year. We came out of the gate super strong and had a really great January, a February, and a March. And we ended up the first quarter of 2024 as the best quarter we've seen since 2019. And then there you've got this wonderful line that says, if the first month of the year is a double-digit growth, which we did have coming out of the gate, then that would purport a double-digit growth coming into the end of the year. So we've yet to see that happen. Okay, we don't know what the end of the year will look like so far, but we had a super strong first quarter, best first quarter since 2019. We had April that was a bit of a troublesome month, which is legitimate though. I mean, it's acceptable. To be perfectly honest, we had such a strong 2023, then a majorly strong first quarter of 2024. The market's got to, from a health perspective, be able to pull back a little bit and have some kind of retracement and consolidation just to maintain its health. And it did do that. Obviously, the reason that we went through what we went through in April, which was a 10% pullback, is to do with the interest rate situation, right? We came into the year looking at 7 cuts, 4 cuts, 3 cuts, 2 cuts, 1 cuts, and all that was going to be driven by the economic data came out. The economic data that did come out in the first three months of the year were not that great. However, the market completely poo-pooed all that, and it blew through it with the bulls taking complete control over the first quarter. The Federal Reserve chairman kept saying week after week, month after month, he was not going to pay that much attention with the somewhat troublesome PPI, CPI, CPE, DWI, DUI, all the crazy numbers that come out. He was not going to get too upset and wrapped up in the fact that we were running up against a flattening of the inflation story. We went over the last couple of years from an inflation of 8 and change percent down to 3. And I've used this analogy before. It's kind of like I'm going on a diet. I want to lose 35 pounds. I go keto, I go paleo. The first 30 pounds drops off like water, and the last 5 pounds is really difficult. Same thing here. We went from 8.5% to 3%. We got through about 5% of major inflation headwinds, and the last 1%, because our goal, the Federal Reserve's goal, was to get to 2%. We have not been able to break the 3% level, right? So this one last percent is becoming, it's like that last 5 pounds of your diet that you just can't lose. So that's kind of where we are now. April was really, we ran up against technical resistance. We had a technical pullback. We had interest rate issues. And look, we had a couple of wars going on. We've had some banking issues. We've got the interest rate thing. We've got inflation stories. So April legitimately was a month for a pullback. And that's okay because that was healthy. Then we came into May, and the old premise is sell in May and go away. That did not come in at all because we had this incredible underlying strength of the tech sector. We had NVIDIA blowing out the earnings. A number of the other names also blowing. You have Apple trading at record highs. You had NVIDIA Meta trading at record highs. You had NVIDIA going from 108 in February of 2023 to 950 in February of 2024. Then you saw the market, then you saw earnings come out. They closed at 943 the day of the earnings. They blew the earnings out on all levels. It went up to $1,100. They announced a split, and the stock is still, after the post-split, is up another 15%. So I needed people to understand that there is more support of the market than just the Magnificent Seven, way more than just the tech sector. We've seen great rallies in the Russell and the secondary and the mid cap and the small cap stocks. So that's all fine and good. So May, it turns out, was a reasonable month. Now, I just can't believe it because I believe you and I were just talking about May, and now we're talking already here in the third week of June.
I know.
Okay. Dude, we got through May. May was solid. That was all fine and good. And if you remember, I thought we were going to see a bit of a sell-off at the end of May, this just a few weeks ago, right? When we had that sort of look at the end of months where the market has seen a good rally, you very often see profit taking and a sell-off. It turned out that on that Friday, we saw a massive rip your face off rally. And we've seen the market continue to rally. Look, we've seen a couple of days of a minor pullback. But look, you realize that yesterday was the first day that NVIDIA has been down in friggin' almost 12 months, virtually. I mean, we've had a few pullbacks here and there, but it's so funny. I was speaking to a bunch of young traders who were telling me they've been waiting to pull the plug and finally buy NVIDIA, but it's so overpriced and it's so frothy and la. And finally yesterday, they decided to buy it. Of course, it was the day it was down 3%. Well, anyway, that's their problem, not mine. But at the end of the day, we're now coming in. Today is the end of the quarter. Look, it's not the end of the month. That'll be next week. And next week, we're going to have a major Russell rebalance on the last day of the month. But today is the quad witch. Today is the S&P 500 rebalance. It is the Super Bowl of all trading, okay? And we're seeing, look, we're coming into this June, and the June was solid, right? We've had numbers that came out this past week were not bad. We have now locked in a 58% chance that we're going to see a September interest rate cut. Is that really going to happen? I'm not sure. We're going to have to really get a handle on what the economic data that's coming out is, whether the PPI, CPI. I guess this morning we came out with the ISM. Was that what it was up? I don't remember what it was, but it's unusual for the whole investment landscape and population to be so hyper focused on all these economic numbers, but they are. And that may be a good thing at all. We end up today. Today's going to be volatile. Look, to be perfectly honest, I'm going to retrace any kind of prediction about how today is going to end, right? Is the market going to be up or down today? The answer is clearly yes. We had a major buy imbalance this morning, which represents the quad witch order flow that came in this morning. So that was sort of came in with a positive number this morning. At one point, I think we were 2.3 billion to buy, I don't even remember. The numbers were so radical. But obviously, the market is ripe for a little bit of a pullback. There are people who claim the market's ripe for a major pullback. And then there are people who thinks that, you know what, that NVIDIA and the whole AI sector is going to take the market, to 6,000 on the S&P. So there are schools on all sides. I'm not going to pick a team to play on, right? Whatever team you play on, at the end of the day, you guys are traders. At Wall Street Global Trading Academy, we teach people not to have an opinion about what direction. As day traders, by definition, we don't care which way the market's going to go. We use price action and technical analysis to determine the directionality and the entry point into a trade. We get in, we use a stop order, we get out, we slice and dice, we scalp, whatever you want to call it. But it's not about getting rich quick. It's about hitting singles and doubles in a market as volatile as this. And that's what we do. You guys are trading the NQ. You guys are trading the MES. You guys are trading the futures. The best trading platform out there is the Topstep one. And if you really want to learn how to incorporate technical analysis into your Topstep platform, come and join us at Wall Street Global Trading Academy. We had a webinar on Tuesday night. It's available today on WSGTA.com, the website, if you missed it. But we talked about futures trading. We talked about technical analysis. People even were asking about you, Nick. A number of Topstep graduates were there, and surely the legacy was represented. But I think that gives you a good wrap up to where we are in June. Now, what is the rest of the year going to look like? I'm not clear yet. I really think we are at the crossroads. We are about to find out which way we're going to go. And when that decision is made, we're going to head that way, and we're probably going to meander our way in that direction. But I don't know if we're up against resistance and we're up against somewhat of a pullback from tech or whatnot, or are we going to just forge higher and next stop is going to be S&P 6,000. Your guess is as good as mine.
Do we expect that we'll get more bizarre market action the closer we get to November and the election? Or does that just kind of always cast a sheen over the market?
Historically, elections don't really have much bearing on the market. I've been around for a lot of elections going back to George Washington, and the market is not affected by elections virtually at all, to be perfectly honest. This one may be a little bit different, right? You've got Professor Orange, you've got old Joe Byron, you've got people, some with policy, some without, some are a bit more wild card than the other one. So I'm not sure if this one's going to be a different one that we've never seen before, but net politics rarely have a role in affecting the market. I think the interest rate story the inflation story, and I think that the tech story and how AI proceeds to be a big part of this market going forward. I think those will be the most integral parts that people will be watching. The labor market for sure, and how the Federal Reserve positions themselves. That's where everybody's eyes are going to be, and that's how people are going to position themselves into the second half of the year.
Peter, thank you so much for your insights on the past, present, and future. Glad you had a fun webinar. I know you have those about at least once a month. So, Chad, if you missed this one, there will be another one, as there always is. Some people in chat have said they attended Tuesdays and had a great time. So, love to see it. And then anytime David Green is in, he always gives us his email, and you can always send him an email and get a free trial for Wall Street Global Trading Academy. I'll put the link in chat. Peter, have a wonderful weekend. We're going to continue on here. Hey, have a good one with Hoag and Andre. Feel free to step on in, ring in that doorbell, knock on the door. Come and join me in this wonderful room that we have here. Andre, you love Peter Tuchman. You love Peter Tuchman. He had
Joe
some great
Byron
lines today. Joe Byron. I mean, well
that
done.
got me good.
Great
that
energy.
got me good. That got me good, man. That guy's the best. Absolutely on fire today.
Really is. I mean,
all right, Dolby. I don't know if you saw the update with the house account. The house account is now long 25 from 40. Now long 25 from 40.
No, I love that. That's amazing.
Yeah. So we're adding to a winner there.
Tucker was talking about pull up my chart. So we pull up
and
the
John, I
house,
saw you.
MP's.
Yeah.
MP's chart. Got that up. Yeah, there we go.
Sweet. Beautiful.
We got
this is
the architect in the background managing this trade right now.
Yes. John, you did say
I would love
here,
to get MP back in here to see why he decided to add 15 at 20,040. That's some pro ball right there.
I can tell you.
John, what
he asked. He asked Dakota before the end of Fast Markets. He said, "If you were along this, where would you add?" And Dakota said he was looking to try and get long, pretty much where we got long. So.
Mm-hmm.
When it got down to that 40 level, I'm pretty sure that's probably something that Dakota was looking at.
See, MP Dakota on pullback. Nice.
Yeah, there it is. Yep.
That is beautiful stuff
nice.
there. Pro ball. Sitting in that trade, taking some heat and adding more. Actually, 1.5 times more. So now 25 at 20,040. Good stuff.
Yeah, and that's right where Anne-Marie closed her short.
That's interesting, right? Because now you have kind of the microcosm of psychology here of what short sellers could have been feeling getting down to that range. And so I think we just bought him off of Anne-Marie. She didn't feel comfortable staying in the short, and so sellers become buyers. That's how that works, and maybe that's what pushes this market up into the 80s. See if we can get there. But nice bounce off those 40s. Let me get my chart up too, just so I can play along. Currently trading at 20,060. Yes, sir.
Question. You're targeting 2080s. What are you seeing on the charts? Why do you like 80? What are you seeing up there?
4-hour range, my friend. 4-hour range. So if you
love it.
If y'all want to play along at home, go to NQ, pull up your 4-hour chart, and what you can see is basically a bunch of 4-hour bars that are kind of just stuck next to each other. You could go back to June 20th at 1 p.m. and that kind of just sank down to the lows. And now we got a bunch of 4-hour bars just stuck together. So, give or take a couple points, because the 4 hours are a pretty big time frame. You could say that like 19,960 was sort of like the base of that, with an extension to the downside at like 19,920. And so I see the range is 20,080-ish to around 19,960-ish. And it's got to wait and see how this plays out. So this,
Andre,
to me,
I heard you start asking about what I commented in Slack about price struggling at 62.
Yeah, 62 evens. What's up there?
Yeah, that's the overnight value high. Would be, I thought it would be a good place to take a little bit of profit on some of it. If we get that chance again, we'll see.
Must shave a little.
Yeah. I mean, a little bit of a pullback here, but since we are playing with such a large time frame, I think it can be easy to get sucked into analyzing what's going on a 1 minute or 5 minute chart. Like I've said before, we don't really get to pick and choose how the market gets from point A to point B. So, maybe we do end up getting stopped here. I don't know where our stop is at currently, but it doesn't mean it won't get to 20,080. We just don't get to really pick how it gets there, unfortunately.
That is true. Rarely does it go a straight line.
Never does. Never does.
Yeah, it does. Be a lot cooler if it did.
It would be a lot cooler if it did.
Just go to 80s.
It would be.
just go to 80s, damn it.
I heard you, Dre. You wanted that 80s.
Get it over with. In and out. Boom. In and out.
Nah, market.
But yes.
Hoag knows. Those last couple ticks are always the hardest to get.
Yeah.
That's why I always put in the 10% rule. If I'm within 10% of a profit target, I can take it.
Definitely.
Call it a full profit target hit.
Yeah.
So Dolby time. What did you take away from Tuckman? What did you like from Tuckman? He's talking about the NVIDIA pullback. If people want to get
NVIDIA
in.
pullback. He was just talking about. He was talking with other traders and saying it. They wanted to participate in NVIDIA, but it was too expensive.
Yeah.
And now is it possible to get back in after the split? And he was also talking about the impact of AI in the second half of the year. And is that going to be enough to carry the market further? And he was, I would say, sort of downplaying the upcoming election, but he did say that this year it might be a little bit different. So I think it's worth kind of keeping on the back burner, at least in the back of our mind as we get closer to November, that maybe the markets get a little bit less volatile as they await a decision before maybe managers start deploying a bunch of capital. But he said typically it's not a big deal, but this one might be the exception. So it's very, very interesting to see here. But he never makes predictions about the future. The best you're going to get from him is about the present moment. But he's very, very cautious about making predictions of the future. And I have to assume that is from experience of probably being wrong a lot in making predictions. So I wonder if he's just given up on the game of making predictions and just playing the cards that he is dealt.
I think it's smart. It's very smart to do. He talks about his buddy Jim Cramer making predictions in the prediction business. It just doesn't work out well for you.
Yeah.
It's a fool's errand.
It's also really easy to make predictions without money behind it. It's like literally anybody could do that. Like you could grab someone off the street and be like, I think your trade is bad. Well, it's like you don't even have you don't even have money in here, so I don't care about your trade. You know what I mean?
Right.
Pretty much.
Talk is real cheap, but if you're making a prediction and placing a chip on it, well, that's totally different because that's conviction, and that's what makes a trader.
All right, starting to see some sellers come in here.
Yeah, little bit.
Making new lows.
Little bit.
Back down to settlement almost here in the NASDAQ.
Mm-hmm.
S&P has kind of topped off this upside move at settlement.
Overnight high was what was overnight high, John? 62s. Overnight value high.
That was overnight value high. Overnight high was up around 86. So that was really kind of our eventual target for this. What we don't want to see is any participation below 28. That's the IB high. We want the market to hold as support at that level. That's why I stop as I think is at 25.
Yes.
I don't know. I kind of don't want to say, Hoag, to be honest. I don't want to put that juju out into the trading universe.
No, right.
Don't want to draw any attention to it. Oh, and Anne-Marie, didn't we have a conversation last week about conviction in trading? It's hard. It's hard.
So hard.
Especially when you're on there with a bunch of people who might be on the opposite direction. It's like, do I fade Dakota? Do I fade MP? Do I fade Hoag? It's adds a little layer of uncertainty when you're in a trade and someone's like, yeah, actually, I'm doing the opposite thing. It's like, oh,
it does.
What am I missing? What am I missing?
Right.
It's been my experience when I try to like follow somebody or fade somebody. I fade when I should follow, and I follow when I should fade. You got to make your own decisions.
It's hard.
You got to make your own decisions.
Yeah. Oh man. MP is a maestro right now if he's still in this trade and catches this bounce.
Stay strong.
Yeah. Good. I mean, this is good stuff from MP, not going to lie. I mean, typically he is not in trades a whole lot. And obviously this is not his personal trade, but he is the executioner in this one. And he is diamond hands right now with his trade management.
Yeah, well,
this might be the longest trade MP has managed. I'm not trying to be funny. I'm being serious.
No, I know he's sitting. I know he's sitting in front of his screen right now.
Half an
What's
hour,
up,
45
MP?
minutes in this trade.
Oh yeah,
this is good stuff. This is really good stuff.
As long as we hold that IB high, we're all right.
Yeah.
And that IB high, what's the price, John? Again, IB high.
It was 20,028.
28. Okay. 20,028. IB high.
And a shout out to Coach Jay, who was a good collab on that trade. I mean, it never really was down money until now.
Yeah. You just never know. You know, is it like we're looking for what 80 evens and we got up to 70s? So considering we came from what 20,000, we got within 10 points of a target. I mean, that's pretty damn impressive to get that close. But you know, trading is a game of ticks. So either you got it or you don't. There is no almost.
Just a heads up. Crude making some new lows, 80.56. Little bounce off that bottom, 63 last.
Oh yeah, look at that. Pretty strong move down.
Not holding
crude here. And then we haven't heard anything about GME today. Today is the expiration for Roaring Kitten's June 21st contract. So that might be a story to keep on the back burner as well. Currently trading at around 24.73-ish, but I'm on a delay. I think he needs those to print over 20. Oh, he's out entirely, Jack? Of everything. Oh, wow. Okay. Just kidding. Moving on.
He's out. Okay.
Moving on.
Jack's all over this story. Jack is all over this
Some are saying he sold. Some are saying he exercised. I kind of wonder where Jack's position is now. Has it ballooned to a $500,000 of GME hedges and stuff? What's going on over there?
I hope so.
That's what I want the storyline to be, is that every month we check in with Jack and his position is
keeps growing
by like $1 million of
how did I get here?
Exactly. Exactly.
All right, these buyers need to step in. IB high, like John said, 28.
Yeah, it's getting a little slippery here.
Get nice.
We're not getting no help from Delta here either. We're dead even as Delta.
They're all flat. They flattened out there.
Yep.
Yeah. All right.
Still negative 3,300 in the S&Ps. Yeah. S&Ps seem to be holding better above the IB here, but we needed to hold here. Now we got a nice push to the back higher a little bit there.
Yeah. And here's kind of the thing too with, you know, trading a lot of size, having a lot of risk on, and trading a large time frame, is that this could still pull back to like 20,020, and that would still be a solid bounce off the higher lows that we've had on a 5-minute.
And we're coming into the lunch hour here too, so there's probably not going to be a lot of volume we're going to be able to count on.
Yeah, hey, Johnny, you can see what Apple's doing. The chat's saying it's taking a dump.
Fertilizing the tree or something.
Yeah, it's. I mean, it's come off its highs. It's still higher on the day. I don't know if I would call it necessarily a dump. It's been very range bound the entire session. It just tested down to the low end of the range and came off of that.
I mean, we're in a really tight 1 minute range on the NASDAQ here. We're just kind of stair stepping lower with lower lows, lower highs. And we're hoping like resistance becomes support here for the long. But you said, Hug, you were saying 28 evens around is where that's the no-go zone?
Yeah, I mean, that's what we really want price to maintain above. Acceptance below that brings us back into the IB and invalidates the trade, basically. That's why our stop is just. I won't even say that. I won't even say that.
No, we don't know. There's no.
They're listening.
Can't wish that.
They are
Yeah.
listening. They're listening.
Yes, they
But
are.
buyers did step in. Buyers did step in there.
Yep. I mean, better than them not stepping in.
Sometimes I'll like sell part of the position out just to make the market think I'm short.
The reverse jinx. Yeah, the reverse jinx, 100%.
Just a little tip to the market gods. Just don't take me out. Here's a sacrificial contract or two.
Yep.
Yeah. I would love to see this get above 53.5.
That'd be so cool.
That would be very, very
That's
nice.
what we need. We need that market. We could really use that
do.
right now. We could
really
really
do.
use that right now. Let's pull up NQ. Tilt, not a whole lot going there, Tilt. So I think it's like John's saying, lunch hour time. So stick with it. Stick with it.
This may be an all-day sucker.
Ooh.
No, I mean, we're going. Look at this. We got some decent price action.
Dragon
Well,
quiz is
maybe.
coming up next. Quiz is coming up next.
Hey, Hoag, question from Star Cinematic. How to calculate initial balance high and low? How do you do it, Hoag?
Well, initial balance is it's a market profile term. It's basically the range for the first hour of regular trading hours. So in the NASDAQ, it's the range from 8:30 a.m. Central Chicago time to 9:30 Central Chicago time. Now, it's a little bit flexible because if the range is being expanded at 9:30, you kind of want to extend the initial balance to where that next swing high or low is. But for the most part, most of the time, it's really going to be pretty much the first hour of trading. Good question.
Yeah, great question and great answer as well.
Absolutely.
Something I do like here is that it seems like our entry is kind of acting like support, which I personally really enjoy seeing when I'm in a trade. You definitely don't prefer the opposite, where people keep on selling your entry. That's never a good feeling.
Right.
That's like, wait, guys,
Yeah,
we're
and that's
not
that
doing the same
IB.
thing.
It's that IB high that we're hoping is going to maintain price above.
Yep. Dre, can you see what our current risk is? What's our total risk on this trade? I can't really see it because of the
Full screen here.
I don't want to log into
I
the
believe
account and
in
mess
terms
with
of I think it's around 6 or 7K, I believe. I cannot see it.
That's not bad, actually.
It's not. It's a tight stop. Tighter, I should say. But I believe it's around 6 or 7.
The stop that shall not be named.
The stop that shall not be named.
Did we
are
just?
listening.
Oh, okay. Sorry. I'm looking for it here.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's kind of hard to see.
Yeah. That's okay, though. This is a very interesting time here. We do have some liquidity. Actually, I would say quite a bit of liquidity to the downside here. We got, what, a couple hundred between 30s and 25s. I see a 90, I see a 50, I see a 120, a 60, and a 60. So that's all between 20 and 30 and on the ladder here. Top step backs, level 2, 100 up, 100 down.
Ouch.
So that could be, we got almost 200 at 25. Another 80 at 20 evens. This is all NASDAQ chat, skipping the first 3 digits here. Let's see if hopefully that doesn't come and act as a magnet here.
These buyers need to stop right here, right now.
Got to hold here. Got to hold here. Hold.
How's the count? Now long 30. Added 5 more.
Wow.
Let's
Okay.
go. Let's go. What's our average price? What is our average price?
I mean, what's our max DLL? It might even be worth it just to go max and just keep on adding below.
That's what is it? Intestinal fortitude. That is intestinal fortitude.
Yes. Large attachments. Yes. Line for 40. Add 5 more. Let's go.
Large attachments.
That's what they say in Formula One for a driver that does like a risky move or whatever. That driver has large
Yikes.
attachments. Yep.
That's funny. Yeah, you could even try buying more below 30s too, if you're really feeling it, because it's still maintaining the higher lows on a much larger time frame. I just wonder if our stop is, because of the quantity of size, is is that getting us kind of above the higher lows that we're making on the 30-minute or 5-minute. But either way, very impressive.
Yeah.
Andre, you've seen MP trade a lot. You've known him for a long time. Is this something he normally does as far as position management goes, holding trades?
His conviction in life is just when he's convicted about something, it's run through a brick wall. So here we go.
Yep.
I've seen him do it.
Oh yeah.
Run through a couple of windows too.
Buyers, where you at?
LaSalle and Jackson, right there at LaSalle and Jackson, John.
All right, 28 IB high.
28 IB high. Did we touch it? See, we got a 50 lot right
there. We did.
Buyer stepped in.
Yep. I mean, hopefully 27s hold. Okay, cool.
This is good stuff. I like it. This is
So I do wonder if if we can get back to our entry. I wonder if we start walking our stop up a little bit to start just taking off some risk. Ideally, you don't want this to be testing the bottoms all the time.
No.
But that could have been a little stop run right there on that 1 minute candle we had about a minute ago. Ran down to about 28s.
That's the
kind of ran the base of 32s off that 5-minute range. And now we're probably right around entry.
On the 5-minute is 28. That's also IB high.
Yeah.
80. Just do the right.
Looks like it's starting to look a little bit like a little bit of a bull flag here, but everybody's out
right,
John?
Yeah.
Yeah. Would really need to got to make some progress to the upside, though. We can't just keep on relying on dead cat bounces for motivation here. Now I want to see us get about 42 3/4, and then it would be 54 1/4.
This is a Dakota trade right here.
Oh yeah.
Dakota going to sleep with a 30 lot on. How about that? Kidding me?
I mean, I'd rather be asleep with a 30 lot than probably awake with a 30 lot.
Yeah, right.
There's something to be said for that.
Absolutely right, Andre. You're absolutely right, Toby.
Yeah, give me some of Eddie's gummies and just knock me out and just wake up and see what happens. I don't need to watch them.
They're on their way.
That's right. Oh, this is exciting stuff here. This house account.
I mean, little Friday power players. Tuckman was fired up. We're long 30 lots here. What else can you ask for?
I think every tick is like $300. Yeah.
Beautiful.
About. Fun times.
This is good stuff. Well, I'm sure we'll keep this trade on throughout the day and keep everyone posted. What the hell?
Oh, yes.
What the hell is that? Sorry.
Who's calling you? Risk team?
No, the girl. But I'm not picking it up. She should know better. Go on to YouTube, see if I'm on there, and then you can know if you can call or not. Come on.
Yeah, that's right. That is right.
All right.
We got a shout out for Victor, up 2,100 on his express funded account. First payout ever.
Oh,
Great
wow.
job. Great job. Locked it out, ready to put in his payout request. Great job, Victor. Continued success to you.
Yes. Good job, Vic. Love to see it. All right, we're going to hold these.
And maybe got some news here from Legendary in chat on Apple, saying Apple won't roll out AI features in the EU this year because of DMA. I don't know what DMA stands for, but I have to assume it is legal jargon for something. And that is the reason why they are not rolling it out. But I am no lawyer.
They made new all-time highs on that headline here in the States.
A
week or two. Yeah. They're going to roll that back. Interesting.
Oh, come on,
Nvidia's
Nazi.
coming off.
Come on, Nazi.
Microsoft higher.
I don't know.
NVIDIA,
I don't know where they're trying to find buyers right now to push
They're all
this
out to
higher.
lunch.
If that's
Nvidia
even,
doing?
they might be. They
28
might
is
be.
the-
Because
Or 28
I'm saying,
trade.
we could still go down to 2020, or sorry, 20,020s, and we're still maintaining the higher lows, which I can just kind of draw on the chart. What's that little pencil thing that MP was using? That was kind of cool. Wonder if there's a
Oh, the
hotkey
crayon?
for that.
Here we go,
Yeah,
28.
little crayon thing.
Yeah, it's John Madden Telestrator.
Yeah, so those higher lows are like 19,915 to 19,942 to 19,976, and then to about 20,020. That's kind of the line here. Oh man, MP, you're hanging in there.
You back
Good on you.
Might be it. Yep.
No,
I think they might have got us. Yeah, they got us.
No, not yet.
No?
Not yet. Not yet. I feel like we're doing like a telestrate, or we're doing like maybe.
There it is. Dang.
Nope, he pulled it. He's holding
Oh.
this.
Let's go.
IB high 28. Back inside it. We gotta leave this area pretty quickly for this to.
Now.
I'm just not even
Come on,
my trade.
buyers.
I'm sweating right now.
Come on, buyers.
Come on, buyers.
Yeah. Okay. So maybe
What's Nvidia
20,020 holds here, and then we maintain that uptrend.
Nvidia trade 128s. We gotta see the sucker in the 130s. Oh. That hurt.
Damn it. Yeah. Big push to the downside. Damn.
All right.
Fun while it lasted.
It was fun while I thought we got damn near close to. Ken Griffin.
That was close. I mean, hopefully we're not the exit liquidity here, and it reverses. That would be unfortunate.
All right.
Oh my
Well,
God!
we got
Top
quiz
quiz
time.
time. We got a
Top quiz time.
Yeah.
I'll see you guys in a little bit. Dolby time. I'll see you in Power Hour.
Yes, sir. And I'll also be on for some.
Hey, and I'll be there
Summit
too.
as well.
Yeah.
Hey,
Three
let's do it.
amigos.
Let's
See you
do
guys.
it. All right, let's go
guys
top
soon.
quiz.
Let's go.
Hello, everybody out there. Welcome to Top Quiz. It's Friday. I'm Jack. It's Vanessa. Vanessa, what up?
Hi, guys. Welcome to Friday.
Yes, welcome to Friday indeed. I'll make a little pre-announcement here. I'm going to be on Shoulder Tap at noon coming up, and at noon around then, we're going to post that fire drill deal link again. As a reminder, that'll be your last chance to get your name in for one of the 2,500 invites to get the 150K combine at a discounted price. We're going to post that from noon till noon 20, as I now call it. So get ready for that if you haven't. Remember, this is Top Quiz. You guys know how to sign up. You do it with that link that's in the YouTube chat. There'll be 4 questions. Answer them on your device. If you get 3 or 4 of them right, you'll be entered into a raffle for one of 55 freemium or just free resets. And the top 5 will also get those resets. Make sure the bar for your names, they can be mildly inappropriate, but don't cross a line that is going to make me delete you, which few of you have. I think it's just one person, and I'm coming for you, so-and-so. Anyway, Vanessa, are you ready to get this started?
Ready as I always am. Just pumped.
Ready as you are. Well, this is a great one today. Okay, let's do this. We're going to start this right about now. This is the date. Since it's one day after the solstice, we have some solstice questions, among others, today. So, Vanessa, during the summer solstice in the Northern Hemisphere, the sun will be directly overhead where? At the equator, the Tropic of Capricorn, the Tropic of Cancer, or is it sunny in Philadelphia?
No idea about these.
Where's my geo heads?
I don't want it to be circle. I'm just gonna go circle.
Circle, it is. It is the Tropic of Cancer. Tropic of Cancer at the summer solstice in the Northern Hemisphere is the equator in relation to the sun. That's why those tropics exist. The more you know. Okay, let's see who's on top. First reset, very creative name there. Matthew 7, Road to 102K sub, Labani, and Philobeto. Okay. Let's see what the second question holds. Virginia, Ginger Hislop, a 105-year-old woman from Washington State, recently did what? Did she visited the Titanic in a submersible, was arrested for meth trafficking, entered the hot dog eating competition, or received her master's degree?
Ooh, I want it to be circle again. Maybe her master's. I want it to be circle.
Yes. She received, we discussed this earlier on the show, she got her master's after a brief 83-year hiatus from Stanford. Great job to Virginia. Now, she will have, I'm sure, a lengthy teaching career. Okay. Sitting on 30 lots. We ain't now. Labani, Error, 404, Midsommar. There's one of my solstice people. And Top Tickled. All right. Question number 3. More solstice. A druid was a member of the priestly class in what ancient culture? Was that Viking, Celtic, Visigoth, or Roman?
I'm gonna go Celtic. I have no idea. We'll go
Vanessa,
diamond.
that's good. No, yeah. Stay with Celtic because Vanessa is 3 for 3.
Yes!
1,041 druids got that correct. Yesterday was your day to shine. Let's see what the scoreboard. Not a lot of change there. So, with one question to go, Vanessa, you are 3 for 4. Are you ready?
Eligible for a free reset at this point, but yeah.
Destiny. Okay. The last question is not about the solstice, but it ain't about trading either. So here we go.
Oh, man.
What unusual business in Chicago was recently reported for having gotten dubious property tax breaks for decades? Was this a sex dungeon, a cockfighting arena, a ghost extermination agency, or a fake Starbucks?
Ooh, ooh. Oh man, I'm gonna go fake Starbucks. I don't know.
Well, I wouldn't pepper in a sex dungeon unless it was the correct answer. Yes.
I thought about it, but I was like, not Topstep.
Well, we discussed this. We discussed this earlier as another news story. Apparently, the location of this place is not far from Andre's. Oh, there we go. There's the story. Near West Side, not far from where I used to live. Andre is just a handful of blocks from there, so we're gonna send him to check it out for some field reporting. Let us know what they've done with the property tax breaks. Okay, let's see the winners real quick. Vanessa was 3 for 4.
Got that reset.
Reset for the weekend. Road to 102K sub. In second, Midsommar. And in first is Error 404.
That's awesome.
Yeah. Top tickled and Bonificius, something like that. Our fourth and fifth. Stick around. I will go to my spreadsheet, get the winners. We'll put them out during Power Hour today. Vanessa, always a pleasure to have you here because it means it's Friday and you're generally great. So good 3
thanks.
for 4.
Generally.
Always. Vanessa is always great. Okay, everybody, stick around because I'm doing shoulder tap next with Ben. We might have one trade roast, and we're going to get that form out in case you missed it for the Fire Drill Trading Combine deal. Get ready for the weekend. We're closing out this afternoon strong. Holler at the solstice. We'll be right back.
Bye, guys.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to Shoulder Tap. This is Ben, but first, Eddie, hit it.
Here we go again.
I demand more. I want it.
All right. You know what that sound means. It means it's the Fire Drill remix. This is your last chance. We're going to pin something to the chat shortly. It's a form. This is your last chance to put your name in for one of 2,500 invites to lock in up to 550K Topstep X trading combines for $129 each month until you earn funding or for the life of your evaluation. Not your life, because that could go on a long time, like the woman who was 105 and got her master's. The winners will receive their code by the end of the day on Monday, June 24th via email. And this form will be open until 12/20. Enjoy. With that, Ben, what's up? It's Friday.
Hey, Jack, what's going on? Just so everybody knows, we didn't communicate about the color scheme, but we're wearing looks like very similar colors on the broadcast. So,
yes, similar indeed. I have a cool pattern on here, but you won't be able to see it live. I'd have to push it up. Anyway, it's Friday. We got nice shirts on. We took a little bit of a stumble, it appears, in the house account right before TopQuiz today. But how is the rest of our trading community doing here, Ben?
yeah, so as always, there's going to be people up big and down big. But on the whole, I think it's really interesting to look at, how the whole of our live trading community is doing in an individual day and specifically over a week. And it's been, all things considered, a really good week for our live funded traders. Lots of big P&Ls and several days where we've had significantly more green on the boards than red. So live traders have had a great week, including today. We've got a lot of people up considerably. We took the daily loss limit in the house account. That'll happen. Sometimes as a group, we have conflicting opinions or just pick the wrong trade, the wrong location. But overall, our individual traders doing quite well. Deanna's up $450 today. Dakota's up 36,000. That was realized profits. I know he's in a sizable trade now that might be against him a little bit, but we'll see how that plays out. Tanya trades up almost the exact same amount 2 days in a row, up $1,300 today and same amount yesterday. And Raphael, man, we've been talking about him quite a bit. Raphael S. up $10,800 in his live account today as well. So between yesterday and today, that's up $54,000 just in live. Got a piece to say about him once we wrap this up. But Ryan H is up $5,200. Priyan's up $1,700. Love seeing Priyan up money. We've communicated with him quite a bit the last couple of weeks. And a different Raphael P up $4,600. So honestly, too many to list. We'd spend all day listing the live traders that are up green, small green, big green. There's a lot of it today, and really happy about that. Just a quick piece about Raphael. I know Brett was on yesterday, kind of broke the news of the massive day. I had reached out to Raphael. Brett and I spoke, and I gave Raphael a call, and he's in Israel. I was concerned there may have been time difference or language or who knows what kinds of things could have come in the way, but he picked the phone right up, and while his position was still on and live, up $44,000, and we were talking out, the fact, number one, congratulating him, talking about what his strategy was, exit plan, and making sure that he takes more than half of those profits home with him. And I was really, really impressed. I make a lot of those calls to people that are up, $10,000, $20,000, $40,000 plus on the day on an intraday basis. And Raphael was one of the most calm people I've ever spoken to that had an open position of that size and that much profit. So was really happy to hear the calmness in his voice, talk to him about, what he was looking for as far as his profit target. And he proceeded to explain to me a very structured trade plan. He said, I'm, looking for this profit target based on these reasons. We're almost there. So I'm sitting in the trade and I'll make sure to cinch the profit, the stop loss up to make sure that I take home that money. Overall, I was incredibly impressed with his poise. He was 85% of the way to his profit target, has $44,000 of realized or unrealized profit sitting on his screen. and just felt like a truly professional trader who knew what he was looking for, put the trade on, and let it ride out. So can't say enough about that conversation, about his performance yesterday. And then to come in again today, I think the day after big winning days, traders are particularly vulnerable. Not Raphael. He put up another $10,000 today. So Raphael, if you're listening, huge congrats. Make sure you're taking that 10 grand home. And this is also excluding the XFA profits. Raphael's getting an additional XFA called up to his live account as of yesterday. That XFA hit $50,000 profit cap. He's been trading, lights out with big size recently. And so he's going to have another $25,000 added to that minimum, added to that live account here shortly. All in all, Jack, he's traded for over $100,000 of profit between his XFAs and his live account balance, live account profits in the last 2 days. Truly fantastic trading. And definitely we're monitoring closely, and we want to see him keep that and make sure it hits his bank account going forward. So, anything you'd like to share about that developing story over the last 2 days?
That's freaking huge. I'm not surprised. I feel like you need to have ice water in your veins to be able to hold a position for, to make 100 grand in a day like that. Out of curiosity, do you ever call anyone who's up big and they're freaking out?
I not usually freaking out. It's more total jubilance, right? Joy, being overjoyed, which again is concerning because you can start to tell yourself different tales when you're up big money or down big money as well. It works both ways. So more so, it's I'm interested in knowing what the exit plan is. If I see that you're up $25,000, I want to know where we're getting out, how we're going to scale out of that position. If you're looking for a particular profit target, great. How are we going to move that stop lower in a responsible way so that we're still locking up? If you're up 30 grand, the idea that you wouldn't take home $15,000 or more from that trade is irresponsible. There's just no good excuse for it. And so those are the types of conversations that we want to have. It's not so much, hey, you need to close your position now. It's how are we going to get out in a profitable way? How are we going to maximize profit? And what is the actual strategy? What is the trade plan to accomplish that? So those are the types of conversations we have. Oftentimes what's concerning is not having a clearly defined exit. I'm looking for $50,000 in profit in this account. Well, that's not a trade plan. That's you trading your P&L, and tells me it's more likely we need to actually get out of the trade right now. That's a pretty good sign that you're emotionally checked out in a way that could lead to giving back a significant amount of that profit.
I was curious about what, after taking it all that way, why he got out then, because I was talking to Brett about it yesterday. He closed that position while we were on air, I think, for shoulder tap. But it's good to hear he had a plan. And I take it we're going to talk about at least a few people today that also have plans, and maybe one that does not have such a plan. Maybe more than one, because we will roast at least one trade later. But what are we doing on these cards today?
Yeah, let's jump into the first one. So much less fabulous tale for Jesus, our live trader. If we can get the card for Jesus up. Jesus has been a live trader with us, someone who we featured on air a number of times for large P&L days, and ultimately lost his live account, which we hate to see. Jesus hit the maximum loss limit in his 150K live account. And you'll see from the numbers that it's just not a winning recipe. Thankfully for me, for a lot of our traders, you don't have to know really complex mathematics to be able to understand what type of trajectory your P&L and your account balance are on, right? It's your winners need to outpace your losers. And whether that's through a high win rate or a high, there's that nexus of win rate and reward to risk ratio that has to equal a positive expectancy, or if it's upside down, you're seeing a negative expectancy where you will eventually lose money over time. And that can be related to a trading strategy. I think oftentimes it relates to, similar to what we're talking about as a risk of trading your P&L. I think there's probably an element of that with Jesus. He's traded with us in the live account for 60 trading days. And by far the most brutal part about this is not taking a payout. there's a reason that I come on here. I have the privilege to come on once a week or more in mixed absence and just bang the table about taking payouts, because the money isn't real until it hits your account. More than anything, TopStep wants to put money in our traders' pockets. We want you to be rewarded for the hard work that you do. And trading 60 days in a live account, especially with the profitable days that Jesus ultimately had in this account, Jack, if you're going down that list, he qualified for a payout relatively early on and actually had a back-to-back winning day of $10,000 each, made 20 grand in 2 days when he qualified for a payout and didn't take that payout. So you're looking up and down that trade report, which is pretty extensive with 60 trading days. It's long streaks of daily loss limits, couple of big winning days, kind of just treading water. But again, ultimately having that negative expectancy based on the trading and the statistics, a 2-to-1 risk to reward, reward to risk ratio is excellent as long as you have, a 40% or greater win rate. With a 20% win rate, 22% in this case, win rate, you are not going to be able to outpace those losing streaks that you find yourself on with that type of a reward to risk ratio. So don't want to beat up on Jesus too badly. I know that, clearly from what he did in the XFA and what he's shown to be capable of a few of these days, can trade profitably, but having, money in the bag, so to speak, and not actually hitting the ringing the register and taking it home in the form of a payout is really tough to see. There's also just a lot of erratic trading behavior when you look at the full volume of these trading days on the trade report. There's not a lot of rhyme or reason to the number of contracts, the number of trades, the trade durations. We see a 28-minute average hold time on winners and 11-minute average hold time on losers. But there's days where it's a 3.5-hour hold time, for winners. And there's a day where it's, 45 seconds hold times on the winners. Not to say that you can't have different strategies, but when there's so much variability, day to day or even within the same week, it's cause for concern. It's something that, we as a risk team want to build additional fail safes and alerts even to notify us when someone's kind of treading water in this way. Reach out. We want to have more outreach for situations like this where, we see, again, featuring them on TopstepTV for having a big winning day, but ultimately to have, 3 daily loss limits following it that eliminate that big winning day. So cautionary tale for all of our traders. And, Jesus, just some words of encouragement. This is not the end. I know we've talked about a lot of offboardings lately. You can certainly get back on the horse. Thankfully, TopStep enables you to be able to do that. Only do that when you're ready. Don't jump right back into it, because it's a whole lot of work that you've done without paying yourself on it. And it's time to reflect a little bit before you jump back in and create a strategy for how you're going to trade profitably and then pay yourself as a result of that. Anything that stands out to you here, Jack, on the trade reports?
If you saw me counting, I mean, I don't know if it's a right emotion to say. I do feel like I feel horrible for Jesus in this, given, not taking the payout of these 60 days. And this count, it took me a while to count, and I'm not sure if I'm right on this, but I counted at least 38 of those 60 days that were DLLs. I hesitate. What I was going to say is, when we were reviewing, to make these numbers work out, you got to be, your big days have to be like that 40K thing, right? If you're going to have which, the 38 loss limits, but I think the highs that I see is, it's a long one to look through, some 12K days, some 10, 14 I see. But really, I think you're right that I don't know. I almost want to hold off. It seems that there may not be a ton of strategically going on, but I would just I don't know.
Yeah,
He already feels bad. Yeah.
I hear you. It's important to approach these situations with some grace. Trading is extremely difficult. Trading a live account is extremely difficult, especially with the amount of leverage that these accounts enable you to place. 15 contracts in a 150K account is an enormous amount of leverage that you're utilizing, and of course that works in both directions, in profit and in loss. But far too often, we see traders that are in these live accounts who are taking what might be a good trade idea or a profitable trade idea that's been working for them, a few days in a row. And now they want to, triple their size and go from 5 contracts to 15. And, you have in the NASDAQ, which is what Jesus is trading, with a 15 contract position, you've got, what would it be? 3,000. You've got 10 points of room from where you place that trade before you get stopped out based on the daily loss limit. The NASDAQ moves a whole lot. It's really difficult. You got to be really seeing the market clearly and sniping your trade locations in order to not get stopped out before that trade idea has room to work. So even the traders who that's not really a strategy of like relying on that daily loss limit and feeling like you're backstopped by it. And no, I'm just going to swing for the fences and have 20 or 30K days. There are traders that have done that even better than Jesus was able to. Hughes comes to mind, our French trader who thankfully took a lot of money out of the live account as well. But, he would post $25,000, $30,000, $40,000 profitable days with some consistency. But all it takes is, going on tilt, having a 10-day streak of daily loss limits. Now you've erased a $30,000 winning day. So it's not something I encourage. I say trade small. Make sure you have profitable trades, and then find some qualifiers for those A+ trades, right? Identify the conditions where you've got an A+ trade, and then we can lean into some size and maybe have a 10 or a 15K day. But that's my take on it, my opinion. I look at a lot of these accounts, live, XFA, and otherwise, and even the people that, again, lean on that DLL a little too hard and can have some big winning days. Eventually, most of the time, it ends up in a situation like this where a losing streak just kind of knocks you out of the game. So
cool.
That's all I have to share on that one, Jack.
Sorry, they're counting on how serious I look right now. It's more that I'm not usually looking at like a 60-day trade report, but good stuff. Well, we'll move on. Who do we got next?
Yeah, let's move on to Praveen. Praveen has been trading fantastically, and we, as of yesterday, called up 3 XFAs for Praveen. So we're featuring the statistics from one of those XFAs. You can multiply the numbers that you see here by 3 since he was copy trading those accounts. Trading very well, and I believe that should be from New York, Pondicherry, New York. But we'll move past that. 82% winning days and 83% winning trades. This is a really kind of textbook example of like very high win rates and pretty low reward to risk ratio. So the reward risk ratio is only 0.5 to 1. So average winning trade is $195 and average losing trade is $355 loss. But just to compound on that, those numbers, those ratios are reflected in the average winning day and average losing day, as well as the best winning day and the worst losing day. So the best winning day being $1,400, worst day being the daily loss limit of $3,000. So they've shown through a body of work of 34 trading days that they are capable of sustaining that high win rate and still coming out profitable. There's a lot of different ways to skin the cat, as they say. And this is one of the more efficient sides of that spectrum, having high win rates and lower reward to risk ratio. One thing that I want to caution to Praveen is you're susceptible to losing streaks with this type of trading. So it's excellent. I'm happy to see 34 trading days of profitability and taking payouts. He's taking $6,000 in payouts in this single account, so you multiply that by 3. But you got to monitor those win rates going forward. If you catch yourself on a string of losing trades, losing days, it might be good to take a day off, pause, reflect. Is this strategy still working? Do I need to, pivot or try something different? you don't want to read too much into that necessarily, but a string of losing trades when your reward to risk ratio is flipped in this way, you can really give up some progress, some great progress in your account with just a few short trades or days. So monitor that, and then find ways to compound those winners. So you can either put on more size on some of your best trades. You can find a way to leave runners on those trades. I think that's really the next step for Praveen in elevating this P&L overall, is find ways to milk more out of your winners, because clearly managing the downside with an average losing day of about half of the daily loss limit, managing the downside is not a weakness for Praveen. We need to lean into, that's a strength. We need to lean into how can we make more on the winning trades. So that's kind of a quick snapshot on Praveen. What do you have, Jack?
Well, not a size problem. I just want to, very different card, very consistent. I wonder if he's trailing stops with, just to achieve such a high win rate on the trades. But, it's kind of the opposite, where I'm looking just like the last 4 days, one trade, one contract, each of the last, and then June he traded a little bit more, but I'm seeing a lot of like 1 and 2 trade days. Everything that's going down this list looks very consistent as far as the P&Ls. Not a lot of excessive losses. No, I think it's a really good card. I'm glad he's taken 3 payouts, and he's in 3 of these accounts, as you said.
Yes.
Great stuff. Glad he got paid.
Yeah, definitely. Always good to see our traders getting paid. I think we've got a little bit of time if we want to pull up a card. So we've had, for those who may be joining us for the first time on Friday, like doing a brief segment called Roast My Trades, where we put out a form. Folks fill that form out, and they have volunteered and elected to have their trading roasted by Jack and myself. So we're going to pull up this card. It's all in good fun. No hard feelings here, but we are going to have some fun with it, and hopefully give a little bit of insight on how to improve going forward. So we've got Keen D, if we can pull up the card for Keen. So Keen's trading, this particular trading he asked us to review, trading in a 50K trading combine that's actually ineligible currently. It's already hit the max loss limit. We've got a 1-to-1 risk-reward ratio and a 20% win rate. That's a recipe for quick losses. You are not going to be profitable with that type of trading behavior. Hold times are 4 times as long as on the losers as they are on the winners. Also not great. Kind of tells me that maybe there's some scared trading going on. You can use a practice account if you're trying stuff out, or if you just want to spam out some trades. Do it in a practice account. Don't do it in your trading combine that you're paid for and you're eligible for funding in. Use a profitable trading strategy in that combine. And neither of the 2 trading days, we had 2 DLLs back to back, and the account was toast in 2 days. Neither of those trading days had a positive P&L at any point. Keen put on a losing trade and then more losing trades. So back to our point of emphasis for this week. Our coaching tip is plan your trades, create a trading plan, and that would help Keen out a lot. I'll let you rip a little bit, Jack.
I'll take it away. I'm glad Keen's a good sport for sharing this. It's only 2 days, which does not a pattern make, but boy, they sucked. So this card is a great example of the difference between precision and accuracy, as you in the comments may be aware. All right, Keen's precision with his daily P&L is unparalleled, right? He lost the same amount of money to the cent on both days, $1,007.40, while trading 70 contracts per day, no less, which is absolutely incredible to do. His accuracy needs work, though, because the target in trading is to make money. Incidentally, your 20% winning trade percentage is completely whack. When you enter a trade, Keen, you are literally closer to Justin Timberlake's blood alcohol content than you are to a coin flip as far as winning goes. 20%. That sucks. In this account, Keen has held on to winners for an average of 1 minute and 47 seconds, which is closer to the average watch time for a video on Pornhub than it is to a sensible trading strategy. But I love how you're sticking to the NQ, though. Even though you two have the most toxic relationship imaginable, things are being thrown. The police are stopping by for noise complaints twice a week. But gosh darn it, Keen, you still love her. Keen, she's taking your money. She's treating you like dirt and then spending the night with Dakota. It's time to end it, bud. Set yourself free. Take a break. Find a new product. Get on with your life. Hopefully trade better next time. Hopefully these 2 days, Keen, are just an aberration and you're not a psychopath. So thanks for being a good sport about it. We love you, Keen. That's what I got on this dump of a card.
You're an animal, Jack. One of a kind. Thank you for that.
Perfect. All right. That's how we roast trades. If you want to be roasted, well, once again, we're about to take down, or we already did that form for Fire Drill. We got some more stuff, including a free reset coming out next week to celebrate our 100K subscribers. Stick around because we got Anne-Maire joining our studio to be with Robert Dolby, and then Andre Dolby, Hoag, and Coach. Sunshine, Ray are going to be here for Power Hour. You won't want to miss that. If you want your trades roasted, if you are a masochist like that, we'll put out a form from time to time, all in good fun. Ben, love your shirt. Have a great weekend.
Likewise.
Okay, we'll be back right after this break. See you soon.
Good afternoon, friends and traders. Welcome back to group coaching. If you're new to this, this is the part of the day where we take your questions, and we answer them. We had that form pinned in the chat for quite a while. I hope you got your question in. We did get some good ones. You're looking at John the Goat Hoagland, a.k.a. the Hoag. I'm JD behind the scenes. Hoag, happy Friday. Good afternoon. Summer solstice.
Yeah. Happy Friday to you as well. longest period of sunlight for the year. It was still light out at 9 o'clock last night. It was amazing.
Yeah, it sure was. It's going to be the same tonight. I love this I love summertime in Chicago. This is great. All right. With that, again, we've got your questions. It's 12:31 in the PM, 12:31 Chicago time. Want to rip through these, Hoag?
Absolutely. Always one of my favorite things to do is be here for group coaching. And let's get as much done as we can, JD.
I'm in. Let's do it. All right. First question comes from D. This one's right up your alley, Hoag. What is a failed auction? And do you start your market profile from the beginning of the Asian market or New York? We've gone through this quite a few times. We know you only look at the New York session. And we've talked about the failed auction too, but how about one more recap for D? What is a failed auction?
I wonder if this is Deanna trolling me.
There's a couple questions from a D in here. I wonder. Look at line 68.
Do you look at developing point of control? All right, yeah. So, let me see what I can scare up here. This is the profile for the S&Ps. Let's see if we can find a really good failed upside auction or downside auction here. So, let me see what I can. Maybe another market might be better. Apologize for having to rifle through a bunch of charts here, but yeah. All right. So look at crude oil today. All right. This is the profile for today. I'm going to split it so that it looks a little bit more like a chart that you might be used to seeing. So this is basically the market profile. It takes 30-minute time periods and brackets them and then pushes everything to the left so you kind of get the bell curve. This is the initial balance high from crude oil today. It's 81.62 is that level. In the fourth 30-minute period, the market pushed above the initial balance. In this case, the market opened leaving single TPOs, but did not take out the high and came back inside the initial balance. So when the market pushes outside the initial balance and then pushes right back inside the initial balance, that can be the creation of a failed auction. In the market, we see pushed up above the initial balance, the market opened above it, but quickly rejected above it. And we see what the market's done ever since. It's been kind of pushing rather steadily to the downside. So it's not really necessarily a true failed auction. Let me see if I can find a really tasty one here for us. They are some of my favorite setups, but you get the ideas. The initial balance set up here, 81.62 down to 81.12. The initial balance being the first hour of trade. That's 8 o'clock to 9 o'clock in crude oil. The market looks above and rejects back quickly into the initial balance. That would create a failed auction. Let me see if I can find a better one. I think there was one recently in gold that worked out pretty nicely. Now, of course, because we're under pressure, we're not going to be able to find one here, are we? Almost. No.
It's usually how it works, isn't it?
Absolutely. So, in the S&Ps today, we saw initially a failed upside auction in the regular trading hour session right here. So here's the IB high in the S&Ps from this regular trading hour session today. The IB high was 55.38. The D period looked above, and then the next period, the E period, opened back inside the initial balance. Well, that technically was a failed upside auction. Let me split it out here so we can see it a little bit better. So we see that the failed upside auction came back inside the initial balance. Price rotated all the way back to value area low at the time. Then it looked again above. It tried to continue to push above the initial balance, failed again. Now we're seeing some pretty serious rotation to the downside. So that initial 30-minute period that looked above the initial balance and opened back inside the initial balance was the creation of the failed upside auction, which did offer opportunity, wasn't a very long-lived opportunity. Point of control. How do you kind of focus on, and what do you look at when we're looking at developing point of control? Point of control is considered the fairest price of the day, right? It's the center of it's the widest line of TPOs horizontally closest to the center of the range. We can see that our TPO point of control right here is 55.33 half. Okay. For a while, the point of control had moved higher because we didn't have any deep rotations back to the downside. So now we've started to move point of control lower. The migration of the point of control can help understand or give you at least a nuance to who is winning the fight, right? Is it the buyers or the sellers? If the point of control moves higher throughout the session, that means that price is spending more time at higher levels, therefore possibly creating acceptance of those higher prices. If price moves lower throughout the day, initially the point of control did move higher initially today, even if it was only for the range extension. Then once that range extension failed, we started moving the point of control back lower, and sellers have now kind of taken control. Now, are they going to take control for the rest of the day? We don't know. But point of control being the fairest price of the day tells us if point of control is moving higher throughout the session, that means price is spending more time at higher levels, and a possible acceptance of higher pricing is in play. If it moves lower throughout the session, it is indicating that sellers may be in control, that the price is spending more time at lower levels, and that acceptance of lower pricing could be probable. It's not one of my favorite things to look at as far as a nuance. It would be, I'd be looking for other nuances, and if those nuances are supported by the migration of point of control, that might be something that I would be paying attention to. But generally speaking, in the daytime frame, point of control is really the fairest price. It's the most visited price in time. There's the volume point of control, which is the highest volume single price. They can be a little bit different. They mean different things. But as far as watching the migration of the point of control, it is something that you might add to a stack of nuances when you're looking for an opportunity or to get into a trade. If a point of control has been moving lower, then it might. And I'm seeing nuances of continuation to the downside. That point of control moving lower would just be another checkbox to say, yeah, it looks like price is being accepted at lower pricing, so I'm looking for opportunities for shorts. Great questions.
Yep, perfect. And for those who are curious, the initial balance is the first hour of regular trading hours. So for equities, the S&P and the NASDAQ would be 8:30 a.m. to 9:30 a.m. Central Time. We were just getting a little break in the equities. I thought we were going to revisit the initial balance low, which is also the low of the day right now in equities. But we're kind of rebounding just a little bit. There's your quick check-in on the markets.
Thank you, JD.
All right, next up is Shaq. Shaq wants to know, how do you trade ranges? Can you please give an example? Entry, stop loss, profit target? That's pretty relevant. We were sort of scoping out range trades earlier today in the house account during fast markets. If you recall, we were looking at the Dolby was looking at a 1 hour chart in the NASDAQ, and everybody was looking at different time frames from 5 minute up to 4 hours, right? Or 1 hour.
Yeah. So ranges, right? First off, I mean, you're going to need relatively consistent highs and lows, right? So, in the NASDAQ, in the overnight, this is 5 o'clock in the morning. We had put in a low, we had put in a high. If we're expecting those to remain the high and the low for a period of time, every time price gets up to that level, we look for opportunities for shorts. Gets back to that level again, we look for opportunities for shorts. If it gets down to this level, we might be looking for opportunities for longs. Now, we got pretty deep into the red, but eventually the market came back into balance range and then offered another opportunity near the previous range low. I used to love range trade because I felt like it really gave me the opportunity to limit risk, right? Range trading rules are you fade the extremes, you sell against the high, you buy against the low. You go ad nauseum until something changes. What changes? If there's a breakout of the range that is bringing volume and participation, that might break that range, right? And then you would want to go with it. We kind of did that in the NASDAQ today. When we broke out of that range, we also broke out of the initial balance. We had, some pretty lofty profit targets, but I thought that they were perfectly reasonable. It didn't play out for us, but that's how you trade ranges. You fade the extremes until there's a breakout, then you go with the breakout, and then you manage your risk against the previous high of the area of balance. So, we can look at this let's take a look at this on the hourly chart that Dolby was looking at. Okay. So now we've got the highs here and the lows here. It's almost exactly what we were looking at. I mean, it is exactly what we were looking at on the 5-minute chart, but this is what Dolby was talking about. He was talking about these highs, 80s. That was going to be our profit target for the breakout trade that we took from the initial balance. I think they were looking at last week's high, 959, as the low end of the area of balance. Well, once the market fell and then came back inside that balance area, the next opportunity might have been, all right, well, we're back in range. Maybe we try and take the long near the low end of the range here and see if we can get a rotation back to the upside, which is what we did. Now we're back to the high end of the hour range. Now we're looking for shorts. If we take the short and we get a rotation back to the low, we cover that short. We look for a possible opportunity for a long again. If it doesn't play out, you don't have to lose a lot because we're looking at 5 points, maybe 10 points between these highs here. Well, if price gets much beyond that, there may be a potential breakout, and we're going to want to limit our risk and get out of any shorts that we've taken against those levels. If we get down here, we had there was an opportunity to buy yesterday's low, the overnight low. It didn't work out, but we don't have to pay a lot to find out if we're going to be wrong. We can limit risk against the extremes of ranges. And, if we get, a rotation that just continues to go, back and forth for a long period of time. I'm trying to think here. Let's take a look at crude oil now. This is going to be on the daily chart.
I'm trying to think, but nothing happens.
Thanks, Eddie. Let me see if there's another. And these ranges can happen in any time frame. You have to keep time frame in mind, right? Okay, so here's a good range. Gold rallies, ranges, rallies, puts in highs, and puts in a low. When we get up near that high, that's the upper extreme of the area of balance. We look for shorts. And if the market rotates back through the range near the low, we're going to get out of that short, and maybe we look for a long. So we got one. There's where the range is set. We go long. We get out up here. Maybe we get short. Maybe we get out of that short here, or maybe we try and stick with it a little bit longer. But this is what range bound trade is. I used to call it cash register days because your upper end of the range and the lower end of the range are established. It helps you manage the risk, and you can just kind of print money being short against the high, long against the low, short against the high, long against the low, short against the high. Do we go long against the low again? Who knows? We'll have to see what the market looks like there. And again, this is a daily chart, but this can occur on any time frame chart, an hourly, a 30-minute, a 5-minute, a tick chart, a 100 tick chart. You can see these smaller time frame balance areas that allow you to limit the risk and give you reasonable profit targets and probable profit targets at that. So range trading has always been one of my favorite ways to trade because it gives you the levels and it gives you the risk parameters and it gives you potential profit targets. Range trading to me has always been good.
You know what they say about range trading in Cicero, Illinois, right?
Hey, what is that, JD?
If you can't trade the range, then you can't trade. Markets only trend 10 to 20% of the time, so that means 80 to 90% of the time a market's going sideways or ranging. You should have a range trading strategy in your arsenal as part of your trading plan. Everybody should have one.
And then that way you can make some Cicero claims.
Couple 2-3 clams, maybe go for a ride on the Cicero pink line, as Jack would say. All right. Next up, MS says, if you feel like you're putting in over 40 hours of prep time regarding trading and watching the markets in general, but don't feel like you're making enough progress to prosper, to be profitable and manage your account, would you suggest seeking out a trading buddy, a psychologist, a coach, or just putting in more study time? Especially if you suspect it is not an issue of understanding or seeing levels, and more in terms of trade management. So, putting in the time, not getting the results that you want to see. Pretty common thing,
trading
right?
is one of the trading is one of the things where it doesn't really matter how much time you put into it. There have been days, weeks, even months where I've worked very, very hard and actually lost money at my job, right? So that's one of the frustrating things. MS, what I'm sensing here is you're doing a lot of hard work to understand the markets. And you're probably working pretty hard on understanding yourself as well. Seeking out a trading buddy, a psychologist, or a coach is always a good idea. Always a good idea. You vet them, find out who you can work with, who you can't work with. If you can do that, I certainly would suggest doing that. And then 40 hours of prep time. Half of that should be personal, psychological prep time. Read books about trading psychology, about psychology in general. And then, once you get to this point where you're starting to understand yourself a little bit better, there's so many, internal barriers that I think every trader has. I think all of us are kind of jumbled bowls of spaghetti in our heads, and we've got to get our heads straight and understand how we work before we're going to be able to have the market make us money. So you're doing the work, you're gaining the market knowledge, work more on the self-knowledge, love the idea of a trading psychologist, trading buddy, or coach to help you maybe work through some of the mental barriers that we all have. I had barriers that I never thought that I would even be able to find or overcome, and I still work on overcoming a lot of them. You have a written plan, you don't always follow it, mostly inconsistent results. Why is that? Are you afraid of finding out that your plan isn't that good? Because you're not going to find that out unless you trade that plan consistently. Depending on how stringent your plan is, if you're not trading your plan, you'll never find out if it's actually going to work. And one of the last things I want to kind of mention about this is Jim Dalton, years and years ago, talked about, there's a lot to know. There's so much information out there. It's so difficult to digest all of the trading information that's available to us. It's even harder now because we're all surrounded by screens, and there's so much data coming at us. I think it makes it a little bit more difficult to actually take your foot off of first. Jim Dalton says, trade on sim. Yes. Learn to trade on sim. Learn to follow your plans on sim. Learn to understand context on sim. But eventually, you're going to have to take your foot off first, and you're going to have to try and steal second. And, the more prepared you are, and it sounds like, market-wise, you're prepared, start working on the mental side and start thinking about, well, why is it that I'm not trading my plan? and then I'm getting these inconsistent results. Make sure you're journaling. Make sure you're using the emotional journal that we have on our website. The emotional journal is going to help you kind of record some of the physical, mental, and emotional changes that are going on inside you during actual trades, and review that at the end of the day. Refeel your way through some of those trades, finding patterns in how the changes in your physical being, mental being, and emotional being during these trades. That's information you are going to be able to use. It's either information that's going to say, this is not good for you, because we've seen what happens when this happens time and time again. There's going to be patterns that you're going to say, hey, whenever I see this, whenever there's a layup laying right in front of me on the screen, those trades never seem to work out. That's information that you can use. You can live the trade every day. You can relive the trade at the end of the day. That emotional journal was one of the things that I really thought. I was working with a trading psychologist, and he had me focusing on this during trades, physical, mental, and emotional changes, how I was feeling, and then reviewing it at the end of the day. Now, if it's an hour-long trade, I'm not going to sit there and focus on that trade for an hour. If I just kind of go, okay, I remember this trade, I remember why I took it, what was going on inside of me during this, and how did what was going on inside of me change my decision-making process? How did it change the outcome of the trade? What can I learn from that? Just digest it for a couple of minutes, breathe in and out, and then let it go and move on to the next trade. There's a lot of things that that we say we're going to do as traders that we think are going to help us know ourselves better, but do we always really do it? My suggestion is, get yourself a trading buddy, get yourself a trading psychologist if you can, or a coach. Putting in more study time isn't necessarily going to make a difference if the difficulty is coming, if the call is coming from inside the house, if that makes sense. If the difficulty you're having is not externally absorbing all the information, it's what's going on between your ears that might be the biggest thing. MS, looking forward to, hopefully continuing to see better and greater success for you, of course. And, this isn't easy. We know that. And most of the difficulties we have are, again, when the call is coming from inside the house. It's our own mind that tends to mess us up more than anything else.
That was awesome. Thank you, Hoag. And if you are in the market for a trading coach or a trading buddy, you have come to the right place. MS, look no further than the TopStep Discord server. We've got 50,000 traders in there, I believe. You're bound to run to someone that's looking for a trading buddy also. Also, the TopStep coaches hang out in there all day long, and they're there to answer your questions. So stop in there. All right, I think we got time for one more. First, Aaron wants to know, how do you determine trend or range? We already went over that, so just rewind a little bit there, Aaron. Next, Alex says, hello, good afternoon. How far along your trade do you consider moving a stop loss to break even and taking partials if you yourself operate like that in a trade? Thank you and TopStep for the space. Well, there's a lot of moving parts. It's kind of a loaded question. I guess it would depend on what time frame are you trading on? What size are you trading? There's a lot of things can factor into how you're gonna play with your stop, right? Mm-hmm. If you're trading off a 30-minute chart and you're 75% on your way to your profit target, 20 seconds after you put the trade on, I'm more than likely just getting out. If I'm trading a 30-minute chart, I'm looking for a slower play. But if it happens immediately, see profit, take profit kind of thing. But what's your take on it, Hoag?
Well, I'm not a fan of moving my stops to break even for a long period of time. I would rather, if I was in a trade that I believed was going to trend, before I would even move my stop to break even, I want the market to kind of put up let's say I'm long in a trend, and the market's moving my direction. And then it pulls back and puts in a swing low there. And then it starts to go my direction. Before I'll even move it to break even, I'll see if that pullback puts in a swing low, and then I'll move the stop below that swing low. it's all about context, time frame. If I'm in a range situation, a range trade, I'm probably not going to be trailing my stop. I'm just going to be getting all in at a level, leaving my stop where it is, and all out at the next level. But again, it's a very contextual. Like JD said, there's a million ways to, and I hate to say this colloquialism, but there's a million ways to skin a cat. And what works for me might not work for you. Of course, these are all things that we have to kind of work out for ourselves. But think about the context of the trade that you're in, Alex. If it's a trending trade, you can try and creatively trail your trade with a stop, but like below a previous pullback in that. Trailing stops has always been an art form, and an art form that I haven't been very good at it. I mean, I was an artist. I went to art school before I started working at the Merc, and I've never really been able to master trailing stops. I always felt like I wasn't very good at it, because when you trail a stop, that's basically how you're going to end up getting out of it, is when the market comes and takes out that swing low and hits your stop. Sometimes it's going to turn around and go your way even more, but sometimes it's not. And if you and I use the word never been able to perfect it. Nobody will ever be able to perfect anything in this. You take your shots, not shots, but you take your trades, you manage the trade. If it continues to go in your direction, you can manage the stop. A lot of folks have been wildly successful in doing that. The one thing that you want to make sure you don't do is when you've got a really nice winning trade, you don't want that to come back and hit your stop, hit your full stop. So at some point, you're going to want to protect some of those profits, but it is an art form that I don't think anybody's really been able to completely master. But great question. Thank you.
And thank all of you for your questions. With that, we are out of time for group coaching. Stick around, though. We've got Strategy Lab with Robert Dolby and Anne-Marie, and then we're finishing out the day in Power Hour with Andre, Dolby, Hoag, and Coach Ray. Ending the week in Power Hour with the big cheeses, Andre, Dolby, Hoag, and Coach Ray. Stick around. Oh, we got some dad wisdom coming at you. Hang on 1 second.
Yeah, and this goes for everything that we just talked about. Whenever I did something not smart, whether it was, out in the yard, in school, or in trading, and I said, Dad, I messed up, and he'd just look at me and say, well, that's the way you learn, kid. A lot of lessons that we all take in life and in trading, and it's not until we really taste the joy or the pain from it that we really, really learn from them. So thanks, everybody, for hanging out with me and JD for group coaching, and we'll look forward to seeing you in a little bit.
And we're back. Thank you, Gabe, for pushing us through there. Awesome, awesome, awesome. We have Anne-Marie, the lovely Anne-Marie, fan in the middle, and we have Dobie time. Oh, yeah, which we make sure we get the directions there. I
know it's opposite. It's tough. Got to practice.
Exactly. So welcome to Strategy Lab. This is the session where we talk strategy. We kind of geek out, we nerd out, and we talk about all kinds of technical stuff. We get a great show, but before we introduce our guests, I do need to make a mention that Anne-Marie, you're back in the funded area, right? I mean, you just jumped back in on Monday, and here it is Friday.
Yeah,
with the day off in the middle and funded XFAs, right? So tell us a little bit about that to kick us off here.
So I have gotten through several of these, and I'm like, because I trade my own accounts, and then I had them. They were, and then I was typing in chat. I was like, so how long before these things go away and Hope said it was 30 days. I was like, oh yeah, I guess I better go to the next space, because I think I'm like the only holdout that's not trading these, and I guess I should be trading them with you guys. So
yeah, and you did. You just jump right. Yeah, and that's congratulations. That's wonderful. You jumped back in on jumped back in on Monday. Wednesday was off, and here it is Friday, and you're funded two of them, not just one. You grabbed two of them, and you jumped in, and one of them's got 100% win rate, and 100% winning days. Let me make sure I get that absolutely correct. That I'm talking right in front. Yeah, 100% winning days and an 85.7% win rate with your average daily P&L $580. I did notice that you have, like me, an opposite risk reward. It's not bad. It's 1.3 risk versus 1 reward, because you think the same, get into it, and it's not going your way, you get the hell out. And if it does, you're keeping that stop a little different. So I'm not gonna put words in your mouth. I'll let you talk about that. But right now, real quick, Dobie, talking in the green room, we still get that house account. We still get that house account keys to the Ferrari, the Maserati, the Lamborghini.
Yep.
You seeing anything? Just make sure we just cover it in and jump in there, because we want to get that thing up and finish Friday strong.
Yeah, I mean, I think Anne-Marie, we're kind of enjoying this kind of formation we have in the NASDAQ right now. We're kind of at the bottom of the range of this 1 hour range, which I have from 19,946 to about 20,072. And we have a little 5-minute consolidation, kind of offering a cheap trade if we want it and if chat is on board. So I know Anne-Marie kind of likes it. I think, Anne-Marie, you said you got stopped out by a tick. Was that on the long side or the short side?
It was the long side. Yeah, it was the long side. So trying it again, but we'll see. Yeah,
my
I
only
feel
thing is that-
very bearish towards the afternoon. I haven't looked at the forward contracts yet to see what's in terms of the option trades, what they're doing and how they're rolling them. And I probably should, but it feels bearish. I just think it's rangy right now. And so we should move from the bottom of the range back to the top of the range, because this morning during fast markets, my thought was, that's the top of the range. I'm going to short it, but I'm not going to look for a long until it gets all the way back down to the bottom.
It's the bottom
here
of
we are.
the 4-hour range, so like 917.
No, like this area where we are now in the 1 hour
so
range. Yeah.
46s.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would love that. I mean, that looks great. We got Coach Jay. He likes it too. So maybe we could throw a 5-lot in and just work it and see if we can get filled later. Because, I mean, I think it looks pretty good.
Yeah, why not?
946, 947. Jay likes it. Crude oil is selling off. So maybe we just throw it in at like 54 evens. That would be kind of a stop run of the 5-minute range. Or doing something a little bit further down the ladder, Anne-Marie. Or just market it.
If I
don't know.
If I take a look at the chart right now, it's had a base. It spent 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 45, 50, 50 minutes carving out this edge. So I already went long. And so it's simply because I got stopped out the first time and I'm like, I'm getting right back in here.
Yeah.
I'm getting back in here. And so, but it is going to chop around in here. It's not going to go straight up and rotate, I don't think. So that's me. But I do like the area down near 64, I think is ideal. But I think it's going to chop around here and give us a fair number of chances to move up. So that's my thought.
So you
Well,
like
I'm a little bit different
64s for a long. Okay.
For the longs, yeah, you guys are getting in a little bit earlier. That's pretty good. I'm just more of the breakout. So just to throw my hat in the ring there, if we break over 19,991, my target is around 20,000 to 20,005. Just a little short term. I did have a few things marked up. I've been sharing them all day long in the chat and inside the group. As it's just a little different. I look for these little break areas, and market goes one way, the other, and makes it just like a crisscross. And then if we get over the previous highs, and I mark them up on my chart for everyone to see, and it's not hindsight. I was posting these all morning long before they got hit. So that's what I would say now with the little calculator thing I got. So if you're going long, even if you're long on the lower side, I would still look for that target. I'm happy with over those areas there up to the 20,000 to 20,005 as a target zone, a target area to be like, yeah, I think it's going to go here. May it go higher? It sure can. Can it not reach it? Yep. But if it starts slowing down, we can close it out, pull it off, and pocket the profits on that. So I'm with you on that. If you see it, you want to jump in there, I'll do the check mark.
Nice guy. We just trade so differently, Robert. Because to me, that's a very expensive trade. But that's kind of the topic is position management, and that's the thing where everyone has a different opinion. Everybody and their mother has a different opinion on how to manage a trade. I don't have the answers. I wish I had the answers. In my opinion, it's one of the hardest things for new traders to get into. On the flip side, you can make it very, very easy by just going 2-to-1 on everything and just letting the market take care of it. So you don't even have to manage a position if you don't want to. That's one way to do it. But Anne-Marie, how do you feel about position management? Do you think it's one of the harder things to do in trading? Or is it just something that's overthought and maybe it's a lot easier than we all think?
Well, what I do think it is a personal thing. And so this happens all the time. Like I'll hear JD and Jack, and they will size into trades, right? Dolby will size into trades. And I like to size into trades. But if I dig a little bit deeper and I go, well, why? Why do you like to size into trades? And I'm always thinking, well, I could be wrong. And if I'm wrong, I want to have some room. And so sometimes people are way more optimistic. And so someone like MP will say, listen, we've set it up. It's going this way. I'm going to go all in at this level. We know what our risk is. It either works or it doesn't. Now, stop thinking about it and let's just go. And that is really a temperament type of positioning. And I honestly don't believe there's a right or a wrong. What I do believe, it has to do with a psyche event that says, yeah, you know what? I can trade to X. I can trade to Y. And how I do it is how comfortable I am with accepting risk. And because we have a CEO, a lot of CEOs of companies this size and smaller are very comfortable with risk. And so he'll say, of course, just put it on there and, whatever. And he's willing to work with that. And so I don't know that there's a real answer there. What the person has to figure out is how good are they at, wait a second, Robert, where did you say that? Where did you say your target
Probably
was?
like right there.
Yeah, because that's an anchored VWAP from the morning. So yeah.
Yeah, I'm pulling up that little
Anyway.
calculator thing. I'll get the exact levels, but keep on that message, and then I'll fill you in with what I'm at now. I said it earlier. It's around 2000, 2005 is that target, but I'll give you the exact one. So keep on your train of thought, and I'll update you.
Okay, so, what I would say when you think about position sizing, think about how good am I at picking my levels? Do I find that I'm early sometimes? Do I find that when I'm early, maybe there's a way for me to position with less so that I can add back? Maybe it's a squishy zone. All of those things tell us one thing or another about how we trade, and that is more important than just saying, hey, I'm going to add this way or that way or whatever. That's super important to figure out. What kind of person am I as it relates to positioning for a trade? And then once you're there, you get figured out.
Do you mean like personality? Like what's my personality type and like what I can handle as a trader?
Yeah. How anxious are you? I commonly say, and I believe it to be true, I literally am as skittish as a long-tailed cat in a room full of rocking chairs. I'm always, right? I mean, I am just very skittish. And so my trades are always thinking about, okay, what if I'm early? If I'm early and then I can move here and then where's my ultimate stop? And those are the sorts of things that help me in the trade. But sometimes, like John says once in a while, he goes, I got too cheap. So I think to myself, well, I don't want to get so cheap that I miss out on the trade, because I hate to be the girl looking in the window going, I wish I was at that party instead of out here. And so I try to get in, but always thinking to myself, all right, what's the next level? If I get in too early, what's the next level I can get in? And so I bring Dave. What is Dave's last name? You interviewed him, the one that's with Peter Tuchman.
Oh, David Green.
David Green said the other day when you were talking to him, he said, listen, when you leg into a trade, you just don't go 2-3 ticks up and add another position. You don't do that. You look at the big picture and you go, wait a second. If I want to hang on in this trade and it ends up being that I get to add more size to it, where's the next big level that I can add to? And that space, you can go, all right, well, I only have one contract here. I could have had two, but I only have one. And I'm just going to see how it goes. I'm just not going to size up for the sake of sizing up. And I believe that that's a very important piece.
I would
100% agree. Having the plan, right?
Yeah,
absolutely. Having that plan, and not just going, well, I think this, I'm guessing. We all guess, we all speculate, we all assume, and we look at our probabilities. I got it, but just be like, oh yeah, I'm just going to snap another one in here and jump and snap another one in there. Having your plan, say, nope, these are the levels I'm going to, and these are the ones I'm going to take it, and the criteria met, the idea showed up, and then you just jump into it. I like one of the things that Adobe does. It's even though I'm not trading the same way, it doesn't mean it's right or wrong just for the person. But one of the things I like that Adobe does is he has them all set up ahead of time, just like we were discussing. It's like, hey, when we get to this level, I see some liquidity, or at the end of your target zone or range that you're trading. But we also have some here, and we have some here too. So I'm going to tap into one or two, and it comes my way. And that that's the good thing. And if it doesn't, guess what? You get out of the trade. So many ways to do it. So many ways to trade. And I love it. And guess what we're at, folks? Thank you for sharing the screen there, Gabe. I just get everything plotted up, and it's almost there. This happens to be a very small trade, a very small area. You're only talking, what is this trade? 6 or 8 points on this trade. But if you're trading with any size, it can do you some good if you keep stacking them up a little bit. Right. I just hate losing. Losing is part of trading. It's part of trading, and I don't like losing, right? It's not that I have to win. I just don't like losing. I don't like losing more than I like winning, I guess, if you want to put it that way. So if I do lose, and we all lose, I want to keep them as limited as possible, which is why I go after these small little pieces. Hey, it's going here. If it reaches this area, I think it's going here. And if it starts stalling out and doesn't, just get out of the trade. There's always going to be another trade. And for those that don't know my winning streaks and losing streaks, always a factor of 1. And I know Anne-Marie likes that, the factor of 1. I don't have a 3 trade losing streak or winning, or 3 day or 3 whatever. It's always 1, because I don't look at it as one trade impacts the next one. Yes, I know it impacts P&Ls and the win rates and all other stuff, but mentality and my psychology wise, I'm like, hey, that didn't work out. Guess what? Shake it off. 30 seconds later, there's going to be another trade coming down the line. So we're all different. Anne-Marie, you mentioned something. I want to kick it back to you, and let me just pull this up because I want to make sure I just had it and it closed it a second ago. Something you said as we were discussing this segment, you talked about quad OPEX, OPEX, quad OPEX. I want to kick it over to you and share your thoughts on that. What are you thinking?
So we have a number of things happening simultaneously right now. We've got the rollover that's just completed, and I'm gonna get out of here while I'm talking because I cannot chew gum and walk at the same time. So when we get out into a time of the year like this, what did Peter called it? He called it Super Bowl. We have 4 Super Bowls a year. And so it's the quarterly OPEX. And in the quarterly OPEX, we are rolling contracts from the June to September for all of our indices. We are covering all the quarterly options will expire, all the monthly options will expire, all the weekly options expire, and all the daily options expire. And that's why they call it quad witching, because there's 4 of them. And so in this space, traders, big money traders, are going to sit in the framework of how do I keep making money off theta decay. So they're going to be selling all of these options that are way outside of the price areas that they're thinking. They're going to buy them back and roll them over. And so all of that, plus some of these will expire and they'll literally disappear. A lot of these options are simply going to vaporize. Some of them are going to get rolled into forward months, and some of them are going to get executed. All of that is happening simultaneously with every single organization that trades these kinds of instruments. And so what has a tendency to happen on days like OPEX are very long wicks that happen in the candlesticks. And so if we're staring down the 30-minute candlesticks that we could see on any chart, we can use the NQ, you're going to see they have big tops and big bottoms, right? Long spindles that are going to shake people out because they're just stretching the envelope and moving it back. And on top of that, so much of the 0 DTE options affect flow. Today's a terrible day to go in with size in any kind of account. And so literally there are four times in the year where you should say to yourself, hang on, professor, think about what you're doing. You shouldn't be trading big today. And so, one lots, maybe, but then get in your practice account, go study, watch other things, watch price flow, and don't put yourself at risk. And that's, and funny thing is, Michael said that this morning. He said, hey, I hate the rollover event and all of that stuff. I know a lot of guys that take the time off, and they take the time off because the edge disappears. And so no matter whether we trade mean reversion, whether we trade trending, whether we trade reversals or continuations or whatever it is that we trade, the most important thing to realize is that every single one of those strategies has a specific place where it has an edge. And if you can't trade with, I'll borrow this word from something somebody said, Jack had a quote about 2 months ago, but if you're not, I think the quote was from Goethe, but anyways, it said something about trading or operating with agency or purpose. And so if we go in a trade and we find ourselves going, well, let's see what happens here. It's a lot more like rolling dice than saying, okay, I'm going to put a box around what I think should happen, probabilistically speaking. And then I'm going to hammer myself into those spaces and go, all right, where's my least risk? Okay, I'm going to wait it out here. If I see a drop, I'm going to get out quickly. And if it comes back into the space, I'm going to re-enter. See, that's me all the time, especially dealing with these accounts, these small accounts like a 50K combine that moves into an XFA. Your drawdown is very limited. And for me, I've operated in a space for many years where I had a lot of drawdown. I was just used to going, all right, just hang on. It's going to come back. Just give yourself a little room. And usually it would until it didn't. And then, you'd have the big fall down into the valley of despair. And then you come back and you do it all over again. But the combines and the XFAs don't allow you to do that. And when you are sitting in a confined space, you have to go, okay, how can I play in here? And I think a lot of times people forget, hey, you're given this, learn to play in there. Learn to play in there. And that means, okay, I'm going to wait until, and that's when I say wait until, I always mean watch, structure, form. Watch 1 or 2 1-minute candlesticks, 3, 4 of them going, all right, they're not going lower. They're not going lower. So the second they go higher, the moment they pull back, I'm taking that trade. And so from those spaces, and that happens all day long on OPEX. Down, pop, up, crash, all the way down, and it'll do it all day long. So today's a day when position sizing is incredibly important, simply because it's a day where your edge will likely disappear.
And that's true thanks for sharing that. That's true for a lot of the strategies also. You're talking about, these one-off days, right? So you can have a strategy, let's call it all year long. Every trader, whether it's 251 trading days a year, you have all of those. However, if the 4th of July is on a Thursday, that Friday may be terrible. Your strategy goes out the window. So I'm 100% with you. It's like, this day is different than the last. This hour, this time of day is different. Take your strategy, not you personally, but you in general. Take your strategy or mine, and then trade it in Asia, trade it in the London session, and then trade it in the U.S. session. See if it works in all three exactly perfectly. If it doesn't, and then trade that same thing on the U.S. on a Monday and the same thing on a Friday. Does it trade exactly the same? If it doesn't, and then we look at these big events like CPIs and like FOMCs and this quad OPEC timeframe. All of this stuff has to be taken into consideration. And the best thing that I think you said there, Anne-Marie, and then I'm going to take it over to Dobie, was to scale down. This is a different type of environment. These days don't happen often. So you got to step back and look at it and say, man, I've been doing great all week. Well, today's different. There's a lot of different other components in there. It's way better to either, one, you have the option to sit on your hands, you have the option to, or not trading or walk or take the day off, to scale down, size down, maybe look at another instrument, maybe the bonds are better for today instead of the NQ because it's being all weird. I don't know that, but it's just good to share that, taking a look at it a little bit differently, different glasses, different lens, scaling back, being patient, and then just trading what you see, trading what comes to you. If your setups are there and it's working the way that you anticipated, go for it. Let it go. What's the biggest thing that's going to happen? You lose a trade. Guess what? Happens to everybody. So thank you very much for sharing all that, especially on these days that are really just different, way different than a lot of the other days of the year. We did go through our target there. So that trade was only about a 6-point trade. But one contract on NQ, that's $120.
Yeah. Well designed.
Yeah. Thank you. Dobie, what are you seeing over there? I want to kick it over to you. You get the keys to the house account, and if you see something, we're going to vote it up. We're going to put our key, our check boxes on there, or we'll get some help from the chat, get some help from our funded traders, and if Coach Jay, if Dakota, I think Dakota's he's probably sleeping out there again. The guy did amazing last night.
He's
golfing with right from Anne-Marie and anybody else. So
he's on the golf course. I think.
Is he really good for him?
Yeah, he's on the golf course.
Yeah, good for him. That's the way to go. So, Dobie, you seen anything kicking through there? I didn't come down to your long entry that we were talking about. So, what are you looking at now?
It's mostly me, I think, just kicking myself for not just hopping into 5 right at around like 964s or 965s. But I'm so particular when it comes to ranges and pricing, and I like spreading out my orders. So I'm not much of one to slam the buy button. So I am kicking myself a little bit because we are trading NASDAQ, and I feel like NASDAQ just does not give opportunities. So maybe that's a little house account lesson, that if something looks good in NASDAQ, just put on the trade, let it play out, because who knows if you're ever going to see that price again, to be honest. But I love what Anne-Marie said. I love what you said. I think a real milestone in a trader's journey is knowing when not to trade and having the confidence in taking days off. And that's a tough thing to do. I think a lot of us just want, the most amount of screen time, the most amount of dopamine. We want to pull the lever, but a real trading professional, has the journal, has the data, and is like, you know what, this happens 4 times a year. This is not my bread and butter. Time for a vacation. It is a real sign of maturity and growth as a trader, is just being able to take a day off and not trade. So if you do find yourself getting chopped up, don't think that not trading makes you weak. If anything, it's a sign of maturity, and it's a lot of growth. So enjoy those days off. Identify those sessions that maybe you don't like. So it's good. I mean, these are good lessons to learn. The problem with this situation in indices is, like Anne-Marie said, it only happens, 4 times a year, whereas commodities are rolling over, every month. So if you're like a crude oil trader or a gold trader, you're used to this rollover thing. If you're in indices, you're maybe not so used to it. But now we're stuck in the middle of a range. So I don't really see a current trade unless we like continuation. I'm calling it a dominant
range trade to the continuation trade. So dominant continuation trade to the downside. So the 4-hour chart, in my opinion, still has the strongest range currently. So this might be an opportunity here for this, here being like 19,990 or whatever, to actually continue down to the bottom of the 4-hour range, which was 19,920. So if we think that's a good trade, could be possible. But if we think the 1-hour is the dominant range, then this would be not a great trade, because now we're kind of in the middle. So I'm curious to see how this is going to manifest in the next 10, 15 minutes. Are we going to end up pulling back from here? Because we did hit 20,000 evens, and we know how the market feels about big round numbers. They enjoy them very, very much.
Absolutely.
So,
I see the DOM up on your screen there, Toby, and then we'll kick it over to Anne-Marie for those comments. Are you using the DOM to look for these? We're talking about trade management today. So if you're looking at these ranges that you see, when it gets to a certain level, like the 20,000, are you taking a look at the DOM on the side and seeing what the reaction points are as well? I do see it up on your screen. I don't use it personally.
No.
But I see it on your screen. Is that something that you do?
I don't use the DOM too much unless it is maybe YM. I'll use the DOM a little bit more to see if like we get a wiggle, but NASDAQ wiggles too fast. So I can't really read the NASDAQ, but for slower markets like crude oil or YM, every now and then I can pick up the wiggle in the ladder, which to me typically signifies incoming volatility. And that's when like maybe ranges will get stretched, but NQ is very hard to read. Alternatively, I will use the DOM for like spotting liquidity levels. Something we talk about on here all the time is like, oh, hey, we have 200 trading at, 19,960. So does that mean the market's going to get attracted to that level? Maybe. And if we do think it is, then that gives us an idea of where we can put a target, or maybe we want to front run it and get long, however you want to slice and dice it. But, you have traders like Rips as well who are using Bookmap. I think even, Austin Silver is starting to use it a little bit as well. And, that's just a different visualization of the DOM and trying to find, where is liquidity and is the market going to go there and, get it filled. So there's a couple ways you can use the DOM. That's probably its own strategy lab, to be honest. But we did get that big rejection off of 20,000. So now I'm kind of curious if the 4-hour dominant trade continuation trade is going to play out here, which means a rollover possibly down to 19,917. And then maybe if we can stretch lows down there, do we get the liquidity we need to get pushed back up above 20,000 into the weekend? A lot of assumptions there, but that's kind of how the game works.
If you're looking at that 4-hour...
So we rejected the VWAP.
Please,
okay.
Anne-Marie, please, VWAP.
Yeah, no, we rejected right at the VWAP. Right at that VWAP, we rejected it. So here...
Is that the daily that you started at the beginning of session, or is that anchored to the US Open?
The beginning of session. Yeah, US beginning of session. And so the VWAP is there. The anchored VWAP from the morning move is there. If I want to anchor this VWAP from the tallest, most recent edge, you can see why we would reject right at that space that you picked, Robert. It was just excellent, truly. It's fantastic. But right below it at 19,554, this area right around here, that's the monthly open.
What's that level for the monthly open?
Weekly, sorry. That's the weekly open. Pardon me.
Okay.
Yeah, that's the weekly open. And so we've really been dancing around it since pre-market here, where we bounced right off of it. And then here at about 10 a.m., where we also bounced off it, that 19,950-ish area, and then one more time. So my suspicion is that we're going to try for down here again and bounce one more time. I'm not quite sure that we'll see that 915, that 913 that you're discussing right there.
Mm-hmm.
It could come, but it feels like maybe Yeah, exactly. That's exactly right.
That's why I like what you said, Dobie, about that number. You said it was 19,917 you were looking towards, if on the 4 hour, if that breaks down. And that would be wonderful for me because I have a target area. If we go below 940, I would be targeting between 930 and 920 roughly. So again, we're just talking around a 10, 12 point area. And that just seems to be what works for me. So it seems to be a sweet spot. I figure if you even did a 1-to-1 ratio, I'm going to look for 10 and maybe look for 10 and then potentially lose 10, but I would keep the stop a little further away, give a little bit of wiggle room and just get out if it's not looking that direction. So I hope it does and breaks down on that 4 hour zone thing range that you're looking at, because that's going to go right through where that target is. And if I find one lower, I'll let you all know. So let me ask you guys, keep it on the theme of trade management, position management. Let's talk about scaling in and out. I know that's a common one also. So are you scaling in once you're in a position and it's going your direction? You go, wow, I believe this is going to continue. I'm going to add one every X amount of points or X amount of time. And then it's getting closer, but it might be slowing a little bit or coming to another particular level, like a big round number or closer to a VWAP. All right, I'm going to pull a couple of these off and lock in some profits. So let's go with Anne-Maire first. Do you like to scale in and out, or you just want to jump into a trade and all at once and potentially scale out? Or just do an all in and all out type thing. So let's share your strat on that.
So I normally scale in, and the only times I will scale out is if I have strong trend. So most of the time, and when I say strong trend, when I'm in a trade, I'll use the 30-minute, the 1 hour, the 4 hour to mechanize the trade. But if I look at the market and I can see that it's sideways, I don't raise my stop to break even, and I don't come out piecemeal. It's all or none, because I have no guarantee of continuation of price. And so that really is the defining structure of how long I will hold a trade and whether I will size out. If I've got, so you might go, that's pretty nebulous. How about cleaning it up a little bit? So let's say I'm looking at a 5-minute chart. All right. Okay. This is perfect. So if we're looking at this chart, what the heck is this besides just a bunch of nothing? It's absolute and complete and utter noise in the chart. And so what will I do? I will go let me show you what I have here. I've got these boxes marked from the FOMC response, and I've just duplicated it. I just took the FOMC response and I moved it up for the day. And so if I duplicated that, let's see if it'll let me do this. If I cloned it and I moved it up, it will probably be somewhere in the quadrant, right? So notice how good these measurements are. This is the motion of the entire FOMC commentary. I moved it up and I went, all right, I'm either going to walk through 1, 2, 3 quarters, and then I'm going to have 100% move up. And if it happens again, I'm going to go 1.25, 1.5, 1.75, 2x, and I'm going to walk it up. If it doesn't go up, I'm going to be walking back down the stairs. And I think about it in terms of like dueling on some stadium steps. If you and I are locked in a duel, we're two pirates, and we're sword fighting up and down, we can't move in between steps. We can only go from one step to the next below or one step to the next above. And so although that's not quite exact in the trading space, what it does tell us is, listen, if I have cleared resistance, I'm going to walk up to the next relative resistance, and that's going to be a measured move, more than likely. And so it went up into this area, and now look at what it's doing. It's trying to hold this 25% move up and out over the chart. And so when I come in and I go, okay, I'm going to take a trade, and I go, all right, how long am I going to take it? If I see a lot of candles and my moving averages are serpentining or braiding, like some folks say, I will go, yeah, I'm just trading from support to resistance. I'm not legging out and leaving on a runner, because there's nothing telling me that the possibility of a runner exists other than the outside epsilon, which could always happen, but I don't want to give it back. And so I'll wait for all of the moving averages to be in one direction, all moving in the same space, and then I will go, okay, you know what? I'm going to leave a runner on. And of course, that's dependent on whether I'm trading a 1 minute, 2 minute, a 5 minute, a 30 minute. 5 minute looks terrible. What am I going to, how am I going to, I'm going to leave a runner on for what in this?
For what?
Everything's telling me a different story.
Exactly. That's a great, it's so interesting how so many people trade so many different ways. There just are so many different ways. And Bill, before I kick it over to you, Anne-Marie, pirates. Next time we are on, I am having a pirate theme in the background. I can kid you not. You got to do something. You're talking about pirates on the steps, and you walked into that when you walked right into that one, my friend. So.
Yeah. I might have I might find some pirate decor to put around.
All right, we'll do that. Hi, matey. Dobie, when you're scaling in, I know you stack them up also, and I'm not going to say the DCA words because I don't want to start a fire over here.
Too late.
I can't say fire. This fire drill, right? Oh my God, I can't win on this one. So when you're getting into your trades, I noticed that you do like to stack them. Now, when you're stacking those, if you're entries, you also remove them piece by piece, or do you just wait for them to get to what you want and then cut out altogether? We see you all the time on Power Hour doing that. We'll see you again today on Power Hour doing it. But go ahead and lay it out there for us.
I mean, if I like a range, then I would like to do some sort of like dollar cost averaging, because we just don't know how big a pullback is going to happen. And this is something I was doing more when I was doing crude oil, and I'm trying to adapt it to NASDAQ, but it's a little bit trickier in NASDAQ because it runs ranges so much deeper than other products do. I haven't traded YM in a long time, but I actually had some pretty good success doing this in YM. But like for example, let's take this current market structure that we have, and we got this this box right here. So for example, let's say we want to see a stop run below 19,950. Well, we might try to put a trade on our first lot at, I'll do some lines here just to color them differently. Right, so let me change the color here, but maybe they're going to be purple lines. That we want to work 5 contracts, but we don't know how deep the pullback is going to be, but we're betting that the market is going to run stops. And so maybe what we do is we think the market range for the stop run could be between 935 and 950. But we don't know if it's going to get all the way down there. So by kind of spreading out these orders, you're making an assumption that you're going to participate in a stop run. You're going to help those people get out of their trades for our benefit. But we also are kind of making a bet that we don't know how deep it's going to be, but we don't want to miss it. And so kind of like your conviction level is going to determine how far up you would place the first leg of the order. So right now it's at, say, 950. But maybe we think the pullback's not going to be that deep. So then we just start moving all of our orders up. And then maybe our stop now is sitting at 938 evens instead of further down. It depends on your risk tolerance. It depends on what your assumptions are of the market. But it gives you a way to increase your chance of getting, I think, a better fill and participating in a possible move, because maybe we take all of these orders and we just like, hey, we're super convicted that we're going to get 940s. Great. So we're going to smash all of our orders to 940s, but maybe it only goes to 947. Well, now you're missing out on everything. Maybe we could have had 2 contracts, but now we have 0. And, that's not super fun either. So it kind of just gives you away. You're kind of hedging your bets on how deep of a pullback you're going to get.
It's very specific to me and range trading, and that's how I like approaching it. I've had terrible times averaging up into trades, but maybe that's just because I'm just not good at it. Maybe there is some other secrets to averaging into trades, but if it is a skill set that you're going to try to develop, also develop a hell of a lot of patience, because you're going to be sitting in trades for a long time. Because if you want to average up into a trade, you probably want to buy in a pullback. Maybe start going to smaller time frames to see if you can add in another contract. It's hard because it's also going to move up your average entry. And so you are kind of taking on more risk. So you really do have to have conviction that, like Anne-Marie said, we're in a trending market. I can justify maybe averaging up into a trade or letting runners run, however you want to play it. I haven't had good luck with it yet. It's something I want to add to my repertoire, especially in like a live account if I'm trading micros, because if you really get a winner and sink your teeth into it, like the way to really capitalize on that is by adding to that trade and getting, more and more value out of it by adding more contracts. But you really have to make sure that you've identified a solid trend and you have that conviction to hold. So I think, adding trades or adding positions, really make sure that you are a very patient trader, or else I think what could happen is that you're probably going to start fiddling with your stops probably too soon and probably over managing your trade because maybe psychologically we're not used to having that much risk on. And I'm a very firm believer that traders can only make as much money as they're mentally prepared to handle. So if you get into 10 contracts, but you don't have the mental fortitude to handle 10 contracts, you're probably going to start making bad decisions. For example, Dakota, he's totally fine trading 30 contracts in a live account overnight. Most of us cannot do that, but he's slowly over time built up that mental fortitude. I don't really think most traders have the ability to skip first base and go straight to home when it comes to position sizing.
Yeah, and that's the big difference what you said there. No, that's amazing. I'm glad you explained that, because we have so many traders, and a lot of traders are coming here for the first time and seeing this. And, excuse me, and we some of us have heard it, but every time it's just another level and another piece of information that we can get. And I really like the way you explained that. Just the part that I caught on to there was, we don't know where it's going to come down and do this stop run. Great, it's going to come down, especially NQ. We know it's just an animal. So is it going to come down 5 points or 45? We don't know. So if we bring down 5, we left a little bit and say, there's some more wicks, there's some more area down here with this potential. So if it only comes down to a certain point, we're going to get in and we'll get one out of it. If it goes a little further, we'll get in 2, 3, 4, and then we'll ride that up. And if it gets to the bottom, what happens? We hit our stop, we move on to the next trade. That's a wonderful way to put it. Anne-Marie, I'm going to kick back to you one more time for any additional comments you want in there. We are just about out of time, and then we will sign it over to Power Hour, which we get to hear some more of Dobie. So Anne-Marie, please wrap it up for me.
I actually wanted to talk to you about your trade zone indicator. Do you have any videos on that in the library? Do you have videos on?
Thanks for asking. Yeah, no, I do not actually have one on this, and there's only reason. I don't think you heard this. We have Hoagland. He gets his levels, and he does these chicken bones and tea leaves, a little magic. And I do the same thing. It's just a bunch of algo stuff coded, some math I put in there, and it's just right now it will be, but right now it's not available for me to be able to do that in Topstep X, and that's what we're all using here. I do have that in Trading View because that's what I was using prior to, and it's all calculated for me. Stick an indicator on, and these boxes get drawn automatically. So what I did while I'm waiting for this process to be able to add to Topstep X, I just coded this little calculator, and it's a little fun thing. All right, I'm just going to log in. It pulls my data down. It only has a few instruments on it that I coded in there that we can grab. 5, 6 of the common ones, CL, GC, UB, and a couple of bond markets. And I just log in. It pulls some data over because I need to do a data look back and volume, stuff like that. And I just hope this is my low pivot, this is my high pivot, whatever they are. Again, if it's on a chart, you can just do it automatically, but I need to type them in here, hit calculate, and it gives me, and I just draw it on the chart. So to answer your question, I don't have that built in video on that yet as an explanation. People that are in Discord that follow me there, I do put stuff in there as well. I share the stuff in the chat. And I always want to make sure that we're doing this transparent. I have it on the screen. So whenever I'm on talking about these, I'm going to pull it up and say, this is what I'm looking at. Here are the points I'm looking at. This is the target area, potential target area I'm looking at. And I want to share it with everyone. It's just not available yet, but it will be. And when it is, everybody's going to have access to it. Like it, don't like it, use it, don't use it. It's totally fine. It's just something that I do. But thank you for asking. I appreciate it.
Yeah, I'm super interested in it because it had you had it measuring coming right into all of those areas that I had seen on the chart and Dolby had seen. And so I'm looking forward to its debut. That'll be fantastic.
Mm-hmm. Great,
Yeah.
great.
Actually,
I
I'm
look
looking
forward
forward
to sharing
to
it to
more.
everybody. Yeah.
I mean, Robert, we got to be coming pretty close to actually allowing some automated trading via TopstepX. I think they do have an API planned and all that.
Yeah.
So your time to shine, even brighter
it
than
won't
you
be
already do.
it won't
Might be coming up again.
automated at this point, but the first step is to get the custom indicators in there, and that will be through the API. I went to the data feed, and I have to learn another program. It's in JavaScript. Front end's going to be JavaScript to feed through the API, and I don't know JavaScript. I know a couple of other languages: C#, C++, Python, PineScript, which is part of TradingView. I don't know JavaScript, so I've been hitting the books and trying to read about that because I know the first thing's going to happen when custom indicators are available. I'll be swamped with messages to say, hey, can you code this for me? And so I can put my propeller hat on and start learning that stuff. But this is what I made for us to use right now, Oh, man. All right, we are out of time. Boy, this time just flies. Coming up, thank you, Anne-Maire. It's always a pleasure. Dobie, for sharing your stuff as well. We're looking more. You're on the next segment as well. Actually, Andre is on. Andre's driving. So, Dobie, you get the keys to the car again. Hopefully, you can get some house account trades in there and bring that back up some. Hoag. Oh, man, Hoag is in Power Hour. That hasn't happened in a while, but he did have vacation last week and going to get his time back in again. Super looking forward to that. Right. And, of course, we have Coach Ray joining us. I just saw him pop in the green room. What a layout. Stick around on the Friday Power Hour on this funny type of a trading day, 2 o'clock Central Time. No Dakota tonight. Monday through Friday, slow markets is 8 p.m. Central Time. Monday through Thursday, 8 p.m. Central Time. Dakota has slow markets. Nothing tonight. Last you're going to hear from me. I will see you all. Have a great weekend. I look forward to next week. We'll do it all again. Take care.
See you, Robert.
right, everybody, welcome to Power Hour, the last Power Hour of the week here on Topstep TV. As you see, the man in the lower right, that is Coach Ray, and the person in the upper right looks like a witch. What is that? That doesn't look like Hoag. Ooh, wow. Man,
I am FOMO face.
That is what FOMO face looks like, everybody. That is exactly what FOMO looks like. We're coming to get you. My man in the lower left, that's my partner, Dolby Time. He has the keys to the house account right now. House account's down a couple bucks. By a couple, I mean 13,000. See if we can get some trades off Ray right now. Anyways, Coach Ray, welcome to Power Hour. What are we thinking? What are we looking at? Thoughts on the market?
Well, I mean, equities have been kind of on the rangy side, so to speak. But I did manage to get a couple of trades in on gold and crude oil today. One to the short side, thankfully, on the gold, and another on the crude to the long side. So all good on my end. Been kind of watching the markets on the equities, not seeing too much in the way of opportunity. Seems like we're stuck in a range. So.
Yeah, I would agree with that. John, what are we thinking here going into the close on this Power Hour? Uh-oh.
Right in the middle of the range. Right in the middle of the range.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Dolby Time.
We do have negative delta in the S&P.
Yeah, what is delta real quick?
11,000.
It's 11,000. Okay.
Negative 2,100 in the NASDAQ. We're right in the middle of the range. Dolby, this would be a nightmare level for you if you're going to be focusing on the extremes, right?
Definitely not ideal. I mean, there is a range that exists. It's just very, very small. I try to defer to the largest range I can find, which in my opinion is the 4 hour. But we're in the middle of kind of the 4 hour range. So I'm still looking for a dominant range continuation trade, which is 4 hour range down to 19,000, like 920.
19,920.
So I'm kind of bearish right now, which might be crazy, but you know, if we can't stay over 20,000, then that's kind of a big deal. But Coach Ray likes it. That's a check mark. Take one of those.
Yeah, no, I mean, I think if we can get it, if price in this case in Nasdaq, if we can get below 19,973, I think that opens it up to 920 below. So
short 973 is one check mark for Ray.
Yeah.
Okay.
Now the opposite is true. If we do get above that 20,000 level, then we can shoot for the highs.
Right.
Long. Okay. Check mark. John, do you like that?
Yeah.
Short below 973, long above 20,000.
973. Long above. We're talking Nasdaq now, right? We were focusing on
Nasdaq.
We can do either. Yeah,
we
we're talking Nasdaq, but same thing.
Coach Jay, talk to me. Coach Jay, hit me up.
Long
with,
above
NASDAQ
20,000.
Long above 20,000.
And short below 1970.
973.
973.
I feel like we'll be selling the low and buying the high.
That's I would agree with that. Yeah.
If we have a break, it'd be a breakout play.
Time frame is 5 minutes on this range.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, we're in a 30-minute range. We're in a 15-minute range. We're in a 1 hour range. Like everything it's so range bound. It's just I don't know, because I'm trying to figure out like who still has business to do and how are they going to go and get the liquidity they need to go and do the business if they're trying to do big business. You know, like if they want to go back up to like 20,100, do we need to go back down to 19,917 to get some fuel? Or are we happy just slow melting up here? I have no idea. No idea.
Here's what the profile looks like. If you'll go to my charts, the point of control, the TPO point of control, and the volume point of control are very close. 19,992 and 93. We've got range extension above rejection. We've got excess below. We're sitting here right in the middle of the range, so I really don't want to do anything here. If we're going to be trading range bound, I would look, and I don't like to do this, but I mean, I'd look at value high 20,023 as maybe showing a little bit too expensive, and the range value low here at 19,955 to kind of look at it as being too cheap, because we're just sitting here right in the middle of the range. It seems like business has been done. The market has found its equilibrium level. So we want to trade away from equilibrium back to equilibrium. But there's the question of, well, where's the risk? We're selling value high at 23. Where do we limit risk on that? Or if we're buying value low down here, where do we limit risk on that?
Question.
Wherever our daily loss limit is, Hoag. That is the answer.
Kind of what we're working with right now.
Wherever the daily loss limit is.
Oh, I took off my FOMO face, so I'm not in any big hurry to do anything. I know it's not, fun or sexy or anything, but I really want to try and stay patient and see if we can't get, a decent extreme. We were kind of leaning towards this value high.
Yeah, okay.
It's just cruising to the upside.
We do have some confluence with settlement price and initial balance high around that 2028 level, right? So we could rally into that.
Initial balance high.
Yeah.
28.
Yeah, 20.
Now
I got 20
back down below.
Yeah,
2031.
We do have this negative delta as well.
Yeah. I mean, I guess another question too is how many rejections of 20,000 can NASDAQ handle before it decides to just give up?
Yeah.
I don't know.
We've had two. I don't know. Who wants to bet on it? That's the other thing too.
We keep rejecting 20,000. It's going to get a complex.
Hey, I like that. It's hard dealing with rejection here, but that might be shorts coming in here, John. Getting short up against 20,000. If we can't go lower, you know what happens.
Be a cheap trade. Yeah, I mean, come failed moves, come fast moves. We'd only be risking 9 points, which is, I don't know, not a lot, I think.
All right, question. If we do get stopped out being short, would we be willing to go get long then? Move to the upside.
I wouldn't. I want to get long, but I kind of agree with Hoag is that I would prefer getting long on the extremes,
lower,
which is
950s. Yeah, he said 55s, 50s work.
Right. I don't know. Like I said, I don't know what the other market participants are needing from the market on a Friday. Do they have enough juice to get this thing over 20,000, or do they need to bring it back down to 940s or 914s and get all the long-term weak longs stopped out, and then they can pump it in the end of the day. But also, there's only 45 minutes left, so
yes, there is.
I think W. Kevin was in the green room with us. He's saying use the reverse button.
Hey, it's kind of what I'm thinking here. If we get short and doesn't break, get along with it. Hey, so really quick though. In the upper left-hand corner of the screen, you will see the hashtag Power Hour. You know what I'm about to say, who I'm going to ask. Dolby time, what is hashtag Power Hour?
Hashtag Power Hour. So we are on Twitter, also known as X. And if you want to share your trader wins with us, battle station setups, tick picks, please use hashtag Power Hour at Topstep. So tag at Topstep as well, hashtag Power Hour. And we will take your contents, your creative, beautiful content that you design or that you've earned, and we will share it live on air on TopstepTV. It has become quite popular, actually. Quite popular.
Indeed. Okay. And lower right-hand
corner. I
agree,
agree. J-Lo looks like a nice spot.
Where, Hoag? Sorry.
For what?
I was just somebody was commenting in the chat the J period low, which is basically value area low 556 555, that area. I mean, that looks like it's where it ran out of buyer. It ran out of sellers last time. Buyers took over, but we may not get that opportunity.
Right.
We're trading sevens right now. We still like the short. We still like the short at 20s. One check mark for 20s.
Got one for 20s. There's a little bit like liquidity in the NQ around 2010s or the 10s. It's like not a lot. It's like 30 or 40 contracts. We got 67 up by the 20s.
Seeing that, yeah.
50s, yeah.
They're gonna get these 10s,
100 and 30s. I think it's going to melt higher, to be honest.
Long.
A higher melt until we go long, and then it's going to reverse back down to 940s, obviously.
Yeah, I mean, I like the 2030s again for reversal. If it pushes up that way, that's we have IB high there, and we have settlement price there on the NASDAQ. So yeah, I could see us kind of shooting up there and reversing away from it.
S&Ps.
So we've got
really good about an hour ago.
GIC in the chat saying he sees a fair value gap in the NASDAQ up all the way up at 20,197 to.
Wow, that's way up there.
To 32 quarter, 20,032 quarter, expecting the first long at 32 quarter. That's just where we're talking about taking a short. Maybe if that doesn't work, we flip.
That's what. Would we be willing to do that? We've never done that.
Whatever our heart and daily loss limit allow.
I mean,
we're still not like super strong over 20,000, to be honest. Like we're getting kind of wicky above 20,000 on a 5-minute, but we're also just doing perpetual higher lows. So
wiki.
Yeah. I have a 233-day EMA that on the NASDAQ is respecting right at that point you're talking about, Dobie. It's been kind of bouncing, hitting its forehead on that a few times, hasn't been able to get above it. So that that 233-day EMA kind of serves as my kind of sentiment indicator, so to speak. High above, long above, short below, kind of thing. So right now it's below.
It does look kind of tempting for a short, but the market does a very good job of making things look tempting.
Yeah.
When in fact it is a trap. But we bounced off of 010s evens a whole lot today. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, maybe 8 to 10 times over the course of the day. That's acted as a resistance, and it's doing it right now.
Yes, it is.
So, I mean, is this a short that we can take? Is our stop tight enough? I mean, it might be interesting to be able to take a small position and see if we can finesse something. I mean, I would try like 20, like 010s, and just see if it fails to break out again, or try to get long. But like, I want to get long on a pullback. The problem I think is that the longs are too expensive and the shorts are cheap, but we're in an uptrend and it's the NASDAQ on a Friday.
Yes, it is.
It is 108 on the offer, up at 20,030.
Yes, liquidity play.
Yeah, that's that IB and settlement price level.
Yes, we're not the only ones looking at it.
No. Yes, that would be for me. That would be the best primo level for me for a short.
For a short, yeah.
Yeah, up at that.
Nice little pullback.
Here's your pullback.
Yeah. Do we like longs? How much do we like longs?
How much do we like
them
longs?
Enough to buy some at this volume point of control that Hoag has at approximately at 992 evens.
Dolby, I'm going to give you the FOMO face.
Uh oh.
Yeah. I think if I wanted to be long, I'd want to be long at 975, somewhere in that range.
Okay.
If I was going to go long, if I was going to kind of play this bounce between 20,000, 975 would be my price for long.
For long,
I'm not really a big fan of paying retail up here.
Yeah.
Mr. Valentine has set the price.
This is luxury pricing up here. This is not bargain bin.
Yeah. I mean, if we can get down to 960 or even 940, that would be ideal for a long, but I don't know if we're going to get down there. This feels right at the level it is right now. Feels like a short, but we're like you said, Dolby, we're in an uptrend.
We are. But now we're back under 20,000, and it's like that 2010s has been so difficult for bulls to get through recently. I mean, we really haven't been able to be able to get above 10s in the Nasdaq since almost 12 o'clock.
Yeah. Well, like I said, I have that EMA there. I mean, it's kind of bouncing off that EMA 1, 2, 3 times. So,
it's no trade right now.
I know it's hard getting confluence, but so that means we have to go to chat. Chat, long or short, or do we close?
Don't worry if the price starts going up. Just keep buying.
Yeah, that's right. Do we close above 20,000 or below 20,000 today? Because 20,000 is a real battleground.
There's that EMA I was telling you about, the 233-day EMA. You just
starting to pull.
Oh yeah, look at that. That's interesting.
Going through the Rolodex here. See if we can get some levels. Let's see, we're in the middle right now. No one knows what to do with this 20,000 level.
Flats.
You giblet head.
If you look on this 5-minute chart, we have
Your level bounce, Tug.
all the moving averages in VWAP. We got the 50, the 100, and VWAP. What was it that Anne-Marie called? I call it braiding them. I call it braided.
That's what she used.
You called it something else, but that sounds a little bit more professional. But that's what I call it when it's braiding. We got the 200 session above that. The 200 session comes in at 19. 20,019. But I mean, in every like technical analysis book I've read or seen or looked at or anything, when this is going on, and this is from experience too, it's a coin flip as to which direction it's going to go, if it's going to go anywhere.
Yeah, we're right back up at that 2010 level right now. So
yes, we are.
Does it reject?
I know. I'm very curious to see
the liquidity to the upside.
Yeah.
There we go.
Right at that level right now. Can we close above that 2010?
2010s. Yeah. I mean, if we go to even like a 1 hour, we have like a little nub here at about 012s that I can mark off. That's on the 1 hour, 30-minute, kind of 15-minute. Yeah, it's the top of consolidation from earlier today at around lunchtime. You can draw a little box around it, but that level has kind of this little line right at 012s and 3/4 3/4. So let's see if maybe that is the pop that it needs to get some people out. It's resisting again.
Yes, we are
again here. Very interesting. Yeah, like I would consider shorts, cheap shorts above 2013s. If we can even get there.
Yeah.
10s resisted again. Okay.
Yep, slapped away.
Yep.
We might try to take this higher then if we can't break beneath these 20,000s.
It's still all higher lows. That's the thing that really makes me think this is like more of a desperation short. Like we're just trying to find a way to get short because it's like the only trade that's really presenting itself because that's what's giving opportunity because the bulls aren't giving anyone else opportunity to get long unless they're forcing traders to be aggressive. If they're forcing them to shop at Chanel instead of Plato's Closet.
Exactly.
Hey, what if you can find a Chanel in Plato's Closet, though? Now we're cooking.
And then, now you got a value trade. That's what we're talking about.
Now we're cooking, Dolby.
That's what we're saying.
Basically, that's what we're looking for, Chad. We're looking for Chanel in Plato's Closet. If you can find that for us, give us those prices. We are all
What did you say?
A Chanel in
Plato's
Plato's
Chanel in Plato's Closet.
Plato's Closet is
I'll tell you after.
like
I'll
a
tell you after,
secondhand
Jeff.
store in Chicago.
Secondhand store. Oh, okay, got it.
It's a thrift store. A thrift store.
It's
If
a
you
thrift
can find a
store.
Chanel, yeah.
Hey, I get all
Hell
my
yeah.
suits from what is it? Salvation Armani.
Salvation Armani.
Armani,
I
same
love
thing.
that. I love that.
Yeah.
I go to Marcello.
Look at this.
Oh yeah,
Target.
the very, very fashionable people on Topstep TV. Please get all your fashion
Yes.
advice from us.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, and then I go to eat dinner at Jock in the Box.
I mean, God, do we?
Wow,
That
we
was
just
Delta.
kind of keep squeezing. We have like an ascending triangle going on on the Nasdaq. We have a kind of little triangle pattern going on the ES. We keep squeezing up and up and up. So I don't know, Nasdaq especially.
Yeah, no wiggle yet in the ladder either. So this is it's very orderly. Whether it's going up or down, it's doing it in a very orderly fashion. I do
orderly
kinda
wiggle.
Yeah, it's an orderly wiggle. Like, I kind of like longs here too, though. To be honest,
Me too.
like
I do
I
too.
like your 992s, Hogue. I think those are interesting. We're making these higher lows. Like we could take
Like
5
992s
lots
also.
and then just do 1 all the way down to like 970 and see if we can build an average at around like 80. That would be kind of interesting. Let's see if we can take this higher.
Yeah, I mean it's definitely creating a little bit of a little demand area around 20,000.
So I think we could do. I mean, if we had 5 lots, we'd do like 89,
19,995.
84, 80s, 75s, and 70s. And see if we can try to get like a series of buys up along the series, like the series of higher lows, and just see if the long. That's kind of interesting. But we've got to get other people. Other people, got to get some more check marks here.
Yeah,
we're getting
my man Jay saying this is chop, stay out of it. So, and I would agree.
I don't know. Chat's adamant for us not to take a trade, but I do have to remind them. Literally, our job to theorize trades for the house account. And here's the other thing: if we don't theorize the trades now, when they do present themselves, we're going to be too slow to take it. So this is a really good practice for everybody on screen to rehearse talking these trades out ahead of time. So when it's time to act, we don't have to deliberate. We just do the acting.
Absolutely. I guess basically you want to ask the question, what do I need to see? Right?
Yeah.
What do I need to see to support a long? What do I need to see to support a short?
Well, let's do a little round table. Let's do a round table. Andre, what do you need to see for a long and what do you need to see for a short?
I don't need to see much for long, to be honest with you. I think long at 992 is good enough for me. Short going into the close. I don't know. This negative delta has got me thinking we don't break here. I'm a permable.
Permable. Love it.
Obviously, 20,000s is the big level. What we do with it is TBD. I do like longs.
Hogue.
Can't get the check marks right. Right now, it's a no trade. But like Ray was saying, what would it take for us to get long? Probably a snap pullback right now.
70s, right? I mean, I think anything between 70 and 80 is pretty lucrative. I think that's
I like that. I like that level for long.
That's a check. Do you want to do
70 and 80?
Yeah. If we can get
Dudes,
there.
I just got busted.
All right.
What happened?
I was muted.
Oh.
Wow.
Chad
Like a
busted me
golfer.
out.
The devil had him.
Self-reporting the rules violation like a pro golfer. I like it.
Very good.
So, I mean,
nothing but honest.
I kind of liked. I mean, Hogue, how do you feel about working some
$5?
$5 working bids between 70 and 80? You could probably do a contract every 2 points and work a range.
Yeah. I mean, that's we get long before we hit the low of value if it turns around.
Yeah. Okay. I mean,
all right. What's that? You said 70s
Okay.
and 80s?
Yeah,
Yeah,
looks
start
good
with
to me.
Yeah, I'm going to
start
put
with a
these
3.
in. We're going to work 5, but we're going to do them every 2 points apart just to see
I'm with
how
you, James.
deep the pullback is.
James, say
Yeah, I mean,
yours.
assuming
Negative
it-
delta
assuming
is
it even
keeping
gets
him
down
full
there.
bias.
Yep.
It might not, but also it's NASDAQ. It can do whatever the hell it wants. So, okay, we're going to work these orders here. So we got 5 different orders, all 1 lot apiece between 70 and 80.
Yeah, I like it.
Cool.
Very decisive.
Yeah, I mean, that's, hey.
We got to get there,
Now we can talk about whatever we
Yes,
want.
that's the question.
Now the
Is
orders.
it going to give us that opportunity?
Right.
I don't know. Really don't.
Well, if it does, we're got a resting bid in there, but the liquidity, the upside, let's look at the downside, John. I'm not seeing 50 lot on the 83s. We might just trade sideways into this close.
We might, but it's NASDAQ.
Which is okay. Yeah, anything's possible.
It's NASDAQ, let's be honest.
We're not even in a position where my heart is palpitating.
It
makes you feel alive, baby. I love it.
Yes.
Wonder where MP's heart rate was when he had 30 on for about
Whoa.
45 minutes today.
I do believe we had a visitor. XFA trader stopped in and said, "What's up to MP in the Snowmass office?" I know we got
nice
pictures of it. We could show it.
Yeah, we have
really cool.
Maybe if the producer team is ready with hashtag fast markets, I'm not sure if they have that dialed up.
Oh, we do have. Yeah, we haven't shown fast markets yet either.
Oh, we have some fast market stuff too. Okay.
Yeah. Quiz winners. We got quiz winners coming. Don't you worry. Chat keeps us honest around
No
here.
power. Gabe, do you want me to grab power hour stuff, or do you want to grab it?
I think he's working on it.
Blink once.
Steve R is correct. What would piss people off the most? That's what's going to happen.
Running down to 950. To be honest, would probably piss off the most people.
Mm-hmm.
Or running up above 020s and then running back down again.
And we're going to give 20,000 a mental issue.
What?
All this rejection.
That's why I think, Hoag, that we're going to pull back to get the ammo that we need to push higher, because it's done a pretty terrible job. So I think we are set up in a really good position to take advantage of that thesis if it does play out. That's a big if.
It is a big
if. If we're ready for any of that stuff we just mentioned.
Yeah, let's do quiz. Gabe, if you're ready, let's do
quiz winners ready to go. And I'm scrounging around Twitter right now
ready
for
for
Power
stuff.
Hour stuff, so I need a little more time on that.
Yeah,
all good.
But all right, let's do quiz winners real quick.
Let's see what we got here.
So just a friendly reminder to everybody, these are randomly selected. We are not in the back end just picking people out. We do have to filter, though, for anybody that chooses to make their name anything very vulgar or something over the top. But for the most part, they're randomly drawn. So congrats to all those who won. As always, we will be back Monday with another opportunity, 11:45 Central.
John's
check your emails. I believe they will be sent in the Sunday. Knowing the weekend, I believe they are sent Sunday.
Hug
me, Hoag. I got a hug for you. I'm a hugger.
Yes. Visionary.
I like
Thick
it.
for a tick.
Uh-oh.
Thick for a tick.
Uh-oh.
Congrats to all the winners.
Alrighty.
Yep.
Little 3-bar reversal going on. Going on in NASDAQ. 3-bar reversal.
The 5 minute, or what are you looking at?
3 minute.
3 minute.
Oh. Yeah, 5 minute range, super tight, 992 to about 012.
Little 3-bar reversal, peak below my little ascending triangle, and it's come back up again, back to that 2010 level, and fades again.
And yep, someone's got a lid on it.
Yep.
Still think these orders are solid though.
Volume's waning.
Yeah, is volume waning? I got my volume down here.
Yeah.
Let's see what's going on.
The 5 minutes.
Oh yeah, it's coming down.
Yeah.
About even the 1 minute's coming down. So yeah, we do need volume probably to push higher here.
Eddie, we'll jump in with MOCs here in about 20 minutes-ish. No, 15
Coming
minutes
up.
or so.
Yeah.
Yesterday was a big one. Over 4 billion sell side, I want to say, right? Yeah, 4 billion sell side yesterday. Yeah, that was a big one. I'll look at NVIDIA. Trading sideways, 126 right now. 126.
S&P Delta negative 12,400, continuing to get a little deeper.
John, you
Delta's getting deeper.
What's on Q, John?
Negative 1,700. Not so much in the NASDAQ.
It's 12,000.
Yeah.
Ooh. A little push on the ES side.
Yeah, average longs on the tilt are in a great spot. They're at like 95s right now. Shorts are at 97s.
Yes, it's about to get squeezed.
I think we were talking about 20,012s possibly maybe being resistance here. Back.
Looking to the
We're
left.
getting back below 10s again.
Okay, give it a shot there.
Right to value high and coming off.
Man, Power Hour is a tough trade on Fridays. It is just so
it's more of a hangout
tight
session.
ranges. See profit, take profit. Always going to be paying somewhat of a premium for either a short or a long. Typically, you're in a coin flip situation. Like Andre, you had like what 992s for a level that you liked.
Yeah, just look at the 5 minute. Yep. But I mean, where would you get out? You get out
bottom of range.
Came down to 990.
Bottom of range.
You're looking for a breakout though.
Yeah, I could see a breakout up to.
ES is the one I got my. ES is what I got my eye on. This this negative 12,000 delta.
Yeah.
I think we should do Friday Power Hour from Series. Chicago Board of Trade.
That would be fun.
I mean,
that would be fun.
Time.
Couple drinks, Ducci drinks.
All I need is one from that place. All I need is
oh my goodness!
I'll do the
best
trick.
drink in the city.
Stiff is poor. That's
great
for sure.
Value. Great
value. There you go.
Series.
There's your Chanel closet. Your money.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
That's.
Looking at tilt really quick. 50-50 ES. 66% long NASDAQ.
Yeah.
Right now.
Yeah.
AV says 101,000 subs. That is correct. 101,000 subs. Let's get to 102,000. Click like, click subscribe. We got something in store for you guys on Tuesday. You guys will like what we got for you.
I don't want to say we're a big deal, but we're kind of a big deal now.
Getting there.
Eat it, Bloomberg.
We're coming for you, Bloomberg.
1, 2, 3, 4. Wow.
12's rejected on the dots.
Yeah.
Okay.
How many times?
I wonder if this is where we get a failed move comes fast move. Do buyers bail here because we couldn't pierce 012s? And does that mean we have to go find new buyers? No idea. But we are starting to get a little bit more action on the ladder here. So the dome on the NQ has picked up quite a bit, and you can actually start to see this current candlestick have a lot more sort of life to it. So there might be something to that 12s getting rejected here.
Yeah, I could see that. I mean, as I kind of look to the left, I see that we sold off from that level before. So.
Yep. Look left. How your channels doing?
Ray,
any cool channels? And no channels?
Yeah, I mean, right now we're kind of in a rectangular box, right? So
that's okay. We like
not
boxes.
really much, Big fan. I don't see really a channel. Channels are really good when you get into a trend, right?
Yeah.
But we're not really in a trend.
No. We are stuck in this box. Here we go.
We're stuck in a box. Yeah. Really hard to
these 92s.
Friday.
Love Fridays.
Ugh.
Fridays.
They're my bucks.
Yeah.
Right.
So we got the wiggle. So yeah. So with this wiggle, I do expect us to touch at least 992 and maybe get below that. So I would qualify this. This is a wiggly candlestick here, and that's just based off of sort of like the volatility that came into the market after rejecting 12s. So I think once that kind of volatility comes in, now we're kind of in price seeking mode, price discovery seeking mode.
We've gotten 3-bar reversals in positions. We got 3-bar reversal to the upside, failed. Another 3-bar reversal to the downside. Is this going to fail, or is it going to continue?
I think we're going down. I think we're going to try to pick up some liquidity to the downside, and then maybe push this back above 20,000. It's all relative, Hoop. It's all
there's
relative.
some stops here.
Right.
Yeah. And when I'm talking about wiggle, I'm talking like it's like a very specific sort of like anomaly that I've noticed over the years that appears on the ladder. Like
Just
the ladder will
matrices.
be like real chill for a while, and then all of a sudden price starts zipping around in like a relatively tight range. And
Just vapor.
to me, I've noticed that is when the market is going to start changing. It doesn't happen all the time. I can't even identify it every single time, but it is something I've noticed. And it occurred during this candlestick that we're in right now, because we touched the 12s and then ran back over down to the 90s. And 90s bounced super hard again. Okay, so now we're back above 20,000.
Do we just pin it to 20,000 for 10 the week? Is that where
I think you might be onto something, Ray.
Yeah, this is just slapping around here.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
Like tetherball.
Yes, it
the
is.
pole is 20,000.
20,000. We pin at 20,000.
We swing around the damn thing.
Yeah. Still going to keep these trades on, though. I still think there's a chance. Telling me that there's a chance.
Minutes left in the session here.
There's a chance.
All right, Gabe. Well, we can always do hashtag fast markets. We never did that, so we can close that if we want. Circle back to that. And
I'm ready with power hour stuff.
Let's do it. Let's roll them.
We're good to go. Alrighty. So first and foremost, Matthew Mickey. I don't know if you guys remember his segment earlier this week. Was it this
my
week?
guy.
Right? Yeah. He entered in a last week, bottom of the range this morning, caught a low pre-witchcraft rolling contracts, he says. And I'm not sure if he's still hanging on to this position, knowing that we're still kind of hovering in that range. But always love seeing familiar faces, and we're grateful to have him on and look forward to the next time that he joins us for some hopeful trading next time.
Shout out Mickey.
Awesome.
My guy.
Shout out Mickey. Got a nice little photo from the desk. Little bull bear setup that he's got. Really great desk ornament.
Yeah,
looks nice and sturdy.
And it's got one of those.
Yeah. Another battle station submission here by Tyler. Nice little simple setup. 2 monitors. Doesn't hurt. Absolutely keeping it simple.
Where's TopstepTV?
On there. Couple trader wins here.
Didn't have a monitor.
Yeah.
That's where you just start splitting windows.
Yep.
Yes.
We have Hitesh here submitting. He's looking for that last Stetson hat that we've got to give out. So
love it.
Looks like he had a nice win showing his executions on Top Step X today in the lean hogs. Gotta love it. Good luck to you. Another trader win coming in from Lemon Trees. Past the combine, showing a nice little trade report. Congratulations.
Cool pattern.
Absolutely.
Wow. Little diamonds. Diamond formation.
Yeah. Diamond back rattler.
And then Freddie's got a little comment for us. Jack looking for
Oh, that is funny.
Jack.
That's a good one.
Gotta love it. And then last but not least, we'll do one more here for comedy. Ursa sent in top dog, Top Step coming in, looking primed.
I love it.
And then other prop firms over here just licking themselves and trying to find a other stuff to do.
That's funny.
Hell yeah.
Nice.
Very nice.
Thank you guys for your submissions, and we will see you back for Fast Markets next week on Monday, bright and early. Once again, just hit up X, tag Topstep, and hashtag Fast Markets to be featured on Monday morning. Back to you guys.
All right.
Thanks, Gabe.
That was excellent, Gabe.
Too much
Perfect timing,
timing going
too. Well, we're testing 992 evens. I think we got some juice in this candlestick right now. Come and get us, market. We're ready for you. I mean, those 12s rejected many times today. Many times. Come on down.
Here we go.
Still got those bids in, Dolby.
Hell yeah, we do, Hoag.
Yeah. Got $2,000 to play with. Let's do it.
Got $2,000. Got $2,000. That's like an entire 50K account worth of loss limit to play with.
Our first bid's at 80, working 80s, Dolby.
80 evens, 78 evens. I can move this to 76. Hold on. It's just like every 2 points, basically.
Cool.
I gotta turn off auto centering though. That one's good. Yeah. So it's pretty easy. We're just gonna do all the evens. So just at 08640.
Works for me.
Ray, what are you doing this weekend?
Yeah, Ray, what are you doing?
Yeah, that's an excellent question. I'm probably going to do my normal 7-mile hike behind me. Yeah, so we'll enjoy some fresh air away from the screen.
Will that take you 2 days to accomplish?
No. A couple hours though, maybe an hour and a half, depending on.
Might take me 2 days.
2 days.
It'll take me 2 weeks.
If it takes me 2 days, that'd be a problem. That's where I go straight to the doctor, figure it out.
We get those 80s there, Dolby.
Just teased you. Look at that.
Yep.
We got a chance. We still got MOC. It can still come in and mess everything up, and maybe we get a flush down here.
Maybe another push.
But yeah, I mean, it's still maintaining that the higher lows on this 5-minute.
Mm-hmm.
Come on down.
I can start drawing a semblance of a trend of a channel here.
Yeah, I could have made you an emoji animal.
Yes, we had time for that.
Lion. Right.
I did. I made you the lion already.
Right.
Yeah, I did make
Lion
the
with a
lion. That was
mojito.
nice. That's right. That was a good one.
Yes.
One of my favorites.
Mine too.
Come on down.
You got my little bearish channel here. So a little break above that channel. Maybe we go long. We'll see.
Yep. Oh.
Down to this. Oh, there's a little push there down at 980.
It's trying to do something. It's trying to do something. Come and get us.
We're working 5, Dolby. How many we work on the bid?
We're working 5 spread between 72 and 80, all 2 points apart.
5, 5, and 5.
Yeah. So if we get filled on all 5, our average would be 976.
Ooh. Oh, there we go. Ooh, look at that. Oh, something's going on.
Yeah, what happened?
Now.
We've got our IBMOC.
Oh, there's one maybe.
Come on. Do
you get a fill?
Not yet. Come on. Come get us. Come
Oh,
get us.
maybe. No.
Okay, got
there
one.
it
We're
is.
in.
There it is. Fill.
Yep. We got
We
one.
filled on
Got
5.
2.
Another. Okay.
We're long 10.
Long 10.
No, not long 10. We're long
Look at
2.
Long 2.
I thought we were working 5 lot. 5 and
Whoa, what do you think? How big do you think this account is, Dre? We got $2,000 loss limit right now.
And it's gone.
Yeah. Here's your 15 lot that got stopped out in 4 seconds.
Eddie, what's
Break
MOC?
action.
Eddie, hit us with MOC.
All right, we got the S&P right now, 999 million buy side. We've got our NASDAQ, 1,100 million to the buy side. Got the Dow just about 50-50. This is really close here, but they are saying about $49.50 million to the buy side, and our Mag 7, $288 million to the buy side. So we are seeing the buy side here.
Yes, we are. It will be executed in about 3.5
we
minutes.
filled on 4, Dobie?
Huh?
We're filled on 2.
Are we filled on 4 of them?
We only got
Just
2. We only got 2 of them.
Oh, okay.
I mean, that's kind of the thing.
Looking pretty good.
If we had a little bit more, if we had more room, could have played a little bit more in the.
I got you.
In the pool. We're kind of in the kids' pool. We got to manage our risk. We got
now we
limit.
need that break of channel on my 3-minute.
Yep. So I think we should take one off at 12s and then let the other one run and see if we just pop off for like a million dollars or something.
Nice.
Yeah.
Phil.
Just so you know, on these IBMOCs, they are moving here, and I'm watching them trading live here. So
Really?
I mean, they are adjusting.
You see it on the juice?
Yeah, it's they're moving here. S&P now I'm 557 million buy side. Nasdaq 1,079,000 buy side.
All right. Well, it's above my channel, bearish channel here, so looking good on my side.
Our entry looks absolutely ridiculous right now. Long 2 at 19,979 evens.
Okay, another minute before this.
Now I think
off
we
the
might
top of this
push
thing.
up and out. I think we push up and out now after that run.
Squeeze them.
We're getting 20,000 seems to be
running out of time to squeeze out all these shorts.
We
do
could
something, right?
still come back down and go back up again, just because of NASDAQ and how wacky it gets. I mean, you're almost playing like an entirely different game when you're trading Power Hour, because it's all about like running stops, positioning people, getting people stopped out of trades. It's like a whole different. It's not like it's just like a lunch trend or just like a range bound market. We're playing in a world of many shenanigans. Lots of fun.
In a world of many shenanigans.
Yes.
I love the level though. I thought we
Look at the S&Ps.
level.
Look at the S&Ps. Man.
Yep.
Come get us.
Broke
Come get us at 12 for 1. I'm gonna pull
Squeeze
these
those
upper
shorts.
3. We're just not gonna get them.
Squeeze those
Let's go
shorts.
to break even.
Just let it run at this point.
John, we got to get
Well,
you
let's see
some
if we can get
reverb.
one
This
top of
doesn't sound
range.
right.
Let's go one top of range just to book it, because that's good behavior. Oh, come on. Come on.
That's a pretty good move.
All right, that should be it. Okay, out 1.
Yeah.
So we got like $600. Let's let this other one run until close.
Yeah, I love the level we got in, guys. That was awesome.
That was nice.
Nice little demand
now we
level
got-
there.
Yeah. We just got 1 at 978 evens. So, I mean, this is a great example because we're talking about this kind of system during the previous segment. It's like, chat, you can totally see it's like, we tried to get 5, but we only got filled on 2, but it allows to give us the opportunity to participate in a wider range of what's going on in the market.
You locking in profits at all? Anytime?
We're at break even. We're at break even for the other one.
What I love about it is that we demanded our term, right? We said, hey, that we're willing to participate on the long side at our terms, not the market's terms, right? Because if you're looking at a long here up at the top here, right around 2010, well, you're paying the price now, right?
Yep.
You're paying Chanel at Chanel. We want to pay Chanel at Plato's Closets.
Plato's Closet. That's where we do our shopping.
You got a runner going, Dolby?
Yeah, we're gonna leave one open till 5 minutes.
Like
just to
it.
see if we
Came
can
back
push
and we
up and out.
tested that 19,990 level.
Mm-hmm.
I love it.
I'm gonna see if
That's
we
the
can
kind
get
of
to
neat
like
advantage
51 evens, maybe. I think is possible if it really shoots higher. At the very worst, we made $600. At the very worst, plus 600.
Not bad. Didn't have much wiggle room.
No.
Tight range.
But hey, we talked about it. We talked it out.
Perfect entry.
Orders in there.
Yeah.
Got it.
Came in there.
And let the market do the
Didn't
work.
stay there for very long.
No, we got great price action.
No.
Never
Mike
really took
also
any
had
heat.
dumb stuff.
No.
It took zero
No,
heat.
not at all.
It took zero heat.
Not at all.
3 minutes, 30 seconds left in the session. Shout out to all the bell to bellers been with us today. Again, 100,000 subscriber
That's the next
celebration
question.
on
Do you want to
Tuesday.
buy more? I guess
No.
is the next question. That might be too much, though. But I could definitely theorize trying to even add more and maybe moving a stop down to like 970. We're probably going to get stopped out for break even. I don't think it's done running stops, to be honest.
Got an 80 lot sitting on the 80 bid. This got filled.
Wow,
Yeah.
this thing is just
Zipping.
Hammer time.
All right, we're out. So, yeah. I mean,
Who possibly say real traders, real accounts, real P&Ls, real executions, only at Top Step. I got you, Hoop.
Yeah.
You know what it is.
Yes.
Only real around here.
Yeah.
Yes.
So, yeah, watch it probably maybe stop us
Might
out
flush.
and run for
Might
wow.
flush.
Shout out, Matt James.
Wow.
Yeah, here we go.
Big flush.
Might flush all the way down to 920.
It's
You want
covered.
to get long 920s? 963 could be interesting.
Yeah, I agree. Not 60s.
60s? Yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
All right, let's try it.
Value low is 55.
We'll just try
Value
3.
low?
We'll see if it shoots down in like a minute and tries to run stops down there. We'll try to pick them up if we can.
Eddie's got the closing bell. Coming to you in 90 seconds.
Yeah,
Hell of a week.
it's just like
Hell of a week.
like I was saying. I mean, when you're trading
you,
power hour, it is a different game. It is all about running
different
stops, getting people out of their positions. You got MOC throwing in random volatility.
Yes.
It's wild stuff. So we are going to work a 3 lot though at 64 and a half, 62 and a quarter, and 60 and a quarter. And,
Yeah, I
and
like
see
it.
if
I like
this
that
comes
level.
down. Yeah,
A little demand.
probably
zone
won't
there.
get filled, but yeah, I think we can get a cheap scalp.
Yeah, I'm going to take off this little rectangle box here. My
50 seconds.
got it all mapped out.
It always never ceases to surprise me. Just if the market has been there before, it can get back there very, very easily, no matter how far away you think that price is.
That's right. Especially in NQ.
Especially in NQ.
Yeah.
What do we call these, Hope? Wish orders?
Wishing orders. Yep.
Yes.
Extreme thrifting, whatever you want to call it.
I like it. 20 seconds, fellas.
There you go. There you go.
That.
Yes, it's pushing higher.
Yes, it is.
Yeah, that's. I mean, really, what we have here is a megaphone, big time megaphone.
Failure to communicate.
Higher highs, lower lows.
Good stuff, guys.
Pull these orders. Boom, boom, boom. We are flat.
Good stuff, guys.
Blessings, everyone.
Not bad. Not bad.
Very good.
All right,
Hold
guys.
our
Great.
level. We got our price.
Yep.
Got it. Yep.
Good execution.
Eddie,
good process.
Great execution. Good job. We'll get them next week, guys. Eddie, take it away. That was awesome.
I am here. Yes, let's take it away here, folks. Thank you very much for being with us here at Topstep TV this week. Lots of excitement, knowledge, and I hope you learned something. And I had a great lineup for all. Taking a look at Monday. Monday doesn't seem like really too much for that early breakfast buffet. We've got one thing I want to point out here. They're saying 2 a.m. 2 a.m. Monday, Fed Waller will be speaking. Well, probably he's getting kicked out of a 2 o'clock hour bar. So I'd really like to see what he's got to say. Scrolling down here after 2 a.m., we don't really have much. My goodness. They're leaving us out in the cold here today. for that Monday. But we will be having a Dallas Fed manufacturing business. It's going to be at 9:30, 10:30 3-month, 6-month bill auction. We also do have FOMC member Daily speaking during the day, and Nightly will be speaking during the night. So it's it basically for our economic numbers for Monday, the 24th. Take a look at what we've got on the menu for Topstep TV. Be here 8 o'clock Central Time, early bird. Hoagland and myself, we're going to fire up the machine. Fast Market's going to follow with Andre, Hoag, Deanna, and Nick for a tick. We also do have Peter Tuckman going to join us with Andre, JD, and Dolby for power players. We've got TopQuiz, Jack and Bonnie. We've got Shoulder Tap, Jack and Brett. Group Coaching, JD and Robert. And we do have a Strategy Lab with Anne-Marie, Hoag, and Robert. And for Power Hour, Zach Anthony, Dolby, and Andre. And that's going to be about it, my friends. So, hey, it is Friday. And we love having you here with us each and every day. And hopefully you love being here with us. So now it is time to shut things down. It is family time now, right? Got a family there, whoever your family is and whoever your family can be. So get some love, get some rest, re-energize. Have a fantastic rest of your day. Stay safe, stay healthy. Until we meet again, I've got something for you here. Until we meet again here, this is Topstep TV. I'm Eddie Horn, and have yourself a good weekend.
All the gin joints in all the towns in all the world. She walks into mine.
Have a good one. Take care.